And welcome to Key West for the 42nd Annual World Championship Races presented by Performance Boat Center. Todd Swafford here from Race World Offshore, along with Eric Colby from Speed on the Water. Billy Shipley of Team Woody joins us. As you could see on the live stream, the big bracketed boats got underway first before we can get on the radio here locally. Bracketed 2, 3, and 4. Now the 5, 6, and 7 boats are going to come up and start. So we're racing here in Key West. Welcome, gentlemen, to the World Championships.
Good morning, Todd.
Great to be here.
It's a beautiful day in Key West. The weather has really settled down nicely. I think it's going to be a fantastic day all day long. We have the Class 1 and Mod Bs coming up after this race. Nearly 30 boats out here racing today in the bracketed class. Great showing from our bracketed teams here in Key West. And here's our second start.
This looks like Justice League and Predator. That we have the camera on now, battling for the lead in the bracket 200. That's the new Phantom for Justice League.
Yeah, it's a 38 Phantom. They've got the motors and drives and stuff out of the old cigarette.
Harpoon Harry's is down. That's the old Wada and Jason Saris' boat.
All right, we see our lead boats. There is your Predator team.
And Predator is the drivers Dean Stallman, Throttleman Nate Hunt, and a brand new navigator, Matt Petrosky, getting the ride of his life in the World Championships.
Yeah, it looks like, is that the Justice League team?
Yep, Justice League is a brand new 39 Phantom. Don Urfer is driving, Richard Davis on the throttles, and Corey Chantry in the back seat hanging on.
Just have the nose past Predator. OC Racing
and the Bat Boat.
Running second and third.
There's the Herb Oxen Ford.
Simmons Marine, Budrack. Team Woody Racing coming in third, class 400.
Our bracket 200s and 400s coming through. There's Woody's.
There's Woody and 400. Yeah, we're just going to get this sorted out. You know, we're getting a little bit of a late start. Allied Construction, the former Shocker, was just sold, and they have a brand new driver, never raced before on that boat.
Yeah, on the Allied boat. I don't see MSR.
Yeah, Control Freak is down up by the second turn in the middle of the course, and so is Harpoon Harry's. Looks like it's trying to get back on plane. That's not what we're seeing on the camera. We're just trying to keep everybody apprised of what's going on the course.
So in the turn in the harbor, the Predator, with all of that extra load up with the blower motors, got around Justice League.
Justice League, they're staying with them, man. They got big power in that boat, too.
They did. Coming out of the turn, though, they did take the lead back, but it does look like Justice League is chasing them back down.
And here's the battle for the lead in bracket 500 on our screen right now. It looks like Freebird, the youngsters, with Ryan Stallman and Reef Delanos were taking the lead there. And now we're back to the bigger boats in the bracket.
Looks like in Class 4, Simmons is in the front. It looks like the Allied boat went down. They're down in turn 3. They're not turned over. They're in the middle of the course, and then it puts Team Woody in second place in the Levy Craft.
Good shot of that. The Bat boat heading out towards turn 1 definitely lives up to its name.
I was wrong about that. That Allied boat is still coming back there, the Phantom, 30 Phantom.
All right, so
and here's Freebird leading over Main Street from Buffalo, New York, and Stan Coleman Turk and the X-Insurance boat in third.
Bronx Phantom in
fourth.
And fourth, and Bulletproof in fifth. Yep. And here comes 524 Sweat Equerry. All 6 of those boats pretty close to the pack as they come around after lap number 1. They'll be running 5 laps here today. Bracket class 200 will be running 5 laps. The 400 boats also running 5 laps. Bracket 700 running 6 laps, as well as the X and the bracket 6s. Now there comes X Insurance and one of the Statement Marine boats, followed by another one of the Statement Marine boats. And then the H-Craft 769 Jackhammer and the 747 Statement Marine.
Got the 744 Jackhammer boat with a brand new driver in there. Connor's driving, first time racing.
Billy, welcome to the broadcast. We're sorry to see you not in the boat, but you're expecting to be in the Team Woody boat, the Levy Craft, on Friday.
Yeah, we're going to be in there Friday, Chad and I. We thought the fountain would be ready from the damage at Clearwater, and it wasn't, so we invited Jesse and Brad to come down here, and so, we just went ahead and put them there today and watch them race and be some spectators. But, man, once they took off in this water, I sure wished I was out there in it.
And this is the Predator still opening up its lead.
That's lap 2.
In lap 2. Justice League, they're pulling in.
Yeah, they're pulling in.
Yeah. Now you can see
Bat boat running in third, OC Racing in second, but now they're going to move up with the Justice League.
Yeah, the Justice League, when I saw it pull into the center of the course, there was only water coming out of one side.
Yeah, they had problems. They had problems yesterday with the fuel pump in that boat. They thought they had it fixed. Looks like the hatch is coming up.
Herbot Racing in fourth. Here comes the Simmons Marine.
They just put that boat together, that Justice League, so you never know what's going on in there. There could be a hose or anything in that thing.
Simmons Marine running first overall in bracket class 400. Quite a substantial lead. They've got the engine cowlings up and trying to sort out what's going on in there. We're just underway bracket class racing for the 42nd annual Key West World Championships. Thanks for joining us here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio from the Porte Performance broadcast booth, and also at Race World Offshore's live stream, which is brought to you by Maximum Inflation. Look at the Predator heading back out to lap number 1. Here comes Team Woody. They're running in second. Tell us about the team in there.
You know, that's Jesse Smith just driving the boat. He formerly was Deception Racing in Class 6, and then we got Brad Wade on the throttles. He raced with Jackhammer, and then he raced a few races with the Eustorit boat, the old Shadow Pirates boat. And he raced our boat, actually. Him and Jeff Muehlhausen raced it together a few times. So they're not rookies in there. They're just rookies to that boat. And if anybody knows that boat, you know that being a rookie in that Lady craft is it's a full-time job in that canopy.
All right, we're off of the leaders here, just passing by. For those watching the race here locally, Allied Offshore just came by in front of the start-finish line in third after lap number 2. We're back to the action coming down
for 500
in front of the Monster Energy fan zone, in front of the local fans here at the outer mold at the Truman Annex.
And the youngsters in Freebird have moved up. They moved up from 600 to 500. They're bracketed at 75 miles an hour, and they're taking the lead.
The BudRx.com under tow in the middle of the field.
I think they just picked that boat up from Bruce Baker's shop last week, so there's no telling what kind of power they're running in that 544 right now.
Yeah, so back to the action in front of us. The live stream is following between 1 and 2. That was Freebird, followed by Main Streak and X Insurance. You're holding.
Let's not count those guys in that 501 boat out. JJ Turk and Michael Stancombe. They'll sneak around you in a heartbeat and be in first place before you know it.
Looking again to another broken down boat in the middle of the infield. We just saw Bulletproof.
Oh, that's the Scratch and Sniff, the X class.
Yeah, that's the UIM Class 3. We're going to try and get back to the, there's the action coming back from turn number 2 out at Fort Zachary Taylor. And I think that
this is the Sweat Equity boat on camera now.
All six, excuse me, of the bracket 500 boats are running real well. We haven't had anybody drop out. We've had several dropouts in 2 of the other classes. So there's Sweat Equity.
I think the boat that we saw, the Justice League, JW just showed us that they might actually be taking on water and having some issues in the infield, so hopefully they get to it. And here's Predator again.
They're coming around. These two are not in class together. Bat boat now up to second.
Yep.
In class 200, so Predator now overall number 1.
There was that battle in class 5, 1, 2, and 3 over there.
We just saw OC Racing passes here. They're running in third. Now we're back to the action in class 500.
And Billy called it. X Insurance and Mean Streak are having quite a battle here on the camera, heading out to turn 2, or turn 1 rather.
Looks like Little X Insurance in Class 7 is running in first place currently right now also. That's a good battle in the back there between Mean Streak and X Insurance Class 5. Those guys are trying to run down Freebird out there, but he's dialed that thing in today. Look at that thing go. From a 6 boat to a 5 to perform like that, that's awesome.
And Mean Streak is the only other Lady craft. That's a West Coast built boat.
Oh, it's a DCB.
Oh, that's a DCB, that's right.
29 DCB, yes sir.
And they've had all kinds of power in that boat.
But yeah, both of them are California
years.
boats, both West Coast.
Yeah, we just saw the leader in bracket 500, Predator, go off the camera. Now back to your overall leader in class 200, bracket class 200. That's a Team Predator.
That's a Cadillac ride today.
Yeah, that Batman boat's a Cadillac at 90 miles an hour. I've raced that thing several times in our fountain, and he turns with that rudder, and it turns on a dime. You don't have to slow down for the turns at all. So.
And here's Billy's boat on camera now, the Team Woody boat.
They are looking good. They got a little heavy in the front, but it looks like they're catching on. Brad's got it trimmed up just right, so I was telling him everything I knew about that boat, and it's a lot of information I was trying to share with him. Obviously, I talk fast, and so I don't know if they got it all or not, but it looks good.
So they're still holding second.
Yeah, we're happy with second place in that boat against these twin-engine number 4 boats. Sounds good, too. Me and Chad are going to get in there Friday and race it.
That's Keeter Racing Engines, right?
That's Tommy Keeter, so that's a 598 dry sump motor in there. It's a beast. We put it in 2021 here at Key West. We ran it the first time, and it's making some good power in there. That boat's fast. Allied looks great too for a rookie driver. That guy's doing a really good job.
Yep.
Back out near Fort Zachary Taylor and see some
Here comes Freebird again.
From the Freebird team.
Ryan Stallman is the son of the owner of Predator, and Reef Delanos is his partner in the boat. A couple of second generation.
I'm not sure if he's trying to race Class 5 or if he's actually just trying to stay in front of his dad in that Predator boat, not let him lap him.
Hey, good luck with that, gentlemen.
They're coming on them quick. Man, I hate it that Cigarette Justice League went down, or I guess it's just Justice League Phantom now.
That's right.
Man, that was a good race going on there.
Yeah, there they are. Freebird, your overall leader in 500 class, followed now by the X Insurance team.
So Billy called that. Michael and JJ are working their way up.
They better not let off in that Freebird because they'll get them too if they're not careful.
And Michael's, and this is, it says
Phantom.
It says Marker 1 Marine because the Winoskis moved to Sarasota and opened a service business at Marker 1.
They bought Marker 1 from Mark Neiman over there in Sarasota off of Orange Street.
That's the number 2 boat in Class 200. The Batman.
Batman is making a charge.
They're catching him in those turns with that rudder. I'm telling you, that thing turns super sharp.
And Farnsworth is still keeping themselves, you know, that's a tough way to go to have to start in lane 10.
I'll tell you what, that Warlock looks good with that new dress they got on her. That blue is really pretty. OC's running good this year, too. I think they got some different motors in there. The rooster tail's way smaller than it was with their old power. And
looking at Team Allied.
And here comes Allied.
Allied's heading out. They're running in third. 2 laps to go in Class 400. The Class 200 boats are out for their last lap of the day, with the Predator leading Batman by a slim margin. Here comes your.
This is Bullet. This is
Sweat Equity.
Sweat Equity, and I'm pretty sure the navigator is Angie Pierce, who's a local realtor who's putting her name on a bunch of boats down here.
I believe that's correct.
So she's getting a ride of a lifetime. She just posted the other day about her dunker passing.
Yeah, she was drawing cards with us last night for positioning for all 3 races. We actually drew cards this time for each race, so we already know our assigned positions for all 3 days.
Oh, so they're not changing them?
No, but we're going to change positions every day. We drew cards each day, so different starts, yeah.
And here's Simmons Marine, Jason Zalecki, and
Jim Simmons.
And Jason's from Lake of the Ozarks, so he's traveled a ways to be here.
And Simmons is from Michigan.
Simmons from Michigan, so he's glad to get out of the cold weather.
This is like his 100th year to race Key West, I think, Jim Simmons. You count the stickers around his boat. He had to quit putting them on there. There's so many wins on that thing.
Yeah.
The guy's a legend,
Now
really.
we're looking at the, this is a boat that Manatee Marine put together in this 700. It's from, I think, United Arab Emirates, this H-Craft.
Yeah, that's that H-Craft. Those guys are building at Manatee. They've got those. They got some big center consoles. They're building a bunch of boats from H-Craft over there.
But the little narrow Bullet, the Nitra, is X Insurance with Cameron Turk.
Cameron Turk and Robert Bryant.
Out front in bracket 700. They were, and they won in Clearwater as well, so they're getting used to that boat.
Yeah, I believe that's a Velocity there.
Is that the Velocity or is that the Activator?
Yeah,
I can never
it's hard to tell them apart.
But all the statement boats are, they're representing well, you know, whole second generation crew there, basically.
They're beautiful boats, too.
Yeah, so your X Insurance Golf and Gator won the H-Craft in second. Then here come your Statement Marine boats, 3, 4, and 5. And 759, 742, and 747. Here comes Team Woody now kind of off the pace in Allied.
That Woody boat's looking better every lap. They're getting it figured out in there.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 there. And then when Jackhammer running back in 5th overall in 700.
Simmons with a big lead.
Watching Simmons head back out with the Class 500 team trailing Sweat Equity.
Should be the last lap here. They should be coming back around.
Yeah, this should be it. Your 2 top
look
boats
at that.
overall.
Look at that.
Yep.
Batman and Predator.
Yeah, Predator will win here today in Class 200. Had an early challenge from Justice League and a late challenge from Batman Racing. But your US 1 national champion of bracket Class 200 dominant boat Predator wins here in Class.
Look at that. X Insurance got in front of 544. Freebird. I told you they get around those guys. They're not giving up easy, though.
That was off the camera, guys, but yes, we definitely had a lead change there in bracket Class 500 with 1 lap to go.
We got to get a camera in front of this booth. We're missing a lot of good racing coming through here.
There goes your bracket Class 700 boats heading back out on the southbound leg.
Uh-oh, they got around them on the backstretch. H-Craft got in front of the X Insurance, but they're fighting them hard on the screen right now.
Yep.
That's first, second place. They've been leading the whole race until just now, so Robert's not going to give up easy. He's good on the throttle.
And I think the H-Craft is just a bigger boat, so they're taking advantage of it where it gets a little bumpy out at turn 1.
Yep.
So we'll have to see if Robert can reel him back in, but don't forget, you could break out.
That's right.
Making that move. Here comes Predator and Batman, so they're still running.
So they're giving extra laps today, huh?
Yeah, I mean,
they're not giving up easy.
These are the official score sheets, but officially unofficial, potentially.
That's right. I can't even count laps on them in the boat. What am I trying to count laps over here for?
It's such a wonderful, nice day. It's a great day to take an extra lap.
This water is perfect for racing today. These cats later are going to be running as hard as they can out here.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a red flag on the.
Uh-oh, we got a wreck. Turn 3.
In the harbor?
It is. They're all headed that way.
Can we get a camera down to the harbor, please?
Yeah, accident
Smoke
in
coming out of the helicopter.
We have a red flag here in the bracketed class racing, so racing is going to come to a halt at.
That was those Class 5 boats down there, I believe.
As these boats get to the turn. Simmons Marine now approaching that area.
All right, it looks like I just saw Freebird bobbing around upright, so Billy's got the binoculars out trying to see.
It looks like it's X Insurance. The boat's upright, but I don't see any helmets in the boat, the Class 5.
I see people climbing onto the back of the Fury rescue boat.
Yeah, that looks like they have 2 helmets there.
Yeah, it looks like they might have spun out and got kicked out, but the boat is not upside down. It's on the bottom, on the actual bottom surface of the boat.
It's upright.
Yeah, it's upright.
And looks like the Freebird guys are
Freebird guys are pulling one of them into their boat.
Yep, exactly.
Good job.
Fantastic.
That's some class right there. Stopped and helped them out.
Sportsmanship in action here. So it looked like the X Insurance boat might have spun out and thrown the.
Yeah, we're speculating at this point, but.
And one of them on the back of the rescue boat, one of them I think being pulled onto the Freebird.
Yep.
This will probably, just based on.
This will shut down the race, I would imagine.
Yeah, it'll shut it down, and we were almost 100% sure we were already done with bracket class 200, only a lap away from finishing in all of the other bracket classes.
Looks like they might have both got spun out down there. They
Yeah.
got the Freebird tied to the rescue boat, and then the X Insurance is floating by itself.
We'll just have to wait for the officials to tell us how everything winds up.
Man.
Yeah. Oh, Mean Streak is under tow, but they're both in the boat. So
a lot of attrition here.
Those guys
and
wouldn't
the unexpected.
and if you look at the speed that they're towing that boat at, that tells me that they're worried about something here. Oh, that's coming out of turn 2. For the Mean Streak boat, they're going to be coming right past us here.
Yeah.
Under tow, but usually when they're towing them that fast, Billy, isn't that an indicator?
Yeah, most likely they're taking on some water, or they're just trying to get them out of the way for the next race. You know, we're starting these back-to-back right now, so good thing there's no boats upside down. As long as everybody's okay, we'll help them work on that stuff and get it fixed. I got a trailer full of tools and parts over there.
Well, that's the whole thing. Is I remember years ago when it was mostly open cockpit boats, you were instructed to stop and render assistance anytime someone had a problem. Now with the canopies and everything, sometimes it's better to get out of the way and let the professionals get to them. But since these were all open cockpit boats, we'll just have to talk to the the onboard crews to see what happened.
Well, while the weather has been great here today, and we had a quick start to the first race of the 3 days of racing for the 42nd annual Key West World Championships, a lot of these bracketed boats are breaking down and in the middle of the infield, and then an incident at turn number 2 with X Insurance and Freebird. Certainly some drivers in the water. Everybody has been rescued. 501. Some of the one of the cockpit crew are being attended to and on board the safety vessel, and we have quite a safety team here with Sean Steinert and his entire crew, over 15 individuals.
Is there anybody on the Freebird boat? If you look at the monitor, it looks like it's just floating down there in the corner. See that? Behind the Sweat Equity.
Yep. We also have Dr. Kelly Reed, who is here on station in Key West, and Dr. Mike Jansen is here as well. The noted racer and back and trauma surgeon, and a couple other medical professionals, surgeons and trauma specialists are going to be assisting this weekend in the final 2 days of racing in association with Dr. Jansen. So we're in a red flag situation. We certainly had bracket class 200 wrapped up here already, and the rest of the classes were a lap away. Simmons Marine with a lead from start to finish in 4:04. Team Woody Racing was in second. Allied Offshore was in third. The real story there is the Control Freak guys. Man, they have been dominant all year long, and for them to break down was unusual. They had won every race this year, and they were out early. Mark Robbins, Damon Murata. Fantastic year for those guys.
They had a green flag up, then they went to yellow, and by the time they threw the green again, Control Freak was already out with the hatch up.
Yeah, they
were
went
done.
fast. They had a fast start on that thing.
All right, the race has officially been called, and the boats
flag.
as they placed at the last check boat that they went around will get the checkered flag and finish accordingly down the races in bracketed class. So, I mean, unofficially, we have the Predator number 1, Batman Race Team number 2, and OC Racing number 3. In bracket class 400, Simmons Marine 1, Team Woody 2, and Allied Offshore 3. In bracket 500, Gulf and Gator, X Insurance had come around in first, and Freebird had been in second, with the Bronx Phantom running in third place.
We're just going to have to see how that shakes out.
That is definitely something will have to be interpreted and get word from race officials here at Race World Offshore. The X Insurance Golf and Gator 700 boat had been in the lead with a lap to go. H-Craft in second, and the Statement Marine 759. These are all unofficial, and of course they're bracketed boats.
Yeah, so if anyone broke out, when they're bracketed, like for class 7, for example, they can't exceed 60 miles an hour. They turn in a GPS at the end of the race, and the officials see how many times if someone did exceed 60. So whoever did the least will get the win for today. And then we're getting ready. We're supposed to be a quick turn for Mod V and Class 1. So that's going to be an interesting split of boats on the water for sure.
They had hoping to get that started in 10-15 minutes. Joey Cook from the Key West Citizen joins us. Hey, buddy. We got to get that mic turned up. Yep.
Here's my other thought, too. Even on the ones that we know Simmons did his 5 laps, he got first place. But Team Woody, for distance, for the attrition side of it, for the end of the championship, for the World Championship, he's going to want to make sure that he has all that distance. He didn't break down. He was still out there on turn 1. For Team Woody, it's going to be important to make sure that they get credit for that 5th lap.
That's a good
Same
point.
with Allied Offshore.
Yeah.
They were both still on the course, running when the red flag hit, passed it, but then they had to just turn and come in off the course at that point. So that changes, and that's going to be a big part of, do they get the correct distances? Of course, that whole scramble in the 500 class will be interesting to see because, Bronx Phantom's still running at that point, and that opens a lot of questions. But I think the 400 class and the guys that didn't get the finish, you want those distance for that into the tiebreaker just in case come on Sunday.
Well, I think too you've got a lot of the boats, because they said in the drivers meeting, if you're okay after race 1, stay out and we'll tell you when to come in. So that's why there's all these boats circling
That might
around
even be
and right off of our
that
position.
could be very well true.
On
Looking
the
to
seawall.
finish off and I think
And,
your class 200, your bracket 200 should be done. That one should be concluded.
Yes.
Same with the 400. Again, Team Woody and Allied were on their final lap coming through. So you would think that those two, but again, that 700 bracket class, they still had 2 laps to go. Anything could have happened there. So it makes it really interesting to see. And obviously, in the 500, if Bronx and Bulletproof and Sweet Equity are able to go, that changes everything too. So it'll be interesting to see the rest of this.
Yeah, Sweat Equity.
Sweat Equity, sorry.
And
we're that way,
That
no, I wrote down, again, I didn't look that close. I was
do you want to go over the boats in the next next race?
Yeah, we're going to take a break here from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. We're live on the Zone. Thanks, Joey Cook from the Key West Citizen. You can follow his action all week long while you're in Key West, and of course, Key West Citizen available online as well. And he'll be here with us all week, as well as Eric Colby from Speed on the Water. I'm Todd Swarfer. We'll be calling this action all day long. Class 1 and Mod V are expected next, but we still see a lot of bracketed boats in the infield, although we did get word from race control that the race had been called. But Joey brings up some really good points, and certainly that will...
Well, here we have Predator with a checkered flag, and X-Insurance Bracket 700 boat coming along the seawall with a checkered flag. So they're saying that they got the win in Bracket 700 with that.
That's the word we had gotten from race control, that the race had been called. So it looks like everybody's going to start motoring into...
Yeah, and Simmons has a checkered flag as well. So.
Yeah, motoring into the wet pits. And we're going to have the Class 1 boats and the Mod V boats coming out here very shortly. And they're going to want to try and get this thing started. Hopefully, if they've got all of that situation cleared down by turn number 2 in the Key West Harbor. There's your overall winner today, Team Predator. And
that's a heck of a ride for the Navigator for the first time in the boat.
Yeah,
to go out and get a win in Key West on day 1.
Just picking up where they left off with the national championship this year in bracket class 200, Team Predator. Okay, we're going to take a break from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center here locally on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. Stay with us. We'll have racing action for you coming up in probably just 10-15 minutes, Class 1 and Mod Vs. And it'll be all day long. We'll have coverage for you from the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center right here on Race World Offshore's Facebook page, presented by Maximum Inflation.
Performance, that's what drives us. When Scott Porte set out to build the most technologically advanced hydraulic transom lift system, he pulled out all the stops. The Porte R-Series high-performance hydraulic transom bracket is the world's most advanced outboard transom bracket. After Scott won another world championship, the race governing body declared the Porte R-Series an unfair advantage. The Porte R-Series cockpit-controlled hydraulic transom bracket has the same DNA as our industrial commercial series. Maximum horsepower 750 per engine. Maximum weight capacity 900 pounds per engine. Maximum number of engines unlimited. Besides numerous national, world, and sanctioning body championships, the Porte R-Series just won Top Gun status by setting the open cockpit outboard powered catamaran class of the 2022 Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. The unfair advantage keeps on winning everywhere it goes. Let us design one for you. Visit us online at porteproducts.com.
There's a lot of boat rental places in town, but none of them compare to the brand new Beach Weekend. With over 50 brand new boats at the best rate around, Beach Weekend promises to deliver a boating experience like never before. Been thinking about buying a boat? Don't. Just join the Beach Weekend Boat Club. For a small monthly fee, you'll never have to worry about the hassle of owning one. You'll just get to experience all the fun. Membership is limited, so visit beachweekendkeywest.com for more info.
Catch all the action of the powerboat races at El Maison de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Quench your thirst with one of their homemade mojito specials. Grab a Cuban mix or one of their delicious specials for lunch. Later on, watch the sunset and have dinner and dancing to the tunes of Caribe. No matter what, you'll be right in the middle of it all in the magic, beauty, and charm of Old Havana right here at El Maison de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Preserving Key West Cuban conch history since 1997.
And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
And welcome back to the waterfront here in Key West from the Truman Waterfront Mall, where the mall is. Man, what a sight to see out here with all of the vendors selling merchandise, great food, drink. The VIP experience from X Insurance will be open on Friday and Sunday, so we still have 2 more days of racing. We still have a lot more coming here this afternoon with 2 more races to come next. Of course, we had a red flag in our bracketed starts earlier, so we already had quite a bit of action. We got on the air really, I mean, with the props churning as we went on the air. The bracketed boat's already up and running. Live coverage on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance has over 30 years of pioneering advancements in outboard propulsion and positioning systems. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. So let's get you our lineup for our next start. And again, it was, as you look back into the mole area where the cranes are at, the Class 1 boats are set and ready to come out. The Key West Harbor will be closed from 11:30 to 12:30, so you have a window here now just over an hour to get the second race underway. And interestingly, and this will be the same on Friday and on Sunday, one of the premier classes in the world, UIM Class 1, who have wrapped up their World Series championship, which was won by 222 Offshore, Australian Navy, Darren Nicholson and Giovanni Carpatella, winning the big world championship, and had a very dominant year. They have their world championship wrapped up, but Key West is a race into itself and a world championship into itself, and the entire Class 1 fleet, save one, is here to race against each other for a 3-race world championship in 5 days. So the unique thing here, Eric, is what the world's premier class, they call it the pinnacle of offshore racing, is here to race for the fans right before the intermission.
Yeah, and as Stan Lane always used to say, to be the best, you must win Key West. So that's why they're here. And the level of commitment that Darren Nicholson has shown all year, and Giovanni, has just been, and the way their boat is so well prepared. You got to give it to Peter Muddy McGrath for that one. And I think it's going to be a great race. As you know, the conditions look perfect even for the Mod Vs.
Yes, and so the Mod Vs will be running right after. So you have 2 really great races coming up for us here in a start that we expect will probably be in the next 10 minutes, I would imagine. And so let's get you the boats that are racing here in Class 1 and in the Mod V class, leading the field in the UIM Class 1 series, and your overall world champion from the point series, 222 Offshore, Darren Nicholson from Australia, with his throttleman Giovanni Carpatella from Italy. They run a 47-foot victory built in 2008 with all these boats run the Mercury Racing turbocharged QC4V engines.
Yeah, and they will be actually in lane 4 out of 6. In lane 1 will be MCon, Monster Energy MCon, with owner Tyler Miller and driver Myrick Coyle, and that is a Skater 43, right?
Skater 438.
438.
Right. Yep.
And then lane 2 is going to be the only outer limits, a 48 outer limits, with owner driver Mike Falco and Billy Moore on the throttles in DeFalco. Lane 3 is Pothole Heroes, another victory. It's a little bigger. It's 49. The driver owner is Carlos De Casada, and Johnny Tomlinson is on the throttles. Lane 5 is DF Young, a 50-foot Mystic with Rich Wyatt on driving. No, Rich Wyatt is throttling, and Hugh Fuller drives the boat. And then lane 6 is X Insurance, the 43 MTI, the Abu Dhabi World Championship winning boat, with driver Randy Kent and Grant Bruggeman. If I'm not mistaken, this is the only boat with 6 drives rather than BPMs, but they are fixed with a rudder as well.
Yeah, that boat won the 2015 Class 1 World Championship racing for Team Abu Dhabi. It was the first time in decades that an All-American team,
John Tomlinson, Gary
Ballou, and All-American equipment, an MTI hull with Mercury Racing engines that had won the World Championship. It had been a lull since 1981 that the Class 1 Championship had some component of primarily offshore racers that were international, not from the United States, and or equipment that was built across the world. Very important to note here, all of these classes they're drawing cards for lane position. This is completely different from the way that the Class 1 UIM series is always determined pole position. There's always qualifying in UIM Class 1, so you earn the slot. And in 222 Offshore, spent the good part of the year being in lane 1 or lane 2.
Right.
And so this is a turn from the path that normally Class 1 determines their lane positions.
Yeah, and it's just the situation down here. You can't, use up this much. You can't use up so much of the harbor, sending boats out one at a time the day before with the commercial traffic and the cruise ships that come in. So the officials basically did the best thing they could do and did the lane draw this way.
And once again, looking back at the crane areas towards the Truman Waterfront property where the dry pits are for the 42nd annual Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center. Go to raceworldoffshore.com for the full schedule of events. A lot of great stuff going on, including the X-Insurance Boats and Boots concert on Saturday, and of course the big street party on Duval, the Speed on the Water fundraiser for Samuel's House at Pickles Sports Bar, which is going to be on Thursday night at 7 o'clock. And there's something going on every night, every day here in Key West for the World Championship races. Now on to Mod V, where they had a great season. Steve Miklos in the Sunprint El Bandido Tequila team took the national championship, just edging out LSB Revex Speed Marine. Two good friends, Steve Miklos and Britt Lilly, both running extreme hulls. Steve was instrumental in helping Britt build his LSB powerboat company, and he had been Miklos had been working with Mark Spates, and Mark unfortunately had passed away, and was able to obtain his moles, and those he gave to Britt Lilly, who started up his LSB Extreme Marine boat building business, and now it's turned into quite a company, and a lot of boats already racing in Mod V that are extremes, and next year even more. 3 new boats will be out on the season next year. Those two guys duel all year long in terms of the national points championship. Bad luck for Britt Lilly in the second to last race. It kind of put him on the outside position in Clearwater, and Miklos was able to wrap up the national championship.
Yeah, and then Miklos is not in an ideal spot here because he had to go to a backup propeller for this race because they something took a bite out of one of the blades on their herring that he posted on Facebook yesterday. But he said they only moved up a half a pitch, which isn't a lot. In these conditions, it should still work. Now, the lanes for Mod V, lane 1 is Ken Bollinger, the driver, Throttleman Forrest Riddle in Fast Boys. Lane 2 is the Bandito Sunprint. Lane 3 is North Myrtle Beach RV with Kirk Hanna and the Throttleman Mark Rinda. Lane 4 is Britt Lilly and Jay Woltman in the LSB Speed Marine. 5 is the father-son, Steve and Stephen Kildall in boatfloater.com. And what number is this for Steve Kildall? Like 40th year racing down here or something? It's
certainly plus 30. I talked to his son, Stephen, and he's been in the boat 17 years.
And then Challenger Japan, is a Phantom, and the driver is Hiromasa Suga, and Tommy Madalena is going to be throttling that boat. Latacrete is driver Chris Uzalina and Rob Hartman on the throttles, and then the defending world champions from last year, the youngsters, Nick Imprescia and Ian Morgan in 151 Express, and they are one of the teams, I believe, that did buy an Extreme for next year.
Yeah, and that's very interesting because they would like to have had that boat race here in Key West, but there is a rule, APBA, where you have to have 2 starts in order to qualify for the World Championship. So they are running, even though their boat is ready.
They're running the 32 Phantom that they won the title in last year.
That's correct.
I just didn't know if that rule was waivable for a defending champion.
Apparently not. And those guys, that's why they stuck with the Phantom in Clearwater and why it's here racing. But there are 3 boats that will be out next year that are in the process of being
Speed Marine.
Speed Marine and the North Myrtle Beach team.
Oh, they bought one.
They have an Extreme ready, as well as the 151 Express.
And then on top of all of that, Miklos had Scott Porte work his bottom.
Correct.
And to improve the turning more than anything else. And now they're doing some pretty interesting load monitoring.
That's correct.
In the El Bandito boat and in the Coco's Monkey boat, which Porte is going to be throttling.
That's right.
In super stock. So I hope that we could get some of that data that we could share with people by the end of the week so they can understand just what these guys and girls are going through in these boats.
Yeah, Steve Miklos had a real severe lower back injury, got into shock mitigation very early, and that's where he had got together with Scott Porta about working his bottom to help mitigate some shock. If you look inside of Steve's boat, he has all kinds of technology. Where he's measuring G-forces, finding out where, where the bounce is coming from, how it's affecting his lower back, how he's affecting his neck. And now they're using technology from TMS Group. Keith Hubble was here on Sunday and putting more instrumentation aboard both the Sunprint Hooters El Bandito Tequila team and the Coco's Monkey team that Scott Porta is going to throttle in. That boat, by the way, is the old Shadow Pirate.
That Scott worked the bottom on for
Nick Scafidi. Right, and he actually raced with Nick in that boat. So interesting field here in racing coming in front of us here this morning. We did have a red flag that stopped our bracketed class racing right at the end. You can see the boats all waiting to be released out into the milling area. And certainly race officials want to get this second start out because the Key West Harbor will be closed, as we mentioned, between 11:30 and 12 for local maritime traffic.
And the thing I'm not seeing is anything in the air right now, so we're not seeing helicopters, so we don't know if maybe they had to stay up longer because of the incident and maybe they had to go back and refuel because they wouldn't have enough for this race, or what the situation, if they were sent back because of some other delay. So as soon as we hear that the boats are on the course, we will let you know.
Well, the Race World Offshore live stream here on our Facebook page is brought to you by Maximum Inflation. Live stream presenting sponsor, Maximum Inflation. Brand CO2 cartridges, gas for everything inflatable. Since 1965, Leland Gas Technologies has made the CO2 cartridges that inflate the life jackets used daily by fighter pilots, NASA astronauts, naval seamen, the United States Coast Guard, and offshore powerboat racers worldwide. They all rely on Maximum Inflation's reliability when it's needed the most. Recreational boaters go to West Marine, Cabela's, and Bass Pro Stores to rearm their life jackets with Maximum Inflation brand rearming kits. Designed for your model life jacket and approved by Underwriters Laboratories and the United States Coast Guard. And I mean, while we have a chance, certainly want to thank our men and women in uniform that are serving us not only worldwide, but certainly here at this event in Key West. The United States Coast Guard is in full force here assisting us, protecting the boaters out there, keeping the race course clear, and doing what they do so well in their pursuit of safety on the water here around the globe. Also, Key West Police here as well.
They're passing right in front of us now, and we appreciate them being out here.
So the Class 1 teams gathering themselves at the cranes to get out on the water. They would be running 10 laps here today, 45 miles, bracket The modified V boats would be running 7 laps or just shy of 32 miles. So we're in a waiting pattern for this second start of the first day of racing for the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships. Live at Race World Offshore's Facebook page, brought to you by Maximum Inflation, and also live locally here in Key West on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. We're going to take a break. We'll continue with more right after this.
Take a walk down to 724 Duval Street to Bourbon Street Pub, Key West original Nolans-themed video bar featuring the Men of Bourbon nightly, live VJs, live shows, 5 bars, the world-famous garden bar by the pool. Check out bourbonstpub.com for all the happening. Also, check out the Nolans house right next door. It's the total entertainment package at Bourbon Street Pub. Play where you stay.
We've Got the Keys, your local expert for celebration and event planning, specializing in creative incentive travel and one-of-a-kind events. We love Key West and proudly produce some of your favorite annual festivals, including Fantasy Fest, Taste of Key West, the Key West Songwriters Festival, and the Key Lime Festival. We've Got the Keys takes pride in gathering people together, creating fun and unforgettable events that showcase all that Key West has to offer. Go to we'vegotthekeys.com. Cheers to your next Key West event. Keys Auto Center is your hometown car dealership. Now with 2 locations at 1618 and 3500 North Roosevelt Boulevard in Key West. Same great staff with over 80 local employees ready to serve you. Keys Auto Center has every brand you can imagine. Chevys, Buicks, GMC trucks, Cadillacs, Corvettes, Nissans, Ford, Chryslers, Dodge, Jeep, Rams, and Toyotas. Go to KeysAutoCenter.com to see all that Keys Auto Center can do for you.
Key West Adventures, Jeep Rentals, and more at 3424 North Roosevelt Boulevard. You're probably wondering what the more is all about. Well, the more now includes boats. Beautiful Bennington 22 Tritoons provided brand new by Polaris, located at Real Impact Marina on Summerland Key. Rent them for as little as a half day or as long as a month. Key West Adventures will even deliver your boat wherever you need it. Go to KeyWestAdventures.com to take a look for yourself and check out the frequently asked questions for more details. Book your next adventure online at KeyWestAdventures.com.
And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
And welcome back to live coverage here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio and at the Race World Offshore Facebook page, presented by Maximum Inflation. And this is the 42nd Annual Key West World Championship races, presented by Performance Boat Center. Discover a driving force behind our World Championship. Performance Boat Center, a dedicated and crucial sponsor for our high-octane events. Like us, their mission is to push the boundaries of speed and excitement in marine motorsports. Committed to excellence and a passion for high-performance boating, make Performance Boat Center an indispensable partner in fueling the adrenaline-pumping action of our World Championship events. And we'd also like to tip our cap to X Insurance, our Outer Mole VIP X Insurance, and we're immensely grateful to X Insurance for their continued support of Race World Offshore. Your commitment to our success is remarkable. Your coverage makes us have peace of mind, allowing us to focus on thrilling racing. And here's to a future filled with more incredible victories. Todd Swafford here with Eric Colby of Speed on the Water. Eric, gives you an opportunity. You've covered the series, a lot of the races you covered through the live stream. And by the way, mega kudos going out to Mike Yowalski, Matt Trulio, Mark Granite, who did the P1 races this year on the APBA series, and of course the UIM Class 1 series. It was thrilling listening and watching those guys, and you got a chance to cover the races that your boss Matt did and cover them on Speed on the Water.
And he'll be in later today.
That's right, for the big event at Pickles Sandbar for the fundraiser, the auction, big event for Samuel's house. Again, mad props to Mark, Mikey, and Matt. They're keeping us on top of what was happening out there, so you got to cover that. Now here we bring you in, like we did in Marathon in Clearwater. You get to see it firsthand and walk amongst the teams, and you get to cover it live with us and cover the story as well on Speed on the Water.
I think the last time I was here personally was my last year at Powerboat Magazine, 1999. So it's a little different now, but so many of the players are still here. So that's kind of neat to see everyone again. And speaking of someone who's been here for 40 years, just said hello to him this morning, is Jeff Girardi from Freeze Frame.
Yes.
That guy's up in the helicopter every day, the whole week. And, you know, he's very committed to covering the sport, and he provides some great photos. So,
as you know, I've been covering this since I was a young man. And, yeah, Jeff Girardi's always been around. And a familiar face, and so many other people that unfortunately are no longer with us. So many great people, too many to mention. A lot of great relationships and just real fun. This sport brings so many cool, fun people around what is an energizing, exhilarating sport to watch.
Yeah, there's you know, just what we saw there. You had an incident in turn 3. You had guys in a race boat hauling other guys who were in the water onto their race boat. The camaraderie, and there are guys here that do other motorsports, and they tell you that, you know, it's not the same when you're basically at a car event. It's kind of, you know, you keep to yourself. Don't look at my stuff. Here, people are, you know, it's as much about the interaction. I mean, Billy Shipley calls it a mini vacation every time he goes to a race because it's always somewhere different. It's another part of the country, and you know, the support that these guys give to the sport is just great.
Yeah, let's flash back to our first broadcast together at Marathon. And I wish it would have been in better weather conditions for you, because with that time of year is usually it's Chamber of Commerce stuff in Marathon, especially on the lee of the prevailing winds at that time of the year. But no, we had mini tropical storm came through, and it was pushing wind from the west, which is, you can't hide from that wind from the west on the bay side of Marathon.
No,
we had like 5 restarts, 3 or 4 red
8
flag.
complete laps.
Yeah,
and 5 incidents.
But you mentioned that, and we had the one incident where the team got thrown out of the boat early in the bracketed classes, and we saw another team. I think it was
Brian Forehand tore the drive off the back of his boat.
Yes,
Marker 17 Marine, and then went and got it.
Yeah.
Someone went and retrieved his propeller and his drive.
And the team that got thrown out, there's someone else.
Yeah, that was Irvin Grant from. He also drives the Gladiator Canados. And that was the Farnsworth Bracket 500 boat.
And in the 7 powerboat team from Puerto Rico stopped and jumped in to help with rescue. Yeah, no, that's the type of thing that you always see here, camaraderie, and always a concern for safety and the well-being of your fellow racer, even though the competition is intense. And right now we're still in a waiting pattern for Class 1 and Mod V. Our window is shrinking here to get this race in before the harbor intermission. Whoa! Sorry, we almost had all of our notes blow away. We were trying to get Dean Stallman's attention.
That's Nate Hunt.
And Nate Hunt as well.
That's mine, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Is that your stuff that blew my way?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was my stuff.
No, it was mine.
Well, I tried to rescue it for you.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if Nate could tell us what happened with Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if we could get him.
Live coverage of the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. Porte Performance has built the most advanced cockpit control hydraulic transom lift system in the world. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. So
I just got a text reply from Michael Stancombe, who's the throttleman of the X-Insurance Bracket 500 boat, and he said they're okay. And if we could get Nate Hunt's attention. He's over talking with Larry Blau right now, or is that Mark Austin? One of the officials.
Yeah, it's Mark Austin.
We're just trying to see whatever news we can get to relay to you folks.
He's moved around the corner.
Yeah.
Let's give you the schedule the rest of the day. Our third start of the day was to be the stock 450R boats, and they would be running with the Lone Extreme team boat, the JBS.
Yep.
16 power 43 MTI.
That could be the loudest race of the day.
It could.
with,
yeah, just for
with
those
tractor pipes and those V-bottoms.
Yeah, the well, the VX boats are going to be pretty loud, no doubt. And then after that, the super stock boats were to get underway. So that was supposed to be 12:30, and then super stock at 1:30, and super cat at 2:30. And the VX boats, if I'm correct, were running with the super cat boats here today. Live coverage of the 42nd annual Key West World Championships.
Is Nate Hunt still around?
Let's see if we can get Nate Hunt over here. Yeah, the World Championship powerboat races here in Key West, part of the Race World Offshore and P1 APBA National Series and the UIM World Championship. So medals being awarded also in UIM as well as APBA here in Key West. As we mentioned, Class 1, who we're anticipating in our next start, they've already wrapped up their World Championship Series, the Point Series, which ended in St. Petersburg in August. But the teams are all coming here to Key West with the race for 3 races for the standalone Race World Offshore World Championship. Again, only one team not able to make it here, and that was the Husky Ice Spritz, which finished 2nd overall in the overall World Championship. DF Young, who finished in 3rd, is here. They really came on strong during the end of the year.
I think Husky just pulled its support. So the team is probably looking for a new sponsor. Yeah,
it was in question, certainly last I heard, and Steve Curtis not here for the first time in quite a few years. After taking a long absence after winning his 2nd UIM World Championship here in Key West with Team Cougar in 1987, he actually became the first Brit to win a World Championship at just 21 years old here in Key West with one of the Cougar team from 1985, and a dramatic win for he and A.J. Roberts when they lost their co-crew team in Cougar, Still Crazy, Mike Fulla and Dick Poppin. One of the most horrible and one of the first really prolific stuffing accidents that really opened everyone's eyes to the need for safety cockpits to protect these boats. Happened out on the reef line here off of Key West, and Steve and AJ, in honor of their fallen teammates, won the World Championship that year. And again, it was Steve's first of now 9 Class 1 World Championships.
Yeah, and another very famous Cougar was the team run by Bob Kaiser and Errol Lanier.
Yes.
It was ACR, it was Systems, but
it was Gentry Turbo Eagle.
You can go on YouTube and look up footage from them just hauling the mail in one race down here one year. But then there was another year where they wound up on the beach somewhere. Remember, they were taking on water. Bob said all of a sudden the boat didn't feel right and his feet were getting wet. So Errol told him just steer over there, and they beached it. That's a pretty iconic photo in the sport. I remember it was one of the ones on the wall of the, if I'm not mistaken, at the boathouse at the Sarasota Hyatt, along with the photo of the Popeyes boat washing down people on the bridge with a rooster tail. So we're still still looking at the Mod V boat. Mod V, that's the LSB.
Yep, back at the cranes. So nothing is happening, and I got to believe that this start before the intermission is going to be in question at this moment.
Yeah.
But while we do have time, you know, I just mentioned how the DF Young team was coming up strong late in the year.
Yeah.
Rich Wyatt, that's the longest boat in the Class 1 field, 50-foot Mystic. He's teamed up this year with a driver that is not unfamiliar to World Championships, Hugh Fuller. I certainly remember him racing alongside Johnny Tomlinson and the Drambuie on Ice team in the early 2000s. That boat finished the 3rd overall in the Class 1 World Championship behind the Husky Ice Spritz and the 222 Offshore. Darren Nicholson, Giovanni Carpatella, your Class 1 World Champions in 222 Offshore Australia. But there were some other teams that really came on strong at the second half of the Class 1 World Championship Series, not just Rich Wyatt's DF Young, the 50-foot Mystic, but also the X-Insurance 43 MTI with Randy Kent and Brant Bruggeman, and then Monster Energy, the boat that Peter Ledden built for Tyler Miller of MCon. The Monster Energy team, the 438 Skater, after a slow start for them, the newest boat in the field, really came on strong, picked up a couple of podiums, and they were just points away from actually, they ended up 4th overall, Myrick Coyle and Tyler Miller.
Yeah, I remember talking to Tyler, and one of the things he said, I think it was St. Pete, where he said, they podiumed there, right? I'm pretty sure they were 3rd. But he said, we took care of the big things, now it's just the little things. And Tyler's a very detail-oriented guy. If you look at all the data he pours over that he did in Supercat through the years, now they're doing the same thing in Class 1. So you can only imagine they're going to have an accelerated program coming up through. And Rich Wyatt, that boat's been around a little bit, and he's run it with a lot of different configurations. So he just had to take the time to learn how to run these motors. And I think he and Hugh could do real well, especially if the wind picks up on Sunday the way they're saying it's gonna, because that's the biggest boat in the fleet.
Yep, and you mentioned those 3 teams in particular, the Monster Energy team, the X-Insurance team, Grant Bruggeman coming into that boat in mid-season with Randy Kent, and then, of course, Rich Wyatt. Rich Wyatt, I think, was running Stotler engines last year that were detuned to 1100, and he got his Mercury 1100 QC4V engines. The Insurance team doesn't have to make the gear ratio changes because they have the fixed number 6s on the back. They are fixed. They have the skegs cut off the back of them, but the boat has a rudder. That's the way it turns, and it's the only boat in the Class 1 field that doesn't run the surface drives with the
BPMs.
The yes, exactly.
And it's still, you never know what Billy Moore might pull out of his hat with the DeFalco boat. He's had some time with it now to get it ready for down here, and he, we know his history, we know his experience, so you never know. That could be one of those things where DeFalco comes and surprises a few people.
Yeah, one thing of note is that they're going to go to a victory hole next year. It's the only outer limits boat in Class 1. Interestingly enough, Billy Moore is connected to that 47 victory that Mike Falco has already purchased, and they couldn't get it ready for Key West. Interesting enough, Billy Moore raced that boat in CT Marine.
Yeah, CT Marine.
CT Marine, and it is infamously the boat that went over the back of Randy Sissom and Bob Bull when they were turning into the pits here in front of the fans. The spectacular footage that you see on YouTube with Mike Yowowski calling is one of the most watched YouTube videos about offshore racing. Yeah, so we're still waiting for news about what's happening with this race, but folks, I'm sad to say, with just about 25 minutes till this harbor closure, it's got us in a halftime show right now trying to get information. I can't imagine that we're going to have racing again until 12:30.
But at least it's nice weather. We're not dealing with a gale coming in like at Marathon.
But we'll have to have all of those. We'll have to have all those races this afternoon at 12:30. So we're going to have a complete reset of the afternoon agenda here in the 42nd annual Key West World Championship races. Thanks for bearing with us, and as we gather information, waiting on. Okay. So they are waiting for medical to get back on site. Do they think they're going to try and race before 11:30? We heard from race control that they're waiting for medical to get on site. I do see a couple of medical boats moving out towards the course. This is a tight window. Possibly they're able to work with the U.S. Coast Guard and the permit here in the harbor and maybe change that
maybe they moved the window for
possibly. I've never seen it happen before.
No.
I've just never seen it. But we're also working with a shorter window. Normally our window is like 11. Information will continue on. I'm Todd Swafford with the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. You also hear me on Whale 99.5, the Florida Keys rock station, as well all the Race World Offshore sites. And Eric Colby joins me from Speed on the Water. It's our halftime show here.
And one of the other things that I was able to do for this week is fans of automotive performance know the SEMA show. And I do some writing for the SEMA News magazine, and I'm going to put together an article on basically how the World Championship kind of takes over Key West for the week.
It does.
And the impact that it has. And it's similar for their crowd to the way the Baja 1000 takes over Ensenada, Mexico event. So you get the 74 race boats here, plus all the support people, plus all the boats on in the Poker Run. So this is just like Speed Week for Key West. I mean, you've seen it.
Oh, absolutely, and it's just gone off the chain, as Stu Jones always has about 250 boats coming to Key West for the World Championships, and just shy of that 250 mark here in Key West for this event. So the town is just packed with not only boat race teams but poker runners as well.
And you talk to someone like a Randy Sism from MTI or some of the other boat manufacturers. And that's a big part of their, their marketing, their, having boats on display, having boats participating in that run. It's a very big endeavor, and it means a lot to the city as well. So I think the SEMA crowd is going to like that article.
Well, I mean, just from a perspective of a guy that grew up in Key West and in the 70s came down to watch these races, it gave me the inspiration to get into broadcasting them in 1981. The impact of the city is tremendous. If you talk to anyone in the hospitality industry, my goodness, I mean, this is the time of year for them where they make the biggest bang for their buck. They love the powerboat racers when they come to town. The hotels are busy. The restaurants are full. The bars are teeming with people. And, I mean, who doesn't love to come to Key West, especially at the end of your boating season when everything's getting winterized? And there's official word from Race Control that we will start at 12:30, but we'll start with the Class 1 in Mod V and follow it with the Factory 450R. The Extreme boat with the Jeff Stevenson and Mike Stancombe will run with them. I can't imagine they're combining any of these classes. They already have so many boats out in each and every one of these classes. And then that'll be followed by Super Stock and Super Cat and VX. Yeah, let's just finish before we go to break. Wrapping up talking about
Myrick Coyle's going 3 straight races.
Well, yeah, you're going to have to accommodate for that, aren't you? I mean,
well, they have their support boat, so if they need to get him off one of the race boats and into the next boat, they have a boat here for that. Their personal shuttle service. But yeah, he's and you know what? I'm sure he's fine with it.
Yeah. Again, just to wrap up, the Thursday night, 7 o'clock, it's the annual fundraiser Speed on the Water puts on at Pickles Sandbar. It's pouring out into the street. The street is closed in front on Green Street. The Monster Energy 438 Class 1 boat is going to be there. I'm pretty sure that Taylor Sism's TS Motorsports and Marine Technologies team from the Stock 450R is going to be out in front. The auction benefits Samuel's House, and there is an unnamed sponsor who I've heard is going to match the donation. You know, last year they split the donations with hurricane relief in Fort Myers with Samuel's House, and they still totaled nearly or may have exceeded 6 figures. So this year, again, I mean, in total, Samuel's House has so greatly benefited from the Speed on the Water Bash. Again, certainly over 6 figures in the 10 years that they've raised to help our local community here in Key West, and always it warms my heart. I love talking to Matt Trulio and Jason Johnson about it. What a huge endeavor it is to help our community, and just back to what Eric was talking about how the powerboat community, they treat Key West like a second home, and they open their checkbooks and their hearts to help out Samuel's House.
And for those who aren't from the area, what is Samuel's House? What is
Samuel's House? Is a shelter that helps women in challenging situations that maybe they're going through rough spots, maybe with children, broken
homes,
broken homes and such. A wonderful endeavor. We highly recommend that you look them up online, and whenever you're feeling generous, there's certainly a worthwhile charity to give your donation to. Go ahead, Rick. I know Rick Lopez works very closely with Samuel's House here at Florida Keys Media, and what a great charity that Speed on the Water picked to benefit our community.
Yeah, no, they do such tremendous work. Hey, Todd, I just got word from Larry Blau, president of Race World Offshore. This race that was supposed to start here at 10:45 will now be pushed back after the harbor reopens. So our next race will be this 10:45 race at 12:30. So they got to close the harbor down here from 11:30 to 12:30. So we will not be able to get race number 2 in, but then we'll go in consecutive order after that.
All right, just as we kind of thought. So they won't be combining any classes. We'll just be pushing everything back to, so I mean, we're going to be a little bit longer into the day, certainly. Imagine we may not finish up racing here until about 4 o'clock. It's all going to crank back up again at 12:30, the 42nd Annual Key West World Championship races. You're watching live coverage at Race World Offshore's Facebook page, presented by Maximum Inflation. And, of course, from the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center, the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships from Race World Offshore are presented by Performance Boat Center. We'll be back with our in-between race reports coming up. Keep you updated right on up to the start of racing again at 12:30 here in Key West on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
Historic Pepe's Cafe in Key West, founded in 1909, still does things the old way, diachronic, if you will. How about fresh squeezed juices? Think how good that margarita or Greyhound will taste. Blue Point oysters shucked to order because oysters work better that way. Fresh breads and outstanding specials in an eatery that opened the same year Ole Evinrude invented the first outboard motor. And get a jump on someone's birthday and check out our retail offerings for some great gift ideas. Pepe's Cafe, Old Town Key West, of course.
Powerboating in Paradise returns to the Florida Keys November 7th through the 13th with the Florida Powerboat Club's 31st Annual Key West Poker Run, presented by Mercury Racing. This week-long event features 250 powerboat teams and 2,000 participants from around the globe, enjoying the beautiful waterways of the Florida Keys and Key West, and the luxurious guest experience from hotel partners including Hyatt Centric Key West, The Marker, Pier House, and Casa Marina. Join the fun at the Conch Republic Seafood Company Thursday through Saturday.
Hey Keys family, Lichty Marina Marathon is proud to be the Keys' largest Suzuki repower dealer. Suzuki engines deliver unmatched reliability and performance. This week's boat of the week is the super sweet Pioneer 180 Islander. The 180 Islander is the perfect boat for family fun. With its 6-person capacity, this center console is the perfect boat to pull up to the sandbars and enjoy the outdoors with friends and family. Come see us at 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon, or check us out online at marathonsuzuki.com.
It's the Fast Boats and Boots concert presented by X Insurance, featuring some of Key West's best local musical talent: Cliff Cody, Key West Kings, Rob Benton, K-Rush, and Wolf Love Band. Happening Saturday, November the 11th at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater. Join X Insurance for their 2nd annual official Race World Offshore Fast Boats and Boots concert. Get your tickets online now at fastboatsandboots.com. That's fastboatsandboots.com.
30 seconds. Okay. Mitch will be on number 2. Joey's on number 5.
You guys, guys. Let me get this stuff.
Do you want to? Okay.
Okay.
Give Joey a good job for a minute. Until he needs to be on. Let's hope.
On the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
All right, that's right. We are live here at the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance has built the most advanced cockpit-controlled hydraulic transom lift system in the world. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. The Lichty Marina Marathon halftime report continues, brought to you by Lichty Marina Marathon. Carries a complete line of new and used boats. Lichty Marine, 9200 Overseas Highway and Marathon. Welcome back, everyone, to the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races. I'm Rick Lopez as we get ready for race number 2. Again, race number 2 was supposed to start at 10:45, but due to the spin out that we had in race number 1, race 2 will be moved back after the harbor reopens at 12:30. So race 2 start time will be coming up at 12:30. But it is a great honor indeed, a big welcome to now a Key West native, right?
Sure.
Yeah, can I say that? Mitch Covington, Senior Vice President of Sports Marketing for Monster Energy Drinks, who has made Key West his home. Good to see you, buddy.
Good to be here, Rick.
How's it going so far?
Man, it's going great.
Yeah.
And we dialed up a beautiful day for the weather here, and
wow.
Be out here on the outer mole doing boat racing. Couldn't ask for better.
I don't think we could ask for much more weather-wise. I mean, it's absolutely Chamber of Commerce type stuff here today. But Monster Energy Drink, tell me about your organization, involvement in sports. It really, really involved with Race World Offshore and helping present this World Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Monster Energy was pretty much built around sports. And it's our key marketing platform for the whole company worldwide. We don't normally buy a lot of television ads and traditional advertising like you see with a lot of mainstream companies. It was all built off sponsorship of athletes and race teams, and you know, we also into music and you know, things like that. So yeah, this is right down our alley, man. This is high performance
because you guys
racing.
do a lot of extreme sports events as stuff.
Absolutely.
You know, so at this offshore powerboat racing seems like a perfect fit for Monster Energy.
It really is, and it's on the water where people out here having a good time, and you know, Monster's about having a good time. When you think of Monster, we want you to think about having a good time, and so you know, being on the water combined with racing and high performance and good athletes and good fun is, man, it couldn't be a better fit.
Yeah, if you look out onto the race course, you see the Monster Energy buoy markers out there, and you have one of your boats, Monster Energy, will be racing in race number 2 today.
Yeah, Tyler Miller is and his team at MCon and Myrick, they're going to bring it. So can't wait.
Have you ever gotten the boat?
You know, I think I have been on it one time, and I've been on some of them, you know, some of the other races, but, you know, I'll leave the racing to the guys. And you know.
Yeah, your company sponsors all these extreme sports, but you're a fly fisherman. You're not getting into those boats.
That's right. I'm a fly fisherman. But, you know, that's kind of my escape from all the racing we do around the world that I genuinely love. I mean, I'm a racer at heart, and I love being around the races and around other sports as well. But the fly fishing in Key West on the flats, you know, is what I really like doing.
Right, you can't beat that. And one of the things that, for racers, to come to Key West is a draw in itself. And everyone would like to be here. And you see this field that we have, Mitch, with 74 teams racing here. This is pretty remarkable.
Absolutely. You know, I was talking to Larry at the beginning of the week, and he told me how many boats they had, and I'm like, man, where are you going to park all those boats in Key West?
My question to him as well, yeah.
Yeah, but you know, that's great. It creates a lot of buzz around Key West, brings in a lot of people to Key West to have fun and enjoy it. It's good for the sport, and you know, we're just really happy to see it.
Now, where is Monster Energy going in the future? What do you guys, what do you see for your company?
Well, you know, we're just gonna keep bringing it. We're just, you know, we're a lifestyle in a can, and we're just gonna keep bringing that. We're growing around the world in leaps and bounds, and you know, we are who we are. We don't plan on changing a whole lot. No matter how big the company gets or how big we are, you know, we were built on racing, sports, parties, and girls, and you know, that recipe's worked real extremely well for us, and we're just going to do more of it.
Right. Now, speaking of parties and things like that, it's part of the whole race week or all the different functions outside of the racing, the big Duval Street party on Friday night, the big event for Samuel's House on Green Street on Thursday, which you guys are a big part of as well. Tell me some of the things that Monster Energy is going to be doing throughout the week here in Key West.
Yeah, you know, Monster don't want to just be a sponsor that comes in and hangs signs. That's, you know, that's not us. We like to be part of the sport. We like to be ingrained into it. That's why normally when we go into a new sport, you'll see that we start out with racers. We start out with a, you know, in this, like a boat in the race, and then we expand from there. And then we like to bring the party and have a good time. You know, we're bringing the Monster girls in from all around. You know, be sure and come out and get your picture made with, we've got 4 of the most beautiful and most popular Monster girls that work our events, from NASCAR to PBR bull riding to Formula One. They're here in Key West this week to help bring the party, and then we're involved with the Samuel's House thing
Thursday
there.
night, Speed on the Water, a big event, right?
Yeah, that's right. You know, Monster we like to give back as well, and that's a great cause. I mean, if you don't come to Key West this week for any other reason, if you're local here, come for that. It's an awesome cause. And then stick around for the Monster Party at Rick's on Friday night for the championship. A lot of super VIP that people can't get into. We want everybody to enjoy the brand and come have a good time.
Well, that's what you guys are about, having a good time. Monster Energy, a drink, a massive part of the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races. Are you having a good time, Mitch?
Having a great time. Yeah. Just sitting here looking at the Tuconks medical boat out there, and I see a Monster logo on the back there. They're looking good. Hats off to Captain Jack, looking good today.
Mitch Covington, great to see you, buddy. Senior Vice President of Sports Marketing for Monster Energy. Have a great week, buddy. Thank you so much, and for all you do for the sport and being such a big part of our race week. Right. And go see Mitch and the team Friday night right in front of Rick's. That's where the Monster Energy boat's going to be.
All right, thanks a lot, Rick.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Mitch Covington from Monster Energy. We are just getting started today here. We've only had one race. Remember, race number 2 had to be postponed and pushed back to start at 12:30. So we still have 4 amazing races coming your way today, and we have a lot more to do here at the Lichty Marine of Marathon halftime show when we come back to the Porte Performance Broadcast Center here at the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races on the Zone 97.7 WAVK.
There's a lot of boat rental places in town, but none of them compare to the brand new Fund. Membership is limited, so visit beachweekendkeywest.com for more info.
Catch all the action of the powerboat races at El Mesón de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Quench your thirst with one of their homemade mojito specials. Grab a Cuban mix or one of their delicious specials for lunch. Later on, watch the sunset and have dinner and dancing to the tunes of Caribe. No matter what, you'll be right in the middle of it all in the magic, beauty, and charm of Old Havana right here at El Mesón de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Preserving Key West Cuban conch history since 1997.
Take a walk down to 724 Duval Street to Bourbon Street Pub, Key West original Nolans-themed video bar featuring the Men of Bourbon Nightly, live VJs, live shows, 5 bars, the world-famous garden bar by the pool. Check out bourbonstpub.com for all the happenings. Also, check out the Nolans House right next door. It's the total entertainment package at Bourbon Street Pub. Play where you stay.
We've Got the Keys, your local expert for celebration and event planning, specializing in creative incentive travel and one-of-a-kind events. We love Key West and proudly produce some of your favorite annual festivals, including Fantasy Fest, Taste of Key West, the Key West Songwriters Festival, and the Key Lime Festival. We've Got the Keys takes pride in gathering people together, creating fun and unforgettable events that showcase all that Key West has to offer. Go to we'vegotthekeys.com. Cheers to your next Key West event.
And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
That's right. We are back here at the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance with Scott Porte at the helm leads the way in hydrodynamic and aerodynamic technology for the marine industry. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. We roll on with the Lichty Marine of Marathon halftime report. Lichty Marine of Marathon carries boats like Bulls Bay, Sundance, Spider, and more. Lichty Marine at 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. I'm Rick Lopez, back once again with my broadcast partner, J.W. Cook, Joey Cook from the Key Citizen. And Joey, we are in our halftime intermission. Again, the harbor will reopen at 11:30. And again, the top story so far this morning, Joey, was the spin out on the final lap there in the first race today with the teams from bracket 200. So we had some medical issues that needed to be taken care of. So the medical team wasn't able to get back in time. So that's why, to get back to the race course.
Right.
So that's why race 2 has been pushed back to start at 12:30.
When you have two boats involved the way that you do, that you need all the safety crews to get everybody back to where they need to be, hospital, flying them out or whatever it is. So yeah, it was a two-boat involvement is a huge mess up there. You know what I mean? It's a lot. That's 4 guys that you got to make sure your safety on. So every safety crew was occupied there. And again, we're still waiting on news on everybody. But at this moment, just the prayers keep your prayers out for all 4 of those guys there in those 2 boats, the Freebird and that X-Insurance boat. But that was bracket class 500 that incident happened in.
Yeah, this is Eric Colby.
Yeah, there's Eric.
I've communicated with Mike Stancombe from the X-Insurance boat, and he and JJ are okay.
Oh, they are. Good.
So the concern is the guys from the Freebird team, and I don't think we should be speculating on anything until the officials tell us.
Never, yeah.
But
they said just keep the prayers out for them. Just keep your good positive thoughts and that everything's going to be okay. And the safety crew within seconds was there as always. They were right on it. They did a great job as always. And you saw that red smoke coming out of the helicopter within. I mean, my head checked back that way, and my eyes saw that red smoke coming out right away from a high vantage point. So very well done, very well executed. And just like I said, hopefully everything goes well for the rest of the day.
Right. We'll get you set with that race coming up. Good to have Eric back with us here at the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races. Guys, part of the fun here is all the different parties and events that are coming up. We'll talk with Eric about the Speed on the Water event here in a second. But, another big event, guys, that's coming up is the big concert that's going to be taking place on Saturday night. The 2nd Annual Boats and Boots Concert presented by X-Insurance. It's the largest concert event of race week, and it's going to happen right here at the Truman Waterfront Park in the Coffee Butler Amphitheater. It's a Saturday night from 11 to 10 p.m. And here's what we want to do. I want to give away a pair of tickets to that here today. So if you're out here on the Mole, if you come to the Zone Broadcast Center, which is actually the Porte Performance Broadcast Center, you'll see our big banners there. And if you're the first, Eric Colby, Speed on the Water, got a major event on Thursday night.
Yeah, it's something that Matt and Jason, the founders and the owners of the site, put together. So I don't know a whole lot about it, to be honest with you. But so my job is to make sure and come down here that we get the coverage for Speed on the Water. So being able to sit here with Todd, being right on the race course,
doing a great job,
gets me the best coverage I can get. But I've just heard so many good things about.
Well, let me fill you in. This event has gotten so big now. Yeah. They're closing Green Street down and taking the event out on Green Street, and it's a huge fundraiser for Samuel's House, which does such good work here in our community. And this party is now spilling out onto the streets. They're going to raise tons of money for Samuel's House. It's an event you're going to want to see and be a part of.
Well, and if you know Matt Trulio, he's like one of the most gracious guys. He cares about a lot of charities and he's always given his time to things like that. I don't know. I hired him at Powerboat Magazine probably in 1995, something along those lines, and he's just always been that way. So it's not surprising to me to hear of his efforts in this.
Right. Well,
or Jason's.
Yeah, and we're going to, by the way, gang, we're going to have a special 2-hour live broadcast on Thursday night from Pickles Sandbar starting at 5 o'clock, and we'll be talking with everybody involved in that event. Hope you can join us, come down and be part of it as well. That's coming up this Thursday night. And again, on Saturday night is the Boats and Boots concert presented by X Insurance. And if you'd like to go, I got a couple of tickets to give to you, and you can go be a part of that big event coming up on Saturday. All right, so now tell me, Eric, here, you know, as a race team, you're all prepped, you're all prepared, you're ready to go, thinking you're going to go at 10:45. What goes through their minds when they find out, oh, wait a minute, we got to pull the boats back in and we got to wait?
I think it depends on the person, really. I mean, most of these guys have been doing this a while. When you get into Class 1 and the Mod V boats, they, you know, Steve Miklos, Britt Lilly, a lot of these guys have been around for a while. So, yeah, they were up. Now they're kind of come back down to earth. They'll get back up again.
Right.
I'm not too concerned about that.
No, I'm not either.
That wasn't the way he wanted testing to have gone. But he said he had another prop that was only a half pitch difference, so that's not going to make that much of a difference in these conditions. I am hearing that wind could go up Friday and Sunday, so we'll always. This seems to happen. It seems to get brought in on Sundays to make the final day a little more interesting. But we'll just have to see what they, you know. I think the racing's still going to be great today.
I think it's going to be, yeah, I mean, again, this is the Class 1 premiere in Key West. Finally, we get to see these Class 1 boats they've been teased about. They've been saying they're coming, they're coming, they're coming. They're finally here. Hey, we get the Class 1s. Exciting. But I think you have a good point there, and Eric, is right now, all these guys are looking at all of their setups that they had planned out for the morning.
Yes.
And now watching how things are going to change in this next hour, and could be shifting a weight here or there. Changing a prop, that's a might be a bit extreme, but you never know. Maybe they will still make an extreme. But again, I don't think it's going to change that drastically by an hour. But hey, if it starts to within this hour, you could see the crews get into a lot of work over there, especially on those Class 1s. And again, the Mod Vs, both of those could be real interesting to see how they're balancing the weights here coming up as this goes on this afternoon.
But then you have the guys doing double duty. So now you have Myrick Coyle is going to be out on the Class 1 boat. And then I think it goes Super Stock and then Super Cat.
Yeah, and he's got back for the Super Cat.
So
right.
Myrick could call in after his experience on the Class 1 boat to change something on the performance boats under Super Stock boat.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then Jay Muller could call into WHM when he's coming back in from the stock race because he's in the Celsius boat now.
Right.
So all that stuff, and what's his name? Sean Torrente will be in the stock 450 boat, and then he's going to go in a Super. So the on-water experience for the guys that are doing double duty could really pay off. And
well, especially with the Mod Vs and the Class 1 going in the afternoon right before everybody else. Those guys really don't have as big of a handicap as like the other guys that are doing the stock and the Cat double duty. Now the Class 1's right along with them, so it's going to be bang, 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 and they're going to know what it feels like. Just like the Class 1 is going to be able to help that Super Cat. And, you know, and if this is all going on, that's going to make the Super Cat races in the afternoon, which is why it's the granddaddy. You know, I know Class 1 is going to be the biggest and fastest, but there's a reason that the Super Cat is always the finale, because they are all the same specs. And it comes down to the drivers and the throttlemen and how they get around the course. There's no speed regulations. There's none of that stuff. Everybody's riding pretty much the same exact motors, same exact engines, every that stuff, and that makes it exciting. It's about who can handle the course the best and what the conditions are looking like that. And you know that by 2:30, things start to get chopped up after a while, because you have 12:30, 1:30, 2:30. I mean, 3. I mean, it's going to be back to back to back to back action. Now the water's never going to have time to settle, and so it's going to be real exciting by the Super Cats,
especially when it hits this wall and then rebounds back. So guys coming into Key West Harbor, I mean, most of these teams are experienced teams running the afternoon. But they're going to be coming into Key West Harbor, and there's going to be stuff coming back off this seawall that they're going to have to account for.
Well, that's the wall. They call it, you know, out there at the Fort Zach there, that wall area there. Because, again, this seawall is at least straight.
Yes.
Down at Fort Zach, those rocks are not straight. So you get all sorts of different rebounds coming off. You know, that comes back off, and then the waves get back out there. You could have 2 different waves going different ways. And, again, down towards turn 2, coming right around Fort Zach, you see a lot of breakouts around there, because that's where you get those rogue waves that send those bracket clats just over that 10th over. So it's a lot of breakouts happen right down there at Fort Zach with all those random waves coming at you. You're right. The best part about Key West is the different type of, there's 3 different types of waters that you got to run through. It's so crazy.
Well, I asked Jay Muller about that this morning because most race sites you go to, the conditions around the course are pretty much consistent.
Not here.
It's either rough, like Cocoa Beach, for the whole course.
Right.
Or, but then you come here and it's like, okay, the harbor's nice, but whoa, you get out to the turn 2, or turn 1, and it's like,
where the waters collide. You get
I
this
just turned left and stood straight up. You know?
And then you have to run straight in. So you're running straight out across those, and then you turn straight into those waters again, right? Coming off Fort Zach and a bunch of different rogue waves coming at you to turn back and run straight into the smooth water where you really get to throttle it down and show off with the fans going right down Mobile. And that's when you get the triple-digit speeds by some of those big boys that we're going to be seeing here.
Well, plus you have, what do we have, 10 or 11 boats in Super Cat?
I haven't even counted that. Yeah, 11. I think 10, it was 11.
We have 11 boats, and we had
25 this morning in the bracket class. That was crazy.
But we have the Horsepower Mafia boat in lane 1.
Oh, did he get the card?
This is their first race this year.
Wow.
So he's going to be. That's going to be a crazy spot for him to be in.
It's not Anthony Smith, the driver's first race, because he drives LPC, but it's still the father and son in the boat together in a competitive environment. First time this year. So
and on a course like this, it's going to change so much. By turn 1, people are going to be fighting for that #1 spot, and he's going to get pinched on the inside or have to get out quickly.
Yes.
That'll be really interesting to see.
And that's interesting too, because think about how many teams are racing in each race.
Yes.
I mean these are large fields of teams that are going to be out there.
Well, even the 450, the stock 450, just 2 years ago, the stock 450 had just the Taylor Chisholm MTI there.
Yes.
You look at the class this year, there's 6 boats in that class this year. It's going to be a fun class to watch that 450 run. It really, really is. I think it's going to be a lot of good stuff. You're like the Mod V. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 boats of again, all stock, everything.
And the cool
running the
thing
same
about
thing,
that,
and they're
though,
all about the same. They're so cool.
You know what's cool about that, though, too? Whether it's Supercat or Mod V, now it's becoming an engine builders competition.
Exactly.
You got Sterling, you got Cassie, you've got HRE, I think, in Billy Moore's boat in the Supercat in Chris Grant Gradell.
Nice.
And then HP Mafia builds their own.
Right.
And then
just like Coco's Monkey come to the stocks too. It's the same thing with the super stocks. They're all pretty much the same, and it's all about, who's got the best, the skater or is it the Doug Wrights? Is it you know what I mean? So it's a lot of the brand. You're right. It's all about the manufacturers now are starting to get bigger play into it as well.
And Mod
just
V,
like that stock NASCAR kind of environment.
Yeah, Mod V, you got Tyler Crockett in Britt Lilly's boat, and that's a name a lot of people know.
Yeah.
And so it's
well, I always love the Hurricane of Awesomeness. I'll never not call it that. When I first saw it debut, it will always be the Hurricane of Awesomeness. You can call it whatever you want, LSB, Revac. Nah, that's the Hurricane of Awesomeness in my book, always, forever.
Well, plus, the lineage there.
Oh,
Art Lilly.
Yeah. Yes.
One of the great champions of the sport, but just a great champion of performance boating, and one of the best guys you'll meet. So we always want to wish him well. And some of the other guys that, through the years, I think Peter Meyer's here.
Is he?
I heard a rumor he might be here. So it's just the people you meet through the years.
He had some great boats. That Instigator was always the biggest and loudest and make your bones rattle. You're at a boat race when that Instigator came by and Pete came by with his that big old engine running out there.
Well, I was looking forward to seeing the GNS Motorsports boat run. I was hoping, but they had to scratch. I'm pretty sure that's the old Muscle Racing boat, right?
Is that what that one is?
I think so, yeah. Well, that leopard print, there aren't too many boats that had that.
Right, yes.
But I was looking forward, and I was happy to see the performance of the Justice League boat, the new Phantom, in bracket 200 before they had some problems. But that boat was running well at the start. They were giving Predator everything they could handle.
It was that was that bracket 200 class race. Well, just to see the Batman, finally get to see the Batman, because I've seen it in videos, you've seen it, but to see it actually in person, that's a fun boat to look at. The wings coming off that bat and his cape, what a great boat that was. And you know what? You give him one more lap, I think he was going to make a run at the Predator. And again,
well, Billy Shipley said that, because that's a rudder boat. And he said they can turn that thing so well,
which goes well for the bracket classes. So we'll see how the breakouts come and who was actually. That's gonna be real interesting to see the results when they actually come out for that first race there and how they all play everything out. I got a lot of questions
because that's a whole nother level of tempering yourself.
Oh God,
you're racing side by side with someone, and if it's whether it's a 60-mile-an-hour bracket in 700 or, you know, the other class, you're going 59.9, you're like, I can't go any faster, but I don't want this guy to beat me.
Right, and it's all about the turns and the throttle and hitting the throttle at the right point and getting it back up on the plane as it goes through. And again, as we talked about, where there's so many waves, especially out there between turn 1 and turn 2, if you're sitting at 59.9 and you hit the wrong wave and all of a sudden you're at 60.1, you're broken out. You're to the back of the pack. And then it comes a game of, hey, if I knew I broke out, do I start trying to pull their teams with me to break out with me too?
Well,
and that has happened before, you know? That's a part of the mental game.
I think when they read the GPSs, like, you're given some leeway for, like, the duration of the breakout. Or it's like, I think the worst offender is the one that, you know, if you're the least offender, you're still okay. I think that's how it works. But we should double check that, obviously. But there is some leeway given for, I mean.
Well, but again, at that point, you want, again, if you know you've broken out.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to start pulling everybody and try to get somebody else to break out with you. Never who it is, how long it is. Might as well go for it, you know.
Remember Supercat on Sunday last year? Because Pro Floors had broken, I think, on Wednesday.
Yes, yeah.
And or no, they
were ready in the lead, and they had trouble Wednesday, didn't race Friday, and they came back Sunday to win it.
Because Pro Floors took off on Sunday.
Right.
And Myrick's telling Tyler
we don't
in
have
the
to race
MCON
them.
boat.
Our whole racing experience down here, and knowing it where you're at, again, especially in those bracket classes, knowing where you're sitting at and everything like that.
Well, guys, we're approaching the 12 noon hour here. Race number 2 will be coming your way at 12:30 this afternoon. 4 big races still to come. We've got a winner for our Boats and Boots concert ticket giveaway. We'll let you know who that is as we return to the Lichty Marine Marathon halftime report after this break here live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center at the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races here in Key West.
Auto Center is your hometown car dealership. Now with 2 locations at 1618 and 3500 North Roosevelt Boulevard in Key West. Same great staff with over 80 local employees ready to serve you. Keys Auto Center has every brand you can imagine. Chevys, Buicks, GMC trucks, Cadillacs, Corvettes, Nissans, Ford, Chryslers, Dodge, Jeep, Rams, and Toyotas. Go to KeysAutoCenter.com to see all that Keys Auto Center can do for you.
Key West Adventures, Jeep Rentals, and more at 3424 North Roosevelt Boulevard. You're probably wondering what the more is all about. Well, the more now includes both.
Historic Pepe's Cafe in Key West, founded in 1909, still does things the old way. Diachronic, if you will. How about fresh squeezed juices? Think how good that margarita or Greyhound will taste. And point oysters chucked to order, because oysters work better that way. Fresh breads and outstanding specials in an eatery that opened the same year Ole Evinrude invented the first outboard motor. And get a jump on someone's birthday and check out our retail offerings for some great gift ideas. Pepe's Cafe, Old Town Key West, of course.
If you love powerboats, Key West is the place to be all this week as the Florida Powerboat Club returns with the 31st Annual Key West Poker Run, presented by Mercury Racing. See the latest powerboats from the leading performance manufacturers on display at the Conch Republic Seafood Company Poker Run Village and at FPC Marina Partners, including A&B Marina and Key West Bight Marina in the historic Seaport, plus the Perry Marina and Ocean's Edge Resort on Stock Island. Help us celebrate 50 years of wide open with Mercury Racing.
And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
All right, we are back here at the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. Go to PorteProducts.com to see all that Porte Performance can do for you. We're in the middle of the Lichty Marine Marathon halftime report, brought to you, of course, by Lichty Marine Marathon, which carries boats like Bulls Bay, Sundance, Spider, and more. Lichty Marine, 9200 Overseas Highway and Marathon, and they also have a full service department. Great folks for all your boating needs. Check out the good people at Lichty Marine Marathon. Rick Lopez back with J.W. Cook. You always say hurricane of awesomeness. I don't care what you put on the newspaper. It's always Joey Cook to me. So that's just the way it will always be. Joey.
It's always those that knew me before versus those that knew me after I came back from college and my name had, gone a little more professional.
Right. We got a winner for our first giveaway for the big Boats and Boots concert coming up on Saturday night, this November 11th. Congratulations to Phil Schultz from Chicago. Phil was the winner, and he's got a pair of tickets to the biggest concert event of Race Week, the second annual Boots and Boats concert, which will be at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater at Truman Waterfront Park, right just down the a block or so from where we're broadcasting right now. Tremendous acts. It's going to be a great night. We're going to have another ticket giveaway for you coming up during Friday's broadcast. Let's bring in the man that makes all this happen. He is the president of Race World Offshore, our good buddy Larry Blyle. Hello, Larry.
How's it going, Rick?
12 noon on the dot here. Larry, take us back to what went down in race number 1 today that ended up having us to push things back for race number 2 start time to be at 12:30.
Well, what happened is we had 2 of the Class 7 boats that banged into each other, and all the 2 drivers from each boat were ejected from the boat, and the one was transported to the hospital and is going to be transported by helicopter to Miami. I don't know what the conditions are or anything like that. It's just, it's racing, and they ran into each other, and both from both boats.
Right at turn 3, right?
Right coming into the harbor, and on the last lap, that was, it was. So what that caused is that the ambulance transported him from the Navy station to the hospital, which made us not have another ambulance. And I called the fire chief, and he said that every ambulance is at the hospital.
Hey, Larry, we've got our first podium podium awards to be handed out. Let's send it over to the voice of offshore powerboat racing, Todd Swafford, over there right now to hand out these awards.
Refreshing. Oh, that's going to leave a mark. There you go, refreshing, good for you. It will stain your clothes. Coconut milk from the Coconut Man, the official coconut of the RWO World Championships. And third place in bracket class 200, 221, OC Racing. OC, step up to the podium with caution. All right, due to the delay, a lot of folks had to move on. We may not get OC here, but let's give a big round of applause to our number 2 team. Look great out on the water today, Batman Racing in bracket class 200. All right, moving on to bracket class 400. We'll start with team number 3. They finished 3rd overall on the podium today, unofficially in the Truman Waterfront Cup. Bracket class 400, the 477 Allied Offshore Racing. Team Allied. I'm in the chop zone. Coconut Man presenting them the official coconut of the RWO World Championships. 3rd place, Allied Offshore Racing. And 2nd place, 427 Team Woody Racing. Bracket class 400. Team Woody Racing. And your winner today for the Truman Waterfront Cup in bracket class 400, 404 Simmons Racing. There they are to the top of the podium. Simmons Racing presented the official drink of the Key West World Championships, courtesy of the Coconut Man. Simmons Racing. Cheers, gentlemen. Congratulations. Truman Waterfront champions today. The first day of racing in the World Championships.
Back to, there was Todd Swafford there with the first podium presentations after race 1 today. We are back here at the Porte Performance Broadcast Center with the Lichty Marine of Marathon halftime report. And we're in the middle of our conversation with the president of Race World Offshore, Larry Blyland. Larry, one of the cool features, we also have the live stream also on YouTube of the coverage, and we were watching it. And I was just looking at your face. That was just the way you kind of envisioned having a podium, which you added a couple of years ago to the races, where the fans could see them and have a presentation. As long as everybody survives the machete chopping of the coconuts, it's pretty good.
I like that, the chop zone. that was pretty.
But that's
good.
pretty awesome, and that's a feature that we're going to have after all the races, Larry, where the fans can come and get up and close and personal and cheer on the teams for the podium presentations each day.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, that's good stuff there. You know, it's unique to racing anywhere.
All right, so we're off and running. How are things going so far here, Larry, at the 42nd Annual World Championships?
Well, everything is going well. You know, as you know, Wednesday, the first day of everything, we're getting all the bugs worked out and all the stuff, and already had people make mimeograph copies of the VIP tickets and try to get in. So we're you know, all that kind of stuff going on, you know. So, but we couldn't start the next race because we didn't have an ambulance here.
Oh my goodness! Yeah.
So he said as soon as one of the ambulances was released, they would send them back over here to the Navy base, so that, or to the Coast Guard station, so that we could. And so that he's over there now waiting, but. You know, that was like a half an hour before we were going to have to close the harbor for that hour delay for the traffic to go through. So there was really no sense to start the next race, which is, you know, the Class 1s and Mod Vs. So we decided to just delay it. Since these are half races today, you know, we're not going to run out of time at the end of the day. It's just going to push us out a little bit further.
Right.
At the
So
end of the day.
So what happens now is we'll get race 2 that was supposed to start at 10:45. That now starts at 12:30.
Right.
That'll be the first of 4 races, pretty much in a row.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, what we're going to do is we can do the second race and the third race. You know, we'll get the first race done, the second race done. The helicopters are going to stay out and all that. The boats are going to go out. They're going to start the third race right then.
Full fields racing here today.
Exactly. You know, and that's, you know, like I told everybody, you know, let's chill out, guys. It's, you know, 3 days. We got 3 days of racing here. So it's, you know, use it as practice, learn the course, do all that, and then we'll go.
All right, we got to head back to the podium. The voice of Offshore Powerboat Racing, Todd Swafford, with more presentations.
We're back at 12:30 with Class 1 racing and Mod Vs, all the other classes coming up this afternoon right here on the Race World Offshore Facebook page.
Did we miss that one?
Must have missed it.
Yeah. But anyway, always good to hear from Todd. Again, chatting with Larry Blyle here from Race World Offshore. And so we get ready for race number 2. How are things going out in the Rab Beats race village, Larry? I mean, you come out on this mole, and I mean, there is so much to see and do while you're out here.
Oh, this Wednesday is just phenomenal. You know, you never think it would be, you know, bigger and bigger, but there, you know, it's
Remember the days when we said, "Man, Wednesday, it was always, hey, it's a good day to get out there. It's not going to be as busy as it'll be on Friday, and it's craziness on Sunday." But that's changed.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Just think how crazy Friday.
Friday, what Sunday's going to be like. Yeah, there's so many vendors, so much food, so many different merchandise booths, and all that here. Lots for the fans to see and do. And when you go through the village, you also, Larry, get to get up close and personal with the race teams, because we've got them everywhere on Truman Annex.
Oh, absolutely. That it's, look at the weather, look at everything. You can't ask for anything better than what we've got going on now, and the teams on, Friday night, Thursday, Friday, the party on Thursday night we got going on with Speed Underwater. There's just so much going on that I'm trying to pace myself because there's something going on every night.
Every night. We just gave away a pair of tickets to the Boats and Boots concert coming up on Saturday night. We've got the big Samuel's House event with Speed on the Water Thursday night. Of course, the huge event Friday night with the Duval Street party. But you know what? I need to let everybody know, and you're going to want to be out here on Friday, because something very special is going to happen, which has never happened before in the long, long history of the World Championships here in Key West. This Friday at 12:20, we'll have our first ever U.S. Navy flyover.
Exactly. I've been wanting to get that done for years and years and years, and finally, the stars aligned, and we got it going on at 12:20 on Friday. We have you guys blast the national anthem and all that, and have those guys buzz by. It'll be pretty exciting. I was at Indy one year, and when they did the balloons and let the balloons go before the Indy 500, and the jets came over, and I said, man, we got to
do something like that, right? So
I don't know about the balloons here, because
NAS Boca Chica, the Sundowners are going to provide the flyover right over the mole here, right above the race course. That's this Friday at 12:20. Friday, of course, day 2 of racing, which after that is the Duval Street Party, which was another one of your creations that I don't think, well, maybe you did or had no idea that was going to turn into a Mardi Gras Fantasy Fest all rolled into one night event.
Exactly. That event, it's like brings the town together, it brings the boating community together, the poker run guys and the racing guys and anybody that's into boating and anybody that just wants to come down and see, all this neat stuff. There's a lot of neat stuff on the street. That's for sure.
Well, there certainly is. Okay, Larry, so we've got coming up here race number 2, the report that we have from the collision at turn 3 in race number 1 is both drivers from the boats, the X Insurance Golfing Gator and the Freebird boat were ejected. One of them has to be taken to Miami, correct?
Correct.
And we don't want to speculate on anything more than that. So race number 2 now will start at 12:30. And listen, you still got time to get down here. We've got so much racing.
We've got
so much racing to come here, Larry.
It's like we're doing the whole race starting over because we added that one. So
right,
it's
that's right. Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
it's like you're starting over again.
Larry Blau, wonderful job as always, my man. We're going to be talking to you throughout the week as we're just getting this thing started here at the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races. Thanks, Larry.
Thank you very much.
Larry Blau, president of Race World Offshore. We'll take a break here at the Lichty Marine of Marathon halftime report live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center at the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races on the Zone 97.7 WAVK.
Hey Keys family, Lichty Marine of Marathon is proud to be the Keys' largest Suzuki repower dealer. Suzuki engines deliver unmatched reliability and performance. This week's boat of the week is the super sweet Pioneer 180 Islander. The 180 Islander is the perfect boat for family fun. With its 6-person capacity, this center console is the perfect boat to pull up to the sandbars and enjoy the outdoors with friends and family. Come see us at 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon or check us out online at marathonsuzuki.com.
It's the Fast Boats and Boots concert presented by X Insurance, featuring some of Key West's best local musical talent: Cliff Cody, Key West Kings, Rob Benton, K-Rush, and Wolf Love Band. Happening Saturday, November the 11th at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater. Join X Insurance for their second annual official Race World Offshore Fast Boats and Boots concert. Get your tickets online now at fastboatsandboots.com. That's fastboatsandboots.com.
Hey Key West, Danny Hughes here from Two Friends Patio. I love live music all day, every day. And that's exactly what we have. Breakfast, lunch, happy hour, and dinner just seem better. An Eggs Benedict or Key West shrimp is more pimp. Beer tastes more cheery. You ameliorate a steak. And you're eating that food, drinking that drink, enjoying the music, and you're sitting in Old Town Key West, the best damn place in the world. So meet your friends or make your friends at Two Friends, 512 Front Street in Old Town Key West, or twofriends.com.
After the roar of your boat motor has subsided, but you want to keep your engine running, stop by Fairvilla Sexy Things Key West, 524 Front Street. Why not keep that excitement in your day? Fairvilla Sexy Things is your intimacy and wellness resource. Plus, they have the sexiest lingerie, the best party supplies, and all your bedroom necessities, sure to keep you revved up and ready for action. For store locations and online shopping, Fairvilla.com. In Key West, every day can be a winner for you at Fairvilla Sexy Things.
And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
That's right. We're back here at the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance is a legacy of innovation and excellence that continues to inspire and shape the future of marine engineering. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. Back here at the Lichty Marine of Marathon halftime report. Lichty Marine of Marathon online at SuzukiMarathon.com for all your boating needs, with a huge selection of new and used boats and trailers, and the largest Suzuki outboard redealer in the Keys. Lichty Marine, 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Rick Lopez along with Joey Cook and Eric Colby. And guys, here we go. Just about 10 minutes or so, we'll be getting race number 2 underway. Eric?
Yeah, it looks like about the same conditions, so I don't think there's going to be too much change there. And that's a good sign. The helicopter just went overhead, so that's our medical team. We're just going to wait to see the Turtle Hospital helicopter, the smaller one, and then we'll know we have those assets on site and we can go racing.
Right. Joey Cook, don't have to worry about any bracket outbreaks here. It's pedal to the metal here in this race with Class 1 and Mod V's going.
Yeah, this is the big boys right here, the Class 1s. Like I said, this has been a couple years in the waiting to finally get these boats down here to have a full class to race in Key West, but here they are. We've got 6 of them out here on the course. Actually, take that back. Yeah, sorry, 6 on the course, so we'll be excited. I'm excited to see what these boats have to bring and how well they are spec'd up together and how much the racing is tight. Because a lot of times before, when we had the extreme classes down here, they were allowed to do, like I said, open-ended. You could do whatever you want to do with the boat, and for sometimes that didn't make for great racing. This is much more regulated now.
It made for a good lap.
Yeah, it made a lot of, and a lot of breakdowns. You're right, and a lot of parts that went bad and everything like that, because they were really just trying to go out and shine and really throttle down as hard as they could. This is more about racing in this Class 1 now, and I think it should be a lot of fun. I mean, it was going to be a good way to kind of get the morning really revved up. Well, you know, it's a good way to rev up this action-packed, high-intensity afternoon we should have the rest of the
goodness.
way.
I mean, that's what we got, guys. I mean, coming up, I mean, we've got 4 races to go, Eric, and the Class 1 and Mod V's are going to kick this thing off for us.
No one's going to be looking for their afternoon siesta today.
No, not at all.
And the thing I'm really looking forward to seeing, just because he has some type of a magic touch down here in Key West, I want to see how the Pothole Heroes boat does with John Tomlinson throttling. He has such a record here that even though 222 Offshore has been the class of the Class 1 fleet, I want to see what Johnny's got up his sleeve. How about you, JW?
Of course. You know, the Pothole Heroes is that's one of the ones you see it coming around. That's the one that, Travis Persona is registered with and supposedly supposed to, but again, he's not here. But you got a probably even better throttleman in there in John Tomlinson. He is a legend of the sport. he is absolutely one of the greats. And, you know, in that boat, it should be a big performance for sure to see what he can do. And in Pothole Heroes, I mean, it's one of those names that, how do you not want to root for that guy? You know what I mean?
Well, the funny thing is, I got to interview Travis a couple times. And we exchanged phone numbers because I covered quite a few of these races via the live stream. My kids are 23 and 20. And when they see Travis Pastrana's name show up on my screen, that was one of my contacts.
You're the coolest dad all of a sudden.
I'm
Hey, look who's a cool dad.
But he's like the nicest guy.
Oh, I'm sure.
When you talk with him, he's just so down to earth. He's not at all pretentious.
Everybody in this boat racing world, though. It really is. There's a lot of guys here that, you know, they want you to come by and ask questions and be part of their team, be part of what they're doing here in this whole dry pits. And it's such a great environment. There's nowhere else. You know, I've been around the boat races and seen there's nowhere else like this one here in Key West where you get them all right here. The wet pits, the dry dock, everything is right here together. It's really cool.
Well, the funny thing about Travis is because he'll drive the Class 1 boats, but he says if he drives a V-bottom, he doesn't want to screw up his ability to drive a car. Because the V-bottom, so he only throttles the V-bottoms. He won't drive the V-bottoms.
That's crazy to know. But he's back with his Nitro Circus right now. Nitro Circus has started back up, so that's why we don't have him anywhere around here. He's a busy man.
He's a girl dad too. He's got 2 daughters, and they're in a bunch of dance stuff, and you know, so he's being a good dad.
Yeah, there it is. Nothing wrong with that.
All right, guys, we got a full afternoon of racing ahead of us here. This has been the Lichty Marina Marathon halftime report. Lichty Marina Marathon is a full-service and parts department. Lichty Marine at 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. We'll return for race number 2 here at the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Todd Swafford is back. Well, we come back here on the Zone 97.7 WAVK.
The sound of performance, that's what drives us. When Scott Porte set out to build the most technologically advanced hydraulic transom lift system, he pulled out all the stops. The Porte R-Series high-performance hydraulic transom bracket is the world's most advanced outboard transom bracket. After Scott won another world championship, the race governing body declared the Porte R-Series an unfair advantage. The Porte R-Series cockpit-controlled hydraulic transom bracket has the same DNA as our industrial commercial series. Maximum horsepower 750 per engine. Maximum weight capacity 900 pounds per engine. Maximum number of engines unlimited. Besides numerous national, world, and sanctioning body championships, the Porte R Series just won Top Gun status by setting the open cockpit outboard powered catamaran class at the 2022 Lake of the Ozarks shootout. The unfair advantage keeps on winning everywhere it goes. Let us design one for you. Visit us online at porteproducts.com.
There's a lot of boat rental places in town, but none of them compare to the brand new Beach Weekend. With over 50 brand new boats at the best rate around, Beach Weekend promises to deliver a boating experience like never before. Been thinking about buying a boat? Don't. Just join the Beach Weekend Boat Club. For a small monthly fee, you'll never have to worry about the hassle of owning one. You'll just get to experience all the fun. Membership is limited, so visit beachweekendkeywest.com for more info.
Catch all the action of the powerboat races at El Mesón de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Quench your thirst with one of their homemade mojito specials. Grab a Cuban mix or one of their delicious specials for lunch. Later on, watch the sunset and have dinner and dancing to the tunes of Caribe. No matter what, you'll be right in the middle of it all in the magic, beauty, and charm of Old Havana right here at El Mesón de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Preserving Key West Cuban conch history since 1997.
And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
And here we are back, and the racing will continue. Live coverage globally. Thanks for joining us at Race World Offshore's Facebook page, which is brought to you by Maximum Inflation, live stream presenting sponsor. Maximum Inflation brand CO2 cartridges, gas for everything inflatable. Since 1965, Leland Gas Technologies has made the CO2 cartridges that inflate the life jackets used daily by fighter pilots, NASA astronauts, naval seamen, the United States Coast Guard, and offshore powerboat racers worldwide. They all rely on Maximum Inflation's reliability when it is needed the most.
Recreational boaters, go to West Marine, Cabela's, and Bass Pro Stores to rearm their life jackets with maximum inflation brand rearming kits designed for your model life jacket and approved by Underwriters Laboratories and the U.S. Coast Guard. Well, we are set for an afternoon of action-packed racing in the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center. As we had a red flag situation, an incident in turn 2 down by the Harbor Hotels on the north end of the course that brought an early end to most of the classes. Class 200 had just wrapped up racing. Everybody else had about a lap left to go. And subsequent to that, there were a ton of breakouts when the data cards were read back here at the outer mole where we were going to do the award ceremony. So they're still sorting out a lot of that. Just real quickly, let me tell you unofficially, this is about pretty close to being official, but we can't go 3 deep at this time in all of these classes. But the 2 that we can. Bracket class 200, the Predator Stallman 41 Apache took first. Batman Racing, the MTI Catamaran took second. And OC Racing, nope, we can only call the top 2. We can only call the top 2 right now. In bracket 400, Simmons Racing 1, Team Woody Racing 2, and Allied Offshore Racing 3. And only 1 in both bracket 5 and bracket 7. Bracket 1, Sweat Equity Motorsports. Quite interestingly, we have them way back 5 or 6 during the race. They have unofficially been named the winner, and they're not going second or third at this point. It will be sorted out later today. And then in bracket 700, the 742 Statement Safe Cash was named the unofficial winner. And again, they're not naming any other places on the podium or down the line until later. Look at the Race World Offshore trailer and website later today for more official results.
Was that the first time a dog has been on the podium at the Race World Offshore Awards?
Now, I knew you were going to ask a question about Eric Colby from Speed on the Water, big dog lover as I am. And by the way, I don't know if you saw it, you have to get one of those Coco's Monkeys dog shirts. Yeah, they have themed shirts. Coco's Monkey, a apparel store that sponsors our super stock boat, Coco's Monkey, here has designed boats around that super stock boat. And the 2 dogs that they love very much are on the top of the cockpit. That you have to see that. Coco's Monkey apparel is here at the Truman Annex Mall on the outer mole. And, of course, they have stores throughout downtown. They're here at the pits as well on non-race days. Now, real quickly, as the boats are coming out.
We got Class 1 boats on the water.
Class 1s. We do need to update real quickly about the accident down at turn number 3 near the Harbor Hotels on the south end. 2 boats did collide with each other, and 4 different cockpit members ended up in the water.
Yep.
What do we know about that?
The crew from X Insurance, Golf and Gator, Michael Stancombe and JJ Turk. Michael texted with me, said that they're okay, and we just know that Reef Delanos and Ryan Stallman are getting additional medical treatment after they got thrown out of the Freebird boat, and we're just going to say we extend our best wishes and leave it at that until we get official word.
So that happened. They came into contact with each other. All 4 crew members ended up in the water. That led to the red flag and the early end to all the bracketed class racing here for the Truman Waterfront Cup. Now, here in Key West, we are naming world champions over 3 days of racing, but each day, winners are awarded championships here at the outer mole in front of the crowds. Today is the Truman Waterfront Championship. And we, of course, will be doing a podium later on after this race and every race this afternoon here in front of the crowd out on the mall. And Friday is the Southernmost Continental Championship, and the Conch Republic Offshore Championship is on Sunday. That award will be at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater on Sunday for the big award ceremony where all of the world champions are crowned. All right, racing is getting about ready to get back underway, Eric. Let's go down the slot positions.
for both the Class 1 and the Mod Vs. Class 1 will run first.
Class 1, we have
10 laps, 45 miles, and 7 laps, just about 32 miles for the Mod Vs. Let's get the positions on the pole for Class 1.
Lane 1 is Monster Energy, Skater 438 with driver Myrick Coyle and owner throttleman Tyler Miller. Lane 2 is DeFalco, Billy Moore on the throttles, owner Mike Falco behind the wheel of the 48 Outer Limits. Lane 3 is Pothole Heroes, 49-foot Victory, driver Carlos De Casado, who owns the boat, and John Tomlinson on throttles. 222 Offshore Australia occupies lane 4 with the current world champions, Australia's Darren Nicholson and Italy's Giovanni Carpatella on the throttles. DF Young, 50-foot Mystic in lane 5 with Rich Wyatt and Hugh Fuller. And X Insurance, the 43 MTI, Randy Kent is driving, and Grant Bruggeman on the throttles.
All right, as we mentioned, an unusual situation for the UIM Class 1. By the way, they have awarded their World Championship for their World Point Series, and that went to 222 Offshore, Australian Navy, Darren Nicholson and Giovanni Carpatella. A huge win for them. They've 222 has won an ex-cat World Championship previously, but normally they
this is the farthest outside they've been.
They've been a long way, and they surely didn't have to come defend their World Championship here. Kudos to them for coming, but of course the Class 1 teams, they generally have a qualifying run, and they set up who's on the pole based on based on who the fastest times in qualifying were. Here they did the draw, and you're going to 222 Offshore was either first or second on the position. Now they find themselves in the third slot. Let's look at the Mod V lineup here.
Okay, lane 1 we have Fast Boys, a 30-foot Phantom with driver Ken Bollinger and Forrest Riddle on throttles. Lane 2 is Stephen Furman and owner Steve Miklos in the El Bandito Sunprint Extreme. They are the current national champions. Lane 3, North Myrtle Beach RV Resort. Driver Kirk Hanna, throttles Mark Rinda. LSB, RevX, Hurricane of Awesomeness for all the guys who love that name. Driver Britt Lilly, throttles Jay Waltman. Boat floater Steve Kildall started down here in 1985, and he's throttling and his son's driving, Stephen Kildall. Lane 6, Challenger Japan with Hiromasa Suga from Japan driving and Tommy Madalena on the throttles. Lane 7 is Latacrete with, it's also sponsored by Team Woody. Chris Uzzolina's driving, Rob Hartman on the throttles. And Nick Imprescia and Ian Morgan, the kids transplanted from Long Island down to Fort Myers in the 32-foot Phantom, defending world champion 151 Express.
Orange smoke means the boats are going to soon come out of the mill and head up behind the pace boat and get started here in racing. We've got a lot of action coming your way this afternoon for the 42nd annual Key West World Championships. Race World Offshore is your promoter, your producer, and this race is presented by Performance Boat Center. Special thanks also going out to Rab Beats. Race World Offshore liking to express our sincere gratitude to Rab Beats for joining us as a sponsor for Key West. Your steadfast support elevates our events to new heights, making them truly exceptional. Thank you for your invaluable contributions. Rab Beats, your Rab Beats Race Village is packed here today. Anytime you go walking through the pits, you'll see the Rab Beats signs.
I don't see them forming up quite yet. They're still milling. And in the world of powerboat racing, the milling is where
they won 15 out of 23 championships after 1993. The complete reset that went on in 2021, mostly victory hulls around 47 feet, although there's an MTI and an outer limits, but they all run the Mercury Racing QC4V 1100 turbocharged engine. It's not checkbook racing anymore. Everybody is running Class 1 in a one design.
And
here today.
They are forming up. We still have a yellow flag you can see on the screen. And I think we got green.
Yeah, we do.
No, we're yellow.
You were still yellow? We're still yellow.
They got a good line going. That's a good start.
Boats are coming
we
up.
got green. We got green.
All right, the race is on. Ale Beats.
Look at MCon going the inside lane.
And
rocket.
What we talk about, the little things getting ironed out now after they took care of the big things.
And I failed to mention Skater. This is the first Skater in Class 1 in forever. On the outside, he has to get help from the throttle man when they come up to the pin.
Yep.
Nice turn on the inside by MCon.
And there's someone's right outside him on his hip. If that's lane 2, that's DeFalco, I believe.
It does look like the Mystic.
I'm trying to see in the binoculars. It looks like it is DeFalco.
Yeah, DeFalco's the outer limits, and then there's the Mystic right with them, too.
All right, we're going to look back now. We're looking back at the Mod V start here.
And that's 151 Express right next to the pace boat. So they're actually the outermost lane.
8 boats.
Normally, the pace boat would be on the inside and pull on the inside of the course, but down here, they do it the other way around.
Here comes the V's.
And here they come. They're right up here on the screen for you.
We'll get the start. Yeah, we'll get this start nice. They're
it's
lined
still
up
yellow.
well.
Oh, it's still yellow. Still yellow.
Waiting for them to get in position.
Let them go.
Drop it.
Release them.
Yeah, well, there's someone in the back just coming out. That's Miklos in the Hooters El Bandito. They're coming up.
Everyone's crowding over there. They need to spread out. We got the whole harbor to start the race with, and they're all crowding together. Here we go.
There we go, Green.
Monster and 222 Offshore come back into the harbor. It's off camera on the live stream. Then X Insurance,
DF,
and
here's
Young.
DeFalco and Pothole bringing up the rear. That's not something I expected.
Well, sorry to bring the excitement to you without the shot, but Monster Energy has the early lead here in Class 1.
And that didn't take long.
Not at all. Well, I mean, that's what happens when...
Oh, boat over.
We got a boat
over.
Boat.
Turn 3, big wreck down there. Looked like it looked like the X Insurance boat, but I couldn't tell. He was in the air pretty good.
Yeah,
X Insurance is over, and that is a boat that has been dealing with rudder issues, so you hope it's
one's out.
Nothing like that again.
There's one helmet.
Red flag situation. This race will have to be restarted, folks.
That turn is the most dangerous turn in offshore racing. That harbor turn 3. It is so sharp, and the water condition down there is so smooth that those boats just spin out and get in the air.
So Monster Energy had the lead. 222 Offshore was right on them.
Yep.
And then X Insurance, DF Young.
2 helmets.
And they red flagged it out of at the other end of the course, so all the V bottoms.
Got 2 guys moving, so.
Already have had 2 incidents in 2 different races here for the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships. Both the Randy Kent and Grant Bruggeman are out, and one in the water. See a rescue driver standing up.
Is that a rescue driver, or is that one of them? It looks like he's wearing a helmet. I'm not going to say.
One's on the boat still, and looked like they're getting one on the.
I saw both helmets.
Yeah, there's one standing up right there.
So did you get a little bit of a view of that? You said they kind of caught air.
Oh,
and
yeah,
they
were in the air when they flipped over. Yeah. I could see them above these people right here.
So our vantage point's a bit obscured.
Is that a hole in the side of their boat there? It looks like a hole in the side of their boat, too, right here.
Yeah, right up by the bow.
Yeah, it looks like somebody might have got into them, or they got into someone else.
Goodness. Yes, damage to.
I'm just wondering.
That side of the boat.
Yeah, he's up in the bow, but.
I imagine they spun out and flipped it.
Well, if you start to. There's damage there. There's damage to somebody else as well.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't happen without. So you got to start wondering who it was and if they're going to be able to continue as well.
They all went to that turn together.
Yeah, they were.
So who do we see out here? We got MCon. We got
MCon 222.
MCon 222.
DeFalco.
DF Young, DeFalco.
Yeah, it looks like DF Young and DeFalco.
Oh, DF Young too. So.
You know, DeFalco did come through in that mix. I couldn't see them in the spray, so they were in with the other group.
So MCon.
But X Insurance, I believe, was running in third as they came by.
DF Young looks like it has some damage to the starboard sponson.
So where's Pothole is the question.
Yeah,
that's the only boat that I'm not.
That's DeFalco at the back of the end of there, for sure. Oh, you're down here, yeah.
Well, here's Pothole coming back up towards us.
Yeah, the Pothole Heroes is coming up in front of the Harbor Hotels.
They're headed straight to the pits. And you can see they're dumping some water out of that starboard rear pretty heavily on the screen here. You see.
Yep.
So.
We'll see if we can get a shot of Pothole Heroes. They're heading into the pits.
Yeah.
Right now. If we can get a shot on Pothole Heroes as they head back in towards the cranes, get a better shot of them, that might tell us something. But everybody is coming back in. There's Pothole Heroes there, I believe. Is that? Yes.
022, yep.
Yep.
And there.
So that turn down there, when you come out of turn 2, it's really wide. I mean, it's a couple hundred yards from the turn buoy to the beach.
Yes.
And so the boats are all spread out, and then they all funnel down to turn 3 down here in the harbor.
Right.
And so as they're coming down side by side like that racing, and they all start squeezing in together, it could just gets real messy.
Because there's 3 buoys coming into the harbor that the drivers have to keep all those buoys to their right to keep them off the seawall.
I don't remember those last year
That's
either.
when it starts funneling them down into a narrower chute heading into that turn 3.
Yeah, and it gets real skinny down there. And then, of course, it's that hairpin turn.
Yep.
And you're running the speeds they're running, 140, 150 coming into that thing, especially when there's competition like that.
Yep.
Everyone's still on the gas all the way to the turn, and so
yeah, first lap
just gets them in a bad situation.
The first lap, everyone's jacked up. They already been delayed.
That's Billy Shipley of Team Wood. He has experience here over the last several years running this course. And Eric Colby joins me from Speed on the Water. Joey Cook also from the Key West Citizen. We've had another incident in our second start of the day in Class 1. That's X Insurance. That's the 43-foot MTI that Randy Sism designed to a Class 1 World Championship for Team Abu Dhabi, with Johnny Tomlinson and Gary Ballou aboard that cockpit.
That's been there since
has it? Okay.
These little marks you're seeing on the front of DF Young were there in Clearwater. Remember we saw them?
Yeah, and I just walked through the pits and
I was like,
I
is
did
that
notice
a chunk?
that.
And it's not.
No. Could have been them in Pothole Heroes.
It's a repair of some type, but it had been made.
Yeah, the rescue communication today must be on point, because this is 2 races where there's been accidents and everyone has stopped so fast. Look at this, the Mod V boats are still all together.
Yeah, they're lined up.
Like, no one ever stops for red flag that fast,
Yeah,
and so they must be communicating really well, which is a great job for the RWO team out here today.
Yep, they're just bringing the Mod V boats off plane back down to have them remill by the looks of it.
Yeah, they'll come remill.
They're going to try to, now they've got a rope on the X Insurance boat already, so with it being that close to the pits, I would imagine they're just going to bring it in upside down and right it when they get it in there, don't you think?
Yeah, they'll probably turn them over at the crane.
Yeah.
He's got quite a bit of water in there right now, it looks like, as low as it's setting, and so it'd be really hard to turn that thing over. I mean, they can do it, but,
right.
Like you said, the crane is really, really close here.
Yeah, get them right in there and get them squared away super quick.
Because especially if you try to roll that boat with where that hole is in the sponson now, you're going to drop that sponson in, and that's just going to suck a bunch of more water into the boat, won't it?
Yeah, it'll fill it up.
Yeah, Randy Kent and Grant Bruggeman, we saw both exit the boat. Unfortunate accident for them. My goodness, what a sight to see down there at the north end of the outer mole, and those that you were watching at the Harbor Hotels down by Margaritaville, Ocean Key House, and the Pier House. This is
so you were watching them, Billy. You watched them go into the turn, and that's how
I
you
wasn't
picked it
watching
up.
the screen. I was actually watching the boats go into the turn, and that's when I saw that happen down there. So the screen, and when those boats go in, I wish these guys with these cameras would get on them and they go into that first lap together like that, because there's a lot of stuff going on.
They're restarting in the same order once they get the scene cleared. So they'll.
I'm sure they're going to drag the X Insurance boat and maybe into the center and go ahead and get these started, just because we're on a time restraints with the opening and closing this harbor today for business traffic, and.
Because what's the permit till 5?
Yeah, I think so.
Probably,
we still got 3
imagine,
more.
yeah.
Well, we got this one and 3 more to squeeze in.
Yes, sir.
That's a lot of racing.
Yeah.
Especially including Superstock.
Yeah, because we didn't get to kick off that second race.
If the breeze picks up, and they run so competitive into that harbor turn.
Well, think about that. You're kind of basing your setup of your boat based on what you did yesterday in testing at this time.
Mm-hmm.
As the day goes on, the winds can pick up. The tide's going to change too. Well, we're not in a slack tide now, but certainly not the tide running at its at its high peak, and add another hour or two and it changes the way you might have set your boat up.
When that tide starts coming back in and the wind keeps blowing out, it's going to cause a rougher condition on the water too, because the wind and the water be going in different directions, and it's going to kick up some waves, especially out there at turn 1 and turn 2.
Well, you think about it, coming in from this race, right? Myrick could be calling the Performance Boat Center crew saying, hey, put on smaller props.
Yeah, in the S21 Superstock boat, right?
And Britt could call and say, hey, I think it's going to be bumpier than we thought for Dirty Money coming out of the V-bottom and getting in that boat. Joey and I talked about this earlier. So there can be some strategy calls and advantages for the guys who are doing double and triple duty.
Absolutely.
At this point, though, what's going to happen again? Normally and typically, you have a chance for the seas just as calm in between the races a bit. There's going to be no time in between, so it's just going to get choppier, and choppier, and choppier, and the rest of the way, it's never going to calm again. Again, normally on Wednesdays you see it calm, then you get back on the course, and then it calms, and then you have an idea of what's going to be happening. With this having to go back to back to back to back, by the time we get to these Super Cats, we're going to see some big seas here. I have a feeling.
Out here.
A lot of rebound stuff is going to come off this wall, and like Joey said earlier, the rocks out at what's the fort?
Fort Zachary.
Yeah.
The rocks are interesting there.
So your tide was low at 12:30, which means as the day progresses, it's going to be
All right,
streaming out.
They're towing in X Insurance right now. Are they pulling it towards us, or looks like they're trying to get to the cranes?
Yeah, the tide's going to be coming in all day, and it'll be gaining some momentum as the day progresses.
Yeah, they're pulling him to the crane. They're on this side of the ferry boat, so they're not too far out.
Now you imagine what the people on that ferry boat saw on that Fury.
Yeah, they're right in front of them, man.
Well, that's why the thing's packed. That turn, you talked about that turn. That is the sharpest turn, Billy, in all of offshore powerboat racing.
Absolutely. And like I said, when the water's really smooth like that, it's you can just skate around the thing. It's slippery down there. There's nothing really to stop your boat from spinning out in that type of water condition. You know, when you got a rougher wave and you got 2 or 3 or 4 footers, the secondary wave is sometimes like a backstop, and it'll stop your boat from spinning, which we use in our fountain a lot because it skates around, and so we like to use that secondary wave just to slow us down from going around in a circle.
Well, remember that picture from those years ago of ocean spray up on the deck of that turnboat in Sarasota?
Yeah.
The ocean spray scarab, not the fountain. But
all right.
And that was just a weird racing scenario with boats side by side and getting on each other's wakes.
They're hurrying these guys up now. You see them, they're planing up to get back there. So let's go, guys. Let's get in this milling circle and get this thing going.
Yeah, Race Control is putting the boats back in their milling circle. The start positions will remain the same. The first lap will not count, and the race will be reduced by 1 lap. So 9 laps for Class 1 and 6 laps for Mod V. All right, folks, we had our second incident. You're looking at the X Insurance MTI. Grant Bruggeman and Randy Kent is gone over in front of the Harbor Hotels into turn number 3 and being towed back to the cranes. We're getting ready, as you can see in the background, 222 Offshore Australian Navy, getting ready to get into the mill. The Monster, boy, what a start for the Monster Energy 438 Skater. That boat has just been coming on after a slow start. Those guys, Tyler Miller and Mark Coyle will tell you, coming from Supercat Racing with the naturally aspirated Supercat engines, getting into the turbocharged engine was a real learning curve for them, but they finally learned how to get that boat running.
And the BPMs and the rudder.
Absolutely, completely. And setting up the gear ratios, so the surface drive boats are limited to
that's
just 3 propellers. Yeah,
that's some good damage. They split the sponson right there.
Yeah.
But if you remember, fans of the Speed Racer boat, wasn't that Randy's boat when he used to run with? He ran that boat with Reggie Fountain the third down here.
Yeah, and I believe that boat became a Performance Boat Center boat after that.
Yep. So
testament to the safety crews here and rescue, getting that boat back into the pits and getting it to the crane.
And a testament to Randy Sism and the work and effort he has put into developing that enclosed cockpit and that capsule in an offshore boat, because he's been one of the real leaders in making the boats safer when they do go over.
Yeah, and he pioneered the one for the 450, factory stock class.
Yep.
Those are very, very safe.
All right, folks, we're getting right back to action. So our Class 1 boats will start first. They'll get into a mill counterclockwise, and we'll do this all over again. 9 laps for Class 1 and 6 for Mod V. The 42nd Annual Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center, a driving force behind our World Championship and the World of Power Boats, the World Championship Powerboat home of the Performance Boat Center team. They won 3 World Championships, 2 in Supercat and 1 in Superstock. So we're just all waiting for an all clear from Angel 1 right now, and these boats will get up and get started. We also
how many flares do you think they have on that pace boat, Billy?
Well, hope they got a whole case in there.
Gonna find out. We'd also like to thank our official energy drink, Monster Energy. Unleash the thrill of offshore racing with Monster Energy, the official energy drink of offshore powerboat racing. And the official apparel, Tuna Skin. And Tuna Skin, the official apparel sponsor for the Race World Offshore World Championships. See them here on the mall and in the Race Village.
If you're a fan of offshore racing and you've been watching or attended Key West for many years, that Ajax Hawk boat has been down here starting these races gosh, for how long
Do
now?
you remember, Joey? They'd had some historic start either last year or the year before. It was
100.
It was pretty crazy.
Start 100,
It was nuts. I know that.
So
And
thank you
it's
for
still
your
back at it.
dedication.
Absolutely.
You know, they pull that thing all over the country, too. They're in Michigan City. They're in St. Clair. They're here in Key West. And those guys are everywhere with that thing. And I've talked to those guys a lot. They're super nice guys. And they really, this is what they spend their life doing now.
I wonder what they're, I wonder how many repowers have they gone through?
Well, it went down on them, I think, Michigan City maybe. They lost the motor and they couldn't get it, so they missed that one. It may not have been Michigan City, but I know that they had a motor problem. Lake of the Ozarks, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, they're always everywhere, and we love those guys. You know, they do great starts on those boats, too. So that was 2 good starts there. I was impressed that the first race of the day, that start was it was something to see. All those guys got wedged up together, and they, you know, Chad and I, when we're racing, and we start on this side of the Fury boat, closer to the wall, to give ourselves some space. And then these guys are just all wadding up together to get on that pace boat. If you know, they need to spread out a little bit and get some distance in there, and then take off to that turn out there. But that was a really, really good 2 starts in that race.
Yeah, I mean, even with 8.
Just waiting for the transport boat to get back on the course. I think that might be our next delay. Yeah, everyone is eagerly awaiting to get going in what will be a action-packed, let's hope without a stoppage again, afternoon of racing here, because we still have 4 more races left to go here.
I'll tell you what, that Monster Energy boat, it looked like maybe he had a little more distance in his throttle slot in his boat there, because it might have gone a little farther forward than the rest of those guys. He took out of there like a rocket.
But if you watch the last
222 came.
It caught up to him. Yep.
Because they got around, because they were outside of DeFalco and DF Young. 222 was.
That's who was on him in between turn 1 and 2, and we couldn't tell who it was because he was so close in his rooster tail.
That's right.
And it was 222. That's a fast boat, too.
Oh, it's a dominant boat. It's impressed me all year long, the 222 Offshore Australian Navy.
Yeah.
You just couldn't get them out of the top 2 spots.
That is a heck of a team right there as well.
We've got to go from race control, so we're expect these boats to be pulled up soon. They're just going to come out of the mill and get started. We've got to get racing here as daylight is burning and race permit is burning here for the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center. You're listening to live coverage on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. 97.7 Sports Radio from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. And our live stream on Race World Offshore is brought to you by Maximum Inflation. Yellow flag here. Boats coming back up. What an exciting start we had.
Yeah, so let's see him duplicate that start, because that was something. I mean,
man, they were all together to turn 1. That was pretty good.
And the way the rooster tail on Monster MCon just laid down.
All right, folks, our Class 1 restart, 9 laps here.
I mean, think about how far Tyler Miller has come as a throttleman.
Absolutely. He's
usually the owner is the guy driving the boat and paying a throttleman.
And, I mean, they were rookies of the year the first year they were in Super Cat class, and they won the national championship to 2021.
Yep. Right. Pace boats up.
Pace boats up.
So
still
we're about ready to go racing for
yellow.
Class 1. We're looking for the
okay, we got a green flag.
Yeah, let's go racing again.
Here we go.
222's pulling down.
And now 222's on it. Here goes Giovanni.
DeFalco's looking strong, too, here.
Yeah, Billy's flying that.
Yeah,
on the restart, 222 Offshore with a crazy good start. Mad props to them.
Yeah, and they're still out in lane 4 by the looks of it. But Monster's pulling up on the inside of DeFalco.
Off your screen,
I'm
Monster is looking.
See.
They've got the inside line. Keep that in mind. There they are.
Yep. And Potholes is staying in. So.
222 Offshore got the best start.
Man, you can't count any of these guys out. You know, they went up to Sheboygan earlier in the year, and that DF Young put on a show.
Oh, yeah.
He came out of nowhere and just ran everybody down. So
all those guys are bumpy up there. That's the advantages of a 50-foot boat.
Yeah, it's even powered. It's just prop selection, you know, and different brands of boats. Right. But every one of those teams are top notch, and they all got a good crew. So
now looking back at our Mod V start, and hopefully we can get these guys off and going so we can look at our Class 1 boats when they come back into the harbor.
Plus, I think Rich Wyatt is an underrated throttleman because of the names he's up against. You know, he doesn't get the credit, I think. He's very good in there as well.
Yeah, they were really good in Sheboygan.
All right, awaiting our green flag for Mod V Racing.
There we we go. Good line.
Took a long time to line them up last time.
Yep. Let's see what we got now.
There we go. We're green.
There we go.
We
green
got a green
flag.
flag.
LAV. The race is on. All right. We'll wait for the Class 1 boats to come down into the harbor. They'll be coming in front of us here very shortly. Good start.
Fast boys. Sunprint is coming up. Bandito, LSB's
Better
out there.
start for the Sunprint El Bandito tequila team.
Throw a rope across them. I'm not even going to call it.
Revex Oil Speed Marine right in the middle of things.
There ain't a single boat.
All right, here comes our leader in Class 1. That's 222 Offshore.
Wow.
There you go. DF Young in second. Falco in third. Monster Energy in fourth. But all that can change in a heartbeat. Here we go into the turn 3.
All right, boys. Keep it upright.
The 222 Offshore, your leader in Class 1.
Looking on screen, it looks like Bandito Sunprint is out to the lead.
And Mod V.
And Mod V. And
so that's heading out towards what they call the wall at turn number 1.
Fast Boys is...
It won't take long for these Class 1 guys to catch the Mod V boats.
Yeah,
there's going to be some traffic in front of them.
There's going to be a concern if it all happens in the Key West Harbor turn, too.
All Class 1s are around the turn now.
Yep.
All right, so it's 222 Offshore.
Here we go, look at this turn.
And here we...
look at
that.
the Mod Vs coming
Look at
across.
the Mod Vs coming through there.
What a race going on out there in those Mod Vs. They're all still right there together.
And in the light, I'm not even going to try to...
222 is checking out.
DF Young is not letting him fully stretch. Yeah, he looks good.
Has looked good in both starts. And so has DeFalco.
Real shame for the monster back there, unfortunately, though, after that great start and the first time through. His second time, he's way back right now.
Yeah,
got some major work to do.
yet. You know those guys.
I know, but yeah, but again, it's a far cry from where he was at coming through that first lap, just be sitting fourth all of a sudden.
Now the Mod Vs are coming around for their first run into the harbor.
Right, so you're looking at turn number 2. It's a 2-pin turn down in front of Fort Zachary Taylor, now approaching the outer mole at Truman Annex.
And it sure looks like
Sunprint.
That looks like Sunprint Bandito.
Like Sunprint. El Bandito Tequila. Your APBA National High Point champion, Steven Furman and Steve Miklos.
But
in that 29 Extreme with a Scorpion engine.
Well, but
love watching that boat run. They just run that thing to the edge every single time. All the guys do in this class. There's Lily right there next to him.
They just,
Revex Oil Speed Marine just a second behind.
And the Killdalls.
Boatflutter.com, Fast Boy, and Ladder Creek.
That Ladder Creek Team Woody boat coming through.
151's a little off the pace.
I'm glad to see the guys from Japan and Tommy Madalena back in town doing some racing.
Yep.
So one lap done in Mod V, still 5 to go.
I didn't see Myrtle Beach.
Here comes 222 Offshore.
Yeah, they're going to catch him. This will be interesting right here.
Yeah, it's going down to turn 3-2. 222 Offshore comes through. They're averaging just over 109 miles an hour after lap number 2. DF Young in second. DeFalco still holding on to third in the outer limits.
Monster's off the pace. Oh, now they're doing all right.
Monster running in fourth. Did we see if Pothole Heroes restarted?
No, they went into the pits.
They did go in there today.
Well, I asked Steve Miklos about that, and he said the bottoms on all 3 generation Extremes are basically the same. So there's no real design advantage from the waterline down.
They've all done their tricks on those bottoms, Lily, and and I believe Scott Porte has worked on the bottom of the 51 boat, Sunprint. And then the Killdalls, of course, they've been working on that boat for a long time.
So Pothole Heroes did try to come back out on the course, but they were denied.
They had gone into
once they pulled out.
Once you go in, you can't
come back out. Mm-hmm. All right.
So let's see what happens here. Billy, you tell me, visibility-wise, when you're in a boat coming in, going, I know you're not a Class 1 guy, but could a guy in a Class 1 boat lose track of a little 30-foot V-bottom at the wrong time?
Most of these guys, I've asked them, can you see me or did you see us?
Yeah.
They all say yes,
Because I asked Johnny Tomlinson beforehand, I asked Myrick, and I said, is this a concern? And they're like, nope.
No, it's not really. The concern
is adhered to.
Well, if the faster boat feels he can get past them before the turn, then really what do you do there? So
yeah, we just saw 222 Offshore go around the Sunprint Hooters team, still trailed by DF Young. There they come down into the harbor. Got that boat running pretty good, a little light, but as they'll come into the flat water now, they are your reigning UIM Class 1 World Champion, 222 Offshore Australian Navy.
They are rolling.
Continuing to run about 105 miles an hour. DF Young continuing to hold on to second. And here comes your leader in Mod V. That's the Sunprint Hooters El Bandito Tequila team.
Yep, LSB is in second. Boat Floater still in third.
Yeah, like right here is where this gets interesting right here because they're all getting mixed up in this funnel that I was talking about.
And DeFalco just took the buoy on the wrong side.
Well,
so
he had to.
Yeah, they have to allow some leeway for that.
Yeah, he had to get around that Ladder Creek Team Woody boat, so he had to go inside that buoy. But hey, you know what? It's better to be safe than sorry there.
Yeah, so DeFalco holding third in Class 1, Monster
Right.
Energy holding fourth.
Nobody wants to commit a penalty right in front of the the refs here, but it's better to do that than to take a risk of having an accident for sure.
Top 3 in Mod V continues to be Sunprint, LSB, and Boat Floater.
Yep. Now here's a question, Billy. You're DF Young. You know you're running second. It's the first day of 3 races. Do you let 222 check out knowing that you're...
You keep running like you're running right now. I mean, the fact is there's still 2 more boats behind you, so you just keep on running what you're running. If you catch them, fine. If you don't, you're in second. But, you're not going to try to destroy your stuff the first day, half points, half laps. And
you can't win the title on a Wednesday, but you can make it harder to lose.
Yeah, and you hope they make a mistake in front of you or something breaks. I mean, you hate to hope that people break down or whatever, but it's racing and we all have to win however we have to. But within reason. But yeah, Chad and I would I'm not going to try to run down a guy that's that far ahead of me. We're just going to keep our pace and keep racing like we are. Because I don't want someone to get around me because we laid back 5 miles an hour,
Because there is a big picture element to it.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to get the laps. There's also a time thing involved here with these guys. Time on course, laps on course, positioning on course, all those things that go into at the final award show.
Well, I remember talking to Billy Moore one year in Cocoa Beach when they first kind of whipped everybody. And he said, I told Chris, just keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
We're in a good rhythm. Everything feels
That's
good.
Right.
You're a good driver. So you also want to keep your driver confident, and you want to. So there's a lot of thinking that goes into this. I think that people don't realize.
Yeah, that's right. And Chad and I on the boat, he'll ask me, what do you want to do? And I'm like, let's just stay where we're at and keep racing. Just don't let anybody pass us.
Here comes our overall leader in Class 1. Again, 222 Offshore, Australian Navy.
Can't say they don't know how to put on a show.
Boy, man.
After lap number 4.
Yep.
5 left.
DF Young.
They've led all the way. DF Young holding on to second.
I love the windshield on that boat, how it's so tiny and just all silver and then that little strip of black around it. It's a beautiful boat.
No matter what, MCON had that nice start on that first time through, but with the way the 222 set up here, I don't think anybody's holding off them today. He is dialed in.
DeFalco.
Billy Moore's got that thing running good. That's a madman on those throttles in that boat.
We're counting these laps for the local fans and for you as well. DeFalco and Monster Energy's just coming in front of us here at the broadcast.
DeFalco seems to be flying the nose a little better. It's not, it's not as glued down to the water. So Billy's found some improved balance there for sure.
Yeah, I think they've let him get in charge of setup on that boat and just kind of take the reins with it, and he's just trying out a bunch of different things to get it moving, and it's moving today.
Boy, these Mod V boats are running some heavy bounce.
Yeah, they're getting
into
in
the
that
harbor.
They're getting in that tunnel hole where that pipe is out there, and they get in the wrong spot, and it'll bounce you out.
Sunprint Hooters continuing to lead, followed by LSB. RevX Oil Speed Marine, boatfloater.com. Another nice performance in here in Key West with the Killdolls.
There's Ladder Creek Ford. Hey, listen, you get on this live stream, you start talking about all these boats and drivers, and it sounds like you're taking favorites out here, but if everybody's listening to me, all these guys are my favorites and all these teams. I love watching every single one of them run these races. And
Ladder Creek and Fast Boys.
Still get the same excitement as I did the first time I came down here 10 years ago.
Challenger just got fast. Now they're in 6th, Fast Boys in 5th.
They haven't been in that boat since 2019, that Challenger boat at Inglewood, Florida, in that water. They destroyed that thing and had to redo a bunch of stuff on it.
Looking at the 7
North
and 8
Myrtle
boats.
Beach
North Myrtle
coming
Beach.
through.
Yep. They'll be in 7th, and they got around 151 Express there.
Looks like LSB, Hurricane Awesomeness down in the harbor down here. Something happened.
LSB's off plane, so
that
just moved the Killdolls up into second. Let's see how it plays out.
With a huge lead for Sunprint, too.
Yeah. It looks like they're out of the way, so everybody's still racing them. It wasn't an accident. They just maybe lost power.
And here you see Steve Kildahl, who's been down here since 1985 at the World Championships. And he's raced every race there's been in Sarasota, his hometown.
36 years, I think. I don't think he's ever going to quit.
And here's 222 again.
Overall average speed for 222 Offshore about 107 miles an hour. Continuing the lead after lap number 6 of 9.
So that puts Miklos and Fairman in first place in the Sunprint boat.
Yeah,
puts Boat Floater in second, and then now the relentless Latacrete Team Woody boat in third.
DF Young holding on to second.
DF Young's looked really good today, but they're just a mere comparison to that 222. I mean.
And here comes DeFalco.
Still holding on to third, and this is all off screen on the live stream. But for our local
We're watching
fans,
North Myrtle Beach, and these guys, you got to give them credit. They're out here every race.
Yeah, and also be aware too, the points today are half points racing. It's half points on Friday, so with 4 boats like that, you could be in last place today and you could win the World Championships on Sunday, you know. So you could last place today, second place on Friday, and then second or third or first or whatever. The points are so weird how they work out.
I've been a couple years, WHM, Billy Moffs knows it. He's gone second. I know twice over. He's not won a single race and won the World Championship.
Exactly.
Yeah, getting a look at your overall leader in Class 1, running at about 105 miles an hour on average here. It's 222 Offshore Australian Navy, 47-foot victory hull from 2008. Flying that boat nice, got good lift, keeping it as level as they possibly can, and that nice chop out there towards the wall.
Yeah, they must love that water.
We raced against, well, not against, we were in the same race as the DF Young boat and Alex and Annie boat at Inglewood a couple years ago.
Oh, yeah.
And in our fountain, and man, when those guys pass you, when we're only going 95 or 100, they pass you really fast.
Looking at the Sunprint Hooters El Bandito Tequila team.
Look at that thing.
Continuing the lead, running flat smooth.
And they're gathering a bunch of data on shock and impact for
TMS Group.
Yep.
Keith Hubble came in and put a bunch of data collectors on the Miklos boat.
Okay, so yep, LSB is out. They're being towed. So Boat Floater is now up in a second. They play the attrition game very well. And here comes Latacrete now, coming up onto the podium.
Getting a good look at your leader in Class 1.
And there's
222 Offshore Australian Navy.
The guys from Japan in fourth, running good in the Challenger boat, looking good.
Well, Tommy's no rookie.
No, he's not. That guy's crazy on the throttle too. When that 19 in Inglewood, man, they broke the motor out of the boat down there that year in that water. It was wild.
29 Extreme, Generation 2, Steve Miklos, Stephen Furman. Getting a good look at North Myrtle Beach.
Right in front of us.
They'll be running in a
sixth place there.
That was the Challenger that was on screen on the live stream.
I believe they've got a brand new LSB boat coming, don't they?
Yeah, and
they do.
I'll be curious to see who builds the engine. So you're looking at Miklos and Furman right now stretching out their lead. But I think they're just doing what we talked about before. They're just comfortable where they're at, and they're just not going to do anything. They're just holding position. They're not going to do anything to upend it, but they're not going to push it crazy either.
No, you want to break it for half points, you know.
So it's a nice position to be in if you're just in a rhythm and everything feels good.
222 Offshore Australian Navy with the lead. Looks like the Falco may have come into an issue here.
Well, either that or they just slowed.
Trying to slow by the.
Yeah, there's
the
Falco.
Yeah, they got. Looks like they're on one motor.
What's
that thing's blowing a big rooster tail behind it right now.
Yeah, but I don't know if they had to slow for little boats in the turn, and then now they're because look at the rooster laying back down now.
That's what happened. They got in traffic in that turn and had to get out of the way.
They're laying it out again.
Better safe than sorry, guys. Good job down there.
But that happens once or twice. That Black Monster Energy boat isn't far behind them to step on the podium in the big picture.
So 3 laps left to go, or at least 2.5 for Class 1 and 2 for the Mod V boats out running.
If anybody can catch them, it's Tyler and Myrick.
So that, of course, that hindrance gives Monster Energy a chance to chase them down. Great shot down the barrel, the tunnel of 222 Offshore Australian Navy. What an impressive season to this point by 222 Offshore Australian Navy. Giovanni Carpatella from Italy and Darren Nicholson from Australia. Here they are in front of the crowd, in front of the Monster Energy fan zone. 1 lap left to go, or excuse me, 2 laps left to go here in Key West. Here comes Sunprint Hooters behind them. They'll have 1 lap left to go after this one. Nice day for them. The El Bandito Tequila sponsored team.
Well, how cool must it be to be sponsored by the Royal Navy of a country?
Very cool, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, this is the glare. Here comes boat floater.
Yeah, definitely boat floater.
These guys gonna bounce around a lot right here. That towboat came back across and threw up a pretty good wave coming across here.
And let's see who
changed the direction of the water.
Should be Laticrete coming along third here.
It is.
Yep.
Laticrete.
And this is a kind of a reunion for this team in the boat.
That's right.
What is it? Travis Petco owns it, right?
Yeah, Travis is out of country on vacation, so.
Yeah, I did not see DF
I
Young
did not
come
either,
around,
yes,
and that
yep.
puts DeFalco in second. Monster Energy now in third. DeFalco had been trailing 222 all the way. Has not come back around after lap number 5.
DF Young, you mean?
Excuse me, DF Young has not come back around after lap number 7, excuse me.
So I wonder where they are. Okay, here's this is North Myrtle Beach again.
Yeah, North Myrtle Beach. Continue to run about you got them at 6, Joey?
I do have them at 6.
Yes. And looking back at your overall leader in the Mod B class, the Sunprint El Bandito Tequila team.
Is he racing with the Mod V's or is he racing with the Class 1 guys?
Who, Sunprint?
Yeah.
Monster Energy, great shot of that 438 skater Peter Ledden worked on very proudly to get an entry into Class 1 for the first time in, I believe, decades. Tyler Miller and Myra Coyle up in third in Class 1.
And you know what? DeFalco's not out of reach.
Just like that, they're on the podium.
Yep.
222 Offshore, one more time, and then one more after that, heading in for the
DF Young out there in the end.
Yeah, I think DF Young is out at turn 2 in between.
He's pulled off.
1 and 2.
Tough day for them, but 222 Offshore with 1 lap to go at the conclusion of this one to wrap up another win on this season.
A lot of attrition today already, all the classes.
Turn 3's been quite the turn.
Class 2 boats, Class 3 boats, Class 5 boats,
I mean,
a lot of attrition.
just breaking down there.
Yeah.
You know, the Hurricane of Awesomeness didn't even make it through. Nothing happened, just had a breakdown.
Justice League went down with the water hose break off, you know. I mean, MSR, they had some problems, had it caught on fire, actually. Mark Robbins' team.
Yeah,
so
I guess
it's been a tough day.
They told Damon told me they took on some water.
Yeah, on that start they got washed down.
And then they kept trying to restart it, and it was a wiring, you know, something they kind of knew about, but hopefully they can get it for Friday.
You know, I'd rather go to the dentist than start a race behind those number 6 drives on some of those boats because you take a pretty good bath if you're an open canopy boat and they get in front of you.
Oh, I remember when we used to race, you know, when we raced Popra out in California, all the boats started at once.
Yeah.
So I was in an open cockpit boat behind an Arneson boat.
Just watched DeFalco come through. They continue to hold second. Sunprint Hooters as well cruising through. And now IMCON, they're running in third. Podium finish for them here today.
Yeah, buddy.
That's Monster Energy. Podium finish for the Monster Energy team in Class 1.
Looks like DF Young's getting back on a plane back there, trying to get back on the back end of the course. Maybe they had a little Guardian.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're getting back in.
Here come the Killdalls. In good position if they hold this spot. They'll be in great position.
It should be the checker for them. They went one less left, so it should be checkers for
There's
the Mod Bs.
checkers for the Mod Bs,
Yep, so that's the end of the race. The Killdalls turning into the center of the course.
Let's see if Laticrete holds for that podium for you.
Yep, so Sunprint Hooters, El Bandito Tequila takes first, but boatfloater.com second. And here comes Laticrete. They'll take third here today.
I mean, with that Team Woody sticker on there, got to be getting a podium, right?
Well, hey.
We got a GNS team.
Look at that.
Challenger coming fourth.
Coming in fourth.
Very steady. That was the tortoise right there. Forget the hares. He just did his thing.
Great story for the team from Japan. Fast Boys will take fifth. Half points today, half points on Friday, full points on Sunday. 3-day cumulative points championship in all of these classes. And here comes the 222 Offshore Australian Navy. Class 1, what a show today. They have led from start to finish. And they'll be coming in for their checkered flag here for the Truman Waterfront Cup Championship. 222 Offshore, your Class 1 UIM winner here in Key West, day one.
Those Fast Boys guys, they were thrashing yesterday trying to find a prop. You know, whenever they when their drive broke off at Clearwater, they destroyed their good prop. And, so they've been going. I don't know how many times they changed it yesterday, but they were working their butts off trying to get that thing right.
Yeah, well, Nicholas is running a backup prop too.
Yeah.
So it's all over except for the top three finishing. See if in Class 1, see if DeFalco and Monster Energy continue to hold on to their podium finishes. And here comes setting it into the turn.
You got to get
a little bit of air
points
there out by Fort Zachary. You can see the Monster Energy team right behind them.
Yep.
That's DeFalco. The outer limits. That's the best finish of the year for Mike Falco and Billy Moore.
Yep.
Here they come in the Monster Energy fan zone. They'll pass DeFalco. That's back up and
Young
running.
is back up and running.
Yep, DeFalco passes DF Young, excuse me. They'll finish second. DF Young will head to the infield, and here comes Monster Energy taking third.
There you go.
And if you're 222 Offshore Australia, Billy Moore's not the guy you want stalking you.
Yeah, them or Myrick and Tyler,
yeah,
or any guys in this class, man. That is everyone in that class is really, 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 really good at racing these boats, and you know, they spend countless hours of tuning and setups and everything else with their teams, and so it's pretty impressive to see these guys. I mean, you know, that first start was opposite direction of, you know, MCon Monster Energy in first place, then they were in fourth place, and then they're in third. You know, like I said, Sunday's the day, though. Count the points.
Yep.
Still waiting for some of the remaining Mod V boats to come back through. They may have just gone ahead and called the course. Some of them are pulling off and heading into the infield. So unofficially, your Monster Energy team does end up on the podium. DF Young ran into some issues and knocked them out of second. Of course, the whole Class 1 race got off to a bad start when X Insurance flipped over on the first start, but the second start went flawlessly, and the 222 Offshore Australian Navy led all the way and led flag to flag, getting a first place finish in the 3 days of racing for 222 Offshore. Giovanni Carpatello from Italy and Darren Nicholson of Australia. Second place goes to Mike Falco and his Outer Limits, which finishes second here today. Mike Falco, 48 to Outer Limits with the Mercury Racing engines, and Billy Moore on the throttles. Third place goes to the 438 skater Monster Energy MCon, taking third here today with Tyler Miller and Myrick Coyle. Unofficially in Mod V class, it's Sunprint Hooters El Bandito Tequila first. Second place going to the boatfloater.com, 2 extreme hulls. Third place going to the team Ladder-Crete Relentless, of course, co-sponsored by Team Woody's. Those guys got to be super happy, I imagine, Billy Shipley, huh?
Yeah, super happy in that boat.
Yeah. And next we've got the Factory 450 and the Extreme team, the JBS that's going to be running out there with them.
So then when are the V Extremes running?
They run with the Super Cats.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And they'll be like speed match boats too. So you know, they'll start Super Cats, I believe, and the V Extremes behind them, and they won't get a lot of traffic going on there for the most part. There's only how many V Extremes? There's 3 of them here.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
how many Super Cats we got? 11.
Got 11 Super Cats, 3 V Extremes. And there'll be a lot of noise out there when.
Yeah, those tractor pipes on that fountain with the British flag on it are going to be something.
I can't wait to see Ryan Walker's photos from turn 1 down there when those Super Cats are all coming at him, 11 side by side. And even the Super Stock guys, there's, 10 or 12 in those also.
Yep.
Live coverage of the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center on the Race World Offshore Facebook page. It's brought to you by Maximum Inflation. There you get a good look at the 222 Offshore Australian Navy team as they win the Class 1 World Championship here for this season on the UIM World Series, and they come to Key West in the first 3 days of racing.
for the RWO World Championship and get the first place win here today. And things looking good. So we're going to take a break from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. We thank you for joining us globally at the Race World Offshore Facebook page live stream, which is brought to you by Maximum Inflation. More coming up. Racing still to come all afternoon long. Our next start is factory stock 450R, and then the Extreme will be out there with them, the JBS team. Right after that, Super Stock, and we'll finish the day with Super Cat and the VX V-Bottoms. More coming up on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
Take a walk down to 724 Duval Street to Bourbon Street Pub, Key West original Nolans themed video bar featuring the Men of Bourbon Nightly, live VJs, live shows, 5 bars, the world famous garden bar by the pool. Check out bourbonstpub.com for all the happenings. Also, check out the Nolans house right next door. It's the total entertainment package at Bourbon Street Pub. Play where you stay.
We've Got the Keys, your local expert for celebration and event planning, specializing in creative incentive travel and one-of-a-kind events. We love Key West and proudly produce some of your favorite annual festivals, including Fantasy Fest, Taste of Key West, the Key West Songwriters Festival, and the Key Lime Festival. We've Got the Keys takes pride in gathering people together, creating fun and unforgettable events that showcase all that Key West has to offer. Go to we'vegotthekeys.com. Cheers to your next Key West event.
Keys Auto Center is your hometown car dealership. Now with 2 locations at 1618 and 3500 North Roosevelt Boulevard in Key West. Same great staff with over 80 local employees ready to serve you. Keys Auto Center has every brand you can imagine. Chevys, Buicks, GMC trucks, Cadillacs, Corvettes, Nissans, Ford, Chryslers, Dodge, Jeep, Rams, and Toyotas. Go to KeysAutoCenter.com to see all that Keys Auto Center can do for you.
Key West Adventures, Jeep Rentals, and more at 3424 North Roosevelt Boulevard. You're probably wondering what the more is all about. Well, the more now includes boats. Beautiful Bennington 22 Tritoons provided brand new by Polaris, located at Real Impact Marina on Summerland Key. Rent them for as little as a half day or as long as a month. Key West Adventures will even deliver your boat wherever you need it. Go to KeyWestAdventures.com to take a look for yourself and check out the frequently asked questions for more details. Book your next adventure online at KeyWestAdventures.com.
And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
Yeah, so we see boats coming back out of the milling, out of the crane area, and we're hearing from race control in my ear right now that they're going to go ahead and proceed with the start of the next classes. And it looks like they're going to go ahead and bring out the VX boats along with the 450R stock boats.
And the single Extreme Cat.
So they're going to go ahead and, originally they talked about putting the VX boats with the Super Cats, but now they're going to combine them here.
The only thing I don't have is lanes for the 3 Extreme V boats.
Yeah, we'll just, we'll try and sort that out.
Yeah, we can still give the description of the boat and the crew. We're just not sure of their lanes.
Now, normally here on this Wednesday race for the Truman Waterfront Cup, you have an awards on the mall here by all of the vendors and where the crowd is. And that will still be done, but it will be done in combination, I imagine, at some point with all of the other classes.
Yeah, probably after the last race.
Yeah, because of the 2 delays that we've had here, and we've got to get to racing. So at this point, it's get the boats out into the milling area and let's start right up again. So your factory 450R lineup, of course, drawing 4 slots here again, just like every other class so far.
Yep.
What's our lineup for today, Eric?
The hometown heroes, the Hank Saloon with Lee Murray and Ed Shear have the pole in lane 1. That's a 38 Doug Wright. Lane 2 is GC Racing with owner Willie Cabeza, and Sean Torrenti is on the throttles in this boat for the first time. That's also a 39 MTI. Number 66 is 151 Express, 39 MTI with Ian Morgan and Nick Imprescia on the throttles. 36 is 36 is which is 36? I don't.
Where is that?
Lane 4. I must have gotten a wrong number, but because lane 5 is boat number 7, TS Motorsports, with John Tomlinson and Taylor Sism on the wheel, and 96 is Doug Wright, Waves and Wheels, with Logan Adan driving.
So 30, 60, and 66. That's 151 Express. They're third. The CG Marine is second, and Hank Saloon is 1. In Canados, so where are they starting at? And they're in
220.
That they may be 36.
Yeah.
So they're fourth.
Okay.
Gladiator Canados.
Sorry about that, folks.
Canados is your number 4 slot position. It is. Listen, when you have all of those classes doing the card draw, and you're trying to sort that out. And they're just ready to, to draw the cards and leave. We're all like with our notepads, like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Now your 3 boats in VX are race-winning brands, which is a 40 Skater V-bottom, twin 800s. Ed Wendt is the driver, and Bill McComb, who's a longtime veteran on the throttles. Team 25 is a 42 Fountain with driver is Kirk Brito, and the throttles is Robert Brockier out of the UK.
That's the old Harpoon Harry's boat.
Yeah, and that's going to be loud. And then Team Farmsworth, Hancock Claims, Taboo, 42 Fountain with 850 Scorpions and Arneson drives. Christian McCauley is driving, and Jay Healy is on the throttles. And then your lone entry in Extreme 1 is JBS Racing, the MTI with 16 power engines. Jeff Stevenson is driving, and Michael Stancombe is on the throttles.
So Michael Stancombe back in the cockpit here, racing for the second time today. He raced in the 500 class earlier, and he had the potential. Okay, so one of our VX boats having a little bit of engine issues out there, race-winning brands, is trying to get out to the milling area. See if they can limp out there at this moment. Right now getting held up just outside the cranes.
Okay.
As racing gets moving very quickly here this afternoon. We already had 2 delays and didn't get our Class 1 and Mod V start off until after the harbor closure. And we still have Super Stock 11 boats and Super Cat 11 boats to race here later this afternoon.
Stock 450 boats will run 7 laps. Extreme boats are running 10 laps for the Catamaran and 8 laps for the V-bottoms. So let's see some, hopefully we get some orange smoke pretty quick. And is that the X-Insurance helicopter?
It is.
Are we going to get our...
having some issues with the antennas today,
okay.
Which is potentially affecting our... some of our camera shots that we've been struggling with at this point. And if it comes into focus, hopefully it does later during this race.
Eric, I'm surprised you get those boat numbers and names mixed up. There's only 74 boats here, and the largest turnout in like 20 years. So
yeah, that's right.
I think we give you a little slack on this one today.
When I was here in 1994, we had 25 boats in A class.
Wow, one start.
One start.
There's the smoke.
All right, so we've got orange smoke. These boats will be getting up and racing real soon. You see Scott Porte behind us. He's going to get a look at these starts, and also with AJ Bogino. They're wearing their Coco's Monkey apparel. You can see Coco's Monkey apparel store right here on the mall at the Truman Annex, also in the Rab Beats dry pits, where they have all kinds of great things for you to look at.
A little interesting that John Tomlinson and Taylor Sism are in lane 7. Or they're pretty. I don't think they're all the way out, but they're pretty far out.
Again, in many cases, the draws of the slots are based on your performance from the previous race, and that means that a boat like TS Motorsports always is in 1 or 2.
Used to it, yeah.
Yeah, they're very used to having the inside line. So we'll see how it all sorts out for them.
And Doug Wright is in the farthest out.
Yeah,
Logan Adan and Ricky Maldonado.
That's correct.
They're going to be the closest to the pace boat.
Been a super fast boat this year, that the red Doug Wright 38. So these catamarans are a step up from the super stocks. They run the 450R engine, which is from the same block as the 300R that they're running in Superstock, but it's got a supercharger.
Yep.
So it brings the extra 150 horsepower and all that extra torque. These cats are wider than Super Cats. Got a big wide tunnel, and you can turn these boats really hard.
They have to come out of a production mold.
That's
They
correct.
cannot be a one-off. Which it used to be you had to, like for stock class, you had to build 5 boats out of the same mold before you could build a race boat. But
they're green already.
We are a green flag.
So the race is on.
Let's see who's packing air.
In factory 450R.
And look at 151.
Yeah, the young guns.
I guess they, after the Mod V race, they're a little angry.
Yeah, Hank Saloon with the local favorite Lee Murray riding alongside Edward Shear. Running up in second. Looks like the Gladiator Canados boat running third, but I can see the TS Motorsports on the outside looking well as they head to turn number 1.
That green flag might have caught some of them by surprise. He put that thing up before they got to the dock over there on the island. That was a quick start, but they were all lined up, you know.
Yep. That's up to the driver and the throttle to keep an eye on that.
Keep the position where you can
watch
see
it. This race heading to the 1, but right now we're going to turn around and pick up.
I think this is where they're trying to
boats.
make up some time.
Absolutely, they really do have to move along. And
here, bring on the roar with these guys.
Our Active Thunder, our second pace boat, waiting to release our VX boats and the Extreme boat. And we're watching, just from our vantage point, we'll tell you that we've got a real thick of boats heading over towards Fort Zachary Taylor. Very close racing going on in the 450R class. Waiting for our second start of this race.
Now it's ironic because it feels like they're holding this one for a while, but they're still pretty early in the...
Look to me like the green flag went up.
No, it's
they're still yellow.
It's still yellow.
Still yellow. It's when you look on the screen, it looks green.
It does look green. There
now
it goes.
It's green.
Yeah, it's up. The race is on in VX and Extreme. Ale Vite.
And JBS.
And off they go.
Taboo looks like it got a good start, but here come the 450 boats. And
so let's see who our leaders are in the factory 450R class as they come down. A lot of glare that you get in these November days here in Key West Harbor.
It looks like an MTI. I just can't tell which one.
If we can get back on the lead boats.
I'm not going to be surprised if it's a blue one. No, it's Willie and Torrente.
CG Racing with Torrente on the throttles. Early lead, followed by 151 Express in second. Hank Saloon running in third. The Doug Wright boat running in fourth, but just now getting passed by Gladiator Canados. And TS Motorsports running in sixth after lap number 1.
They're all still pretty close together, though, so let's see who pulls off the turn in the harbor.
Looks like the Scarab had some problems on the start.
The skater?
Yeah, the skater back there.
Yeah, the V-bottom.
Yeah, we're out there on JBS and Team Farnsworth.
Yep. Now Farnsworth has just been getting better and better every race, that fountain.
So fans are going to notice a big difference in noise between these 450 R4 strokes and the boats that are the V-bottoms are going to come back around here.
Well, Sean Torrente is he's wasting no time in getting used to this boat. But he also has throttled a 39 MTI in this class with Meade Family Racing and been successful. So
very right out of the gate after the first race, second race, he ended up on the podium and even took a checkered flag during the course of the remainder of the season.
Well, one thing a couple people have told me about Sean is because he has a driving school, he communicates real well with the driver on where he wants the boat and how they want to turn it.
Yeah.
And he has JBS, 16 power.
Here comes the Hancock Flames. Leading in VX as well. And make no mistake that Sean Torrente has a tremendous amount of technology to help him teach his students. And he puts it to use out there on the racing course as well as knowledge and application.
I have not seen Team 25.
Nope. Then we get a good shot of the big MTI. That's an old Dave Scott boat that he raced back in the days. Might have been Bud Select, I believe.
The MTI, and it's got the 16 power in there right now.
It does.
Those 16-cylinder engines.
Yep, the 1,100 horsepower on each side.
And he's building a new skater.
He is.
See our lead boat in stock 450R, and again because of the glare, so very.
Here come
Team 25. Yeah, they were real slow in the start too. They've got some problems. Looks like a drive's hung maybe. Yeah.
All the way from Great Britain, Robert Rockier.
That boat was moving much faster last year when we were racing it.
But now the Taboo is starting to get its rhythm.
Team Farnsworth, Hancock Claims, Bill Mazzoni boat.
They got it up and going now.
Race-winning Grand.
Race winning didn't take off with the rest of the boats. He was still down there in the milling circle.
Here comes our leaders, and
yeah, this is looking like
Factory
a
450R.
Nice competition right here.
Well, this would be a fun pass.
This looks like a Doug Wright is taking.
Yeah, it's still CG
oh, no,
Racing.
CG,
yeah. In 1, 151 Express in 2.
And then a group of Doug Wrights coming
Hank
here.
Saloon still running in 3. 1, 2, 3. The Doug Wright now in 3rd. And here comes
you can't see anything
96 Doug Wright.
Yeah, he's getting all the spray.
Holding on to 4th. Canados, excuse me, running in 5th, and TS Motorsports 6th. So they hold position through lap number 2 of 7 in Factory 450R.
That rooster wash was getting into the 96 Doug Wright windshield, and you know we followed Taylor Sism out of a turn over there at Inglewood one year, and I promise you he can't see anything, so he's just hoping that everybody keeps going straight, you know.
Looking back at the JBS.
What a turn. You know, Michael Stancombe's in there on the throttles. He was in the 501 ex-insurance boat there in the first race, so hopefully got dried out.
Well, he's still got to probably be feeling a little beat up.
Yeah, no matter what, he's going to be sore. Getting tossed out of a boat like that, so.
JBS.
But he's having a good time on the throttles right now.
Looking good.
Now, doesn't he sit on the right side and throttle lefty in that boat?
Yes.
That would be weird to me.
I think so.
And this is the...
yeah, I think it's left side drive.
Yep.
That's a Team 25, just not...
And here's
just moseying
151
along.
Express, just...
All 6 of the Factory 450R.
On the rev limiters. You hear that flutter coming through there?
That was Team Farnsworth just passing by, continuing to lead after 2 laps.
That boat sounded pretty similar to another fountain I know that's around that isn't here this weekend. Looks good.
What is the status of yours? Are they going to be able to fix it for racing? Or?
We don't know. We're going to try to get back before the spring, but it's messed up pretty bad. About 20 feet of the glass, the entire back of the boat had to come off from 20 feet up from the drive. So it was pretty messed up. So we're just, you know, we'll see what happens.
This looks like...
got my guys in Texas working on Lone Star Fiberglass and Gelcoat, Farrell Hill and his team, and they're going to do the best job they can for us. I guarantee you that.
So 151 Express was still looking like they were running pretty good. I believe CG Racing continuing to hold a pretty decent lead on what is a pretty tight pack of boats. 6 all that did not change position from lap 1 to lap number 2.
Listen to that fountain.
Yeah, off in the distance, you can hear it from our broadcast position as we watch them spool up there and head out to turn number 1. All right, here come your lead boats, past Ford Zachary Taylor and towards the end of the mole.
That's those Frank McComas Scorpion engines in that boat.
And we get a good look at race-winning brands in front of us here.
That thing's running good too. Fast boat.
Yeah, whatever issue they had loading up at the start, it's looking good now.
CG Racing continuing to lead in Factory 450R.
151 is still in second, but we're seeing a battle right now.
For 3rd.
This is the 2 Doug Wrights side by side.
Battle for 4th. That's Hank Saloon still holding on in 3rd, and 96.
Oh, here comes
Doug
MTI.
Wright.
MTI's coming
just got passed by Marine Technologies. TS Motorsports now has moved up to 4th. Doug Wright falls back to 5th. And now Gladiator Canados
is 6th.
Drops back 1 spot to 6th with 4 laps to go.
All these guys in this class, the Class 450 factory boats, you don't know who's going to win this thing because they've all had their turn all year long. It's been so back and forth. No one's really dominated the entire thing, you know? And that's what makes it really fun to watch is that it's not the same person all the time, and the competition is real tough in that class.
Good look at JBS, Jeff Stevenson and Mike Stancombe as they come around lap number 3.
151 Express hasn't ran too many races this year, and those guys are doing a really good job today.
There they go, holding on to second all the way.
Well,
so far today.
Nick and Prussia told me that about midway through the season, they found out that they were down on power on one of those outboards, and they just hadn't been able to trace it.
Team Farnsworth, laps, Team 25. We're struggling along. It's the old Harpoon Harry's Wicks boat.
Now this is, we're looking here at Logan Aden, 18 or 19. I don't know if he had a birthday.
He may have had a birthday.
And Throttleman, Ricky Maldonado, and they have claimed a slot for Class 1 for next year.
That Team 25 boat's the former Harpoon Harry Wicks boat, and they were racing in Class 3 with us last year. Now they're in the V Extreme class.
That's correct.
So they've been doing a bunch of work to get that thing ready to go for this class. I think they changed the motors and did some things to it or worked on them.
And this is the race-winning Brands boat, I'm pretty sure, on camera now.
It is. And that Team 25, you know, they're just going to get their laps. No matter what, they're going to get around that course and get their laps and their time for today because, you know, like we said earlier, come Sunday, you never know.
Yep. It's a long play for
that boat looked good coming around that turn. Race-winning Brands coming around the corner down there looked really good.
Yep.
We see our lead boat there just as
there's Farnsworth.
Came off that shot. There's your leader overall in the VX class. Now back to race-winning Brands and your lead boat in the factory 450R. Up to this point, it's been CG Racing, Willie Cabeza and Sean Torrente. In the MTI, the 450R 4-strokes. And they'll come by once again. Hard to see in the spray, but yeah, that's a beautifully liveried CG Racing team. And 151 Express, Sean Torrente's boys from SDX Racing, Nick and Prussia and Ian Morgan, who worked there for him. They're running in second behind him.
Hanks is
holding on to third, and now Marine Technologies TS Motorsports still in fourth, but they have moved up.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's nothing more fun to me than a pair of big blocks running by here with some side exhaust right in front of us. What are they 75 feet away from us?
Yep.
And Gladiator Canados is off the pace a little bit.
Still running in sixth.
Wonder if there's a Guardian scenario there possibly.
And here comes on the backside going out north, CG Racing. Trying to get a lap speed on them. I'm averaging about 86 miles an hour. GC Racing. Willie Cabeza.
Sean Torrente.
Yep.
Team Farnsworth's pulling in.
Farnsworth is.
It looks like they're pulling off the course.
Yep.
They sure are. Come out of turn 2 out there and pulled off.
And this is why race-winning Brands and
just getting
and
started.
Team 25 is making their laps. That's right. You never know.
Race-winning Brands the last off the line there, and now have all of a sudden have a chance to take the checkered.
And Team 25 is only going like 60 miles an hour, but they're getting all their laps and all their time. You know.
They're a lap down right now.
Attrition, man. It's a long day for attrition. You know, you spend all year though. We've raced these boats real hard all year long, and then now we're at the last race of the season. And you know, we talked about this last year when Peter Meyer was here. You got to throw everything you have to get your boats to this race. And this is 3 races. This isn't just one, you know.
Right.
So there's going to be a lot of work in the pits tonight. It'll be a busy day tonight, and a busy day tomorrow. Everybody working on stuff. I'm getting phone calls over here asking, do I have parts in my trailer, or can I take stuff? I'm like, take whatever you need out of there. Just get your stuff back in the water. They got the hatch up out there in Farnsworth. You can't see on the screen.
We got a caution in turn 2.
So turn 2 is right out in front of Fort Zachary Taylor. Could be a boat.
Could be a boat down on the course and just in a bad spot.
Yeah, a lot of current out there.
See Team Farnsworth, like you can't see them on the screen, but looking from the table here, they got their hatch up and they're back there trying to figure out what's going on with that boat.
Yep.
And so that's what you do at Key West. You know, normal race, when you go down like that, you don't jump out and try to fix it.
We are in a yellow flag now, so.
And they can keep racing. They just can't pass.
Oh, is that it?
That's right.
Okay.
You can keep racing, but you can't pass around the caution. Now, you can pass down here.
You can pass, yeah, you just have to hold your position.
Through the caution.
At the dangerous area, for lack of a better term.
That's correct. Red flag stops the race, but caution, you know, you just can't pass the boat. Stay in line. When you get around it, then start racing again. But, you know, back to what I was saying, these guys are going to try to fix that boat and get it back going.
They got a buoy down. So here comes GC.
Somebody took out the buoy.
And GC is part of that Marine Technologies concierge program.
You know, that turn 2 could have been that Farnsworth boat that took out that buoy.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they did. Don't take that for fact, but they went down just after they come around that turn.
But that concierge program is pretty nice. You show up, they bring the boat, you race. Oh, now MTI's up to 3rd.
They are.
Yeah. Johnny's
got around the Doug Wright
methodically reeling in people.
Team. 2 laps to go. Doug Wright holding on to 5th.
Team 25 Fountain Racing passed us. Oh, sorry, it's not on the screen, but they're passing by, still making laps.
Yeah.
There they are, Cortez Cove. They'll get that thing dialed in.
You watch JBS cruising by.
And Canados is coming by in.
Holding on to 6.
Yep.
Canados.
Yeah, I just found out that Michelle Carcenti, who owns that Doug Wright, actually owns the company Gladiator Canados.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Scott Conrad is a dealer for him in Fort Lauderdale. That's how they put the whole thing together. Yep, here's the Hancock Claims boat.
Christian McCauley and Jay Healy, they're going super cat racing.
They're coming back
today.
on power right now. If the camera could get there, they're going to get back in.
No, that's
I'm sorry.
Sean McCauley's going to be in the boat, but he's going to be in the Super Cat with Anthony Smith from Was Up Racing.
But Hancock Claims is getting in.
Yeah, he's getting back in. That's going to make it real interesting to see where Race Winning Brands is at.
Awesome. Awesome.
This makes it a real interesting race.
Good job, guys.
All of a sudden.
Good job in the Farnsworth Hancock team race. That's good. Good job.
Well, plus you think about the guy that owns that. We're back to green, but you think about Win Farnsworth, who owns all that team, and he's dedicated to this sport.
Yeah, Win is heavily involved in this deal, and he's a big supporter of it. And, you know, we're glad he's here. We raced in some shootouts with Win over the years, and he had low altitude and a bunch of other boats, 41 DCB. But,
well,
guys, he's no stranger to horsepower, I'll tell you that right now.
He backs the Bulletproof team in Bracket 500, and they won the national title this year.
They sure did.
It'll be real interesting in that extreme class, being that they have 5 laps left. Everybody else is sitting about 2 to 3 laps left. How many laps will actually run in that extreme, being that all those teams are several laps behind now after everybody had trouble so far today.
This is when you got to make sure you're accurate about pulling your tape and just keeping a track of your own
Well, I mean, again,
program.
how long will the RWO allow them to be on the course with the other ones, the 450 and the other extreme being done ahead of it?
I think there will be some discretion used there just to get this race done and moving on with still 2 big races to go.
Now, were they far enough ahead to hold on to first place?
No,
or
everybody's on the same lap in that extreme class all of a sudden.
And so they're going to they'll be hopefully, or not hopefully, but they'll pass the 25 team out there. But, well, they're down on power too. Hold on
25 has already been passed. They're sitting 3rd right now.
Oh, here comes our leader in factory 450R.
Oh, but Farnsworth is backing down.
No, here's GC again.
Yeah.
I saw the blue when I saw
GC Racing continuing to lead in
151 Express.
Factory 450R. 151 Express holding on to 2nd.
Well, that helicopter's right.
1 lap to go.
And here comes MTI. So now Johnny and Taylor.
And we see
the KG veterans are on the podium.
Hank Saloon.
I see Race Winning Brands down back there also. Isn't that them in the middle of the course?
Too?
They're circling in the middle of the course. They're down, and it looks like Team 25.
Hanks.
There's Hanks. They're in 4th now behind TS Motorsports. And then you see the red 96 Doug Wright holding up.
Yeah, Race Winning Brands is down in the middle of the course. Out towards turn 1, and Hancock just basically kind of went by.
So that's them back in first place.
That's going to be an interesting one.
That is definitely the battle of attrition in that class so far.
Chad and I had
I'm not going to lie. I lost track of that class.
Yeah, I can't.
Well, I mean, they're all on the same lap right now. We've seen Farnsworth come around first. Race Winning Brands never officially took him over, so all of a sudden we're sitting with, everybody on the same lap. We'll see who comes back around the buoy first here.
What lap are they on?
4.
Okay.
GC Racing, they're averaging about 87 miles a lap right now. They've got that thing dialed in and in cruise control and a good solid lead. We just saw Gladiator Canados. They're running in 6th.
Yeah,
all 6 boats running in the stock 450R class.
And it's my understanding that the owners in the 450 class voted to keep the motors for 1 more year before switching over to the new 500s that are going to replace the 450s.
That's very interesting.
Probably going to have to do some support work on those boats to hang those big heavy motors on the back.
Well, I don't think they weigh that much more, but the interesting thing about that new 500 is the gear case. The diameter is so much bigger. It's like the old NXT. And stepped hulls used to have a problem with too much stern lift with that diameter, but I'm sure smarter guys than me are going to design the hulls and make them work.
There's Team 25 running slow, and then Team Farnsworth Hancock is coming around the corner right behind them, running slow also. They're not at full power yet, but they're trying to keep. They're going to get around them, I think.
Not the extreme class expected day at all. You know what I mean? You're
not unless
not very extreme, huh?
No, not extreme at all.
Not for the V-bottoms. The extreme catamaran's running pretty good.
But hey, hats off to them. They all kind of had issues today. They're all still trying to win, make laps and win this race, you know. And
there's still 2 days of racing to go.
I mean, in essence,
today,
right now, Team 25 is the first one to come back around. They're in first place in the extreme class right now.
Good for them.
Just like that. They got a lot of smoke coming out of that starboard motor. Look at those pipes.
They're
dumping a motor right now, so they're probably going to find an engine to finish this race. You see all this smoke? That's oil.
And then there comes the second place, right? It's a close battle here for the extremes.
Yeah, they're running.
There goes
the final lap for GC, right?
That should be it. The checkered flag's out for GC, just ahead of 151.
Okay, Nicky's second.
151 Express takes second.
Third to MTI.
TS Motorsports Marine Technologies take third. There goes the Extreme.
But now let's
Jeff Stevenson and Mike Stancombe, they'll take seventh. This is 96 Doug Wright Powerboats. Logan Adon and Ricky Maldonado, they'll take fourth.
Above Hanks.
Hanks Saloon had that number 2 spot early. Key Wester, Lee Murray, and Edwin Shear, they'll take fifth.
Now that
fourth, yes, fifth. Fifth is a lost it on that lap.
Yep. That sets up some real interesting stuff with the two young guns. You know, Nicky and Ian, and then Sean and Willie looking back at Johnny and Taylor.
And now we look at
on Friday.
France's Michel Carcente with Irvin Grant.
Yeah.
And the Gladiator Canados. They take 6th here today. All 6 of the stock boats finished today.
That Team 25 fountain put down a heck of a smoke screen coming through here, didn't he?
He sure did.
Yeah, now, but when does it get to a point where you're doing so much damage that that it's not worth running?
Yeah, his damage is done. With that amount of smoke coming out of that motor, he's probably pouring oil into there or overheated. He's probably got a head gasket blown. Who knows what's going on there, but that motor is not going to run the rest of the week. They're going to have to find another one, I'm pretty sure of it.
Right, but then you're starting to wonder if you're overheating because fiberglass doesn't like heat.
Yeah.
So
just keep running it. That's what
you don't want to catch fire.
Right until it stops completely.
Went from a nice shot of that 38 Doug Wright to the big MTI of Jeff Stevenson and Mike Stancombe. They're running unopposed in the Extreme Catamaran class today, and it will be interesting to see how many more laps race officials will allow to go on, as we have still 22 boats to race this afternoon in 2 different starts. Superstock is next, and they'll run 7 laps, just around 32 miles, and then the last race of the day is Supercat. Will the choppers have to go refuel?
I would imagine they're going to have to before Supercat.
A little bit more of an intermission. Or will we have our podium for the Truman Waterfront Cup here at the outer mole next to the mall of vendors here to hand out the cups for the Truman Waterfront Cup so far in Class 1. We have 222 Offshore Australian Navy with the win. And in Mod V, the Sunprint El Bandito Tequila team in Mod V. And then right here today, unofficially, we got GC Racing in first in factory 450R stock, and still waiting for our Extreme and our V Extreme teams to come around.
It looks like he turned off down there. He's the only one left on the boat course, and he's pulled in between turn 1 and 2 coming down the middle. Farnsworth team, Hancock.
Yeah.
So I think they called it.
Yeah, checkered flag for JBS after 8 laps.
Yeah, they just need to get a little bit farther in that lap ahead of that Team 25, and they did. Team 25, they never came back out of turn 3 once they smoked the whole place down coming through here. But
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, you saw Farnsworth heading out towards the first turn there. They were definitely on that back straightaway, you know, and then, you know, we didn't see, I guess,
there he is there on the screen. He's coming down the middle. Yeah, he's not even on the course.
He's not even trying to. So obviously it was a distance. It was about going further distance today, and that's what they did. Just enough.
That's all he needs.
Hancock claims. And, you know, one thing we didn't mention, next start will be, okay, so it looks like we're going to have a little bit of an intermission before, but drivers do have to switch. You've got Sean Torrente, who's in GC Racing. They're taking their checkered flag across from us in their factory 450R stock class win. Malik Cabeza, his first podium finish of his career, and Sean Torrente helps deliver that checkered flag to him. But Torrente's got to get into a boat to race in super stock. And
a brand new boat.
Yeah, that's
Just
right.
pull it up on the side, put some buoys on it, jump on over, let's go, come on.
And
either that or bribe the MCON boat to bring you in.
Yeah, he is the only one that's got to get over there. So
yeah, so they're not going to hold stuff for one. You know,
well, you saw how quickly, Myrick Coyle was jumping around there. Yeah, what do we got? Of the 2023 Key West World Champions 42nd annual event presented by Performance Boat Center. You're listening to live coverage from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. And, of course, you're listening here on the Race World Offshore Facebook page. Our coverage brought to you by Maximum Inflation.
Historic Pepe's Cafe in Key West, founded in 1909, still does things the old way. Diachronic, if you will. How about fresh squeezed juices? Think how good that margarita or greyhound will taste. Blue Point oysters shucked to order because oysters work better that way. Fresh breads and outstanding specials in an eatery that opened the same year Ole Evinrude invented the first outboard motor. And get a jump on someone's birthday and check out our retail offerings for some great gift ideas. Pepe's Cafe, Old Town Key West, of course.
It's time for some high-performance fun as the Florida Powerboat Club returns to Key West for the 31st annual Key West Poker Run presented by Mercury Racing. See the amazing powerboats on display at the Conch Republic Seafood Company Poker Run Village, 631 Green Street in the Key West Historic Seaport. The party starts Thursday, November 9th and continues through Saturday with live entertainment featuring the Andy Westcott Band on Friday at 4 p.m. It's free to the public, so come celebrate 50 years of wide open with Mercury Racing and the Florida Powerboat Club.
Hey Keys family, Lichty Marina Marathon is proud to be the Keys' largest Suzuki repower dealer. Suzuki engines deliver unmatched reliability and performance. This week's boat of the week is the super sweet Pioneer 180 Islander. The 180 Islander is the perfect boat for family fun. With its 6-person capacity, this center console is the perfect boat to pull up to the sandbars and enjoy the outdoors with friends and family. Come see us at 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon or check us out online at marathonsuzuki.com.
It's the Fast Boats and Boots concert presented by X Insurance, featuring some of Key West's best local musical talent: Cliff Cody, Key West Kings, Rob Benton, K-Rush, and Wolf Love Band. Happening Saturday, November the 11th at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater. Join X Insurance for their 2nd annual official Race World Offshore Fast Boats and Boots concert. Get your tickets online now at fastboatsandboots.com. That's fastboatsandboots.com. And now we return to the 42nd annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center.
Time for our second Lichty Marina Marathon halftime report, brought to you by Lichty Marina Marathon, is the Keys' largest Suzuki repower dealer, Lichty Marine, at 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. Rick Lopez, great to be back with you, along with JW, Joey Cook, from the Keys Citizen, and we're getting ready for another podium presentation. The voice of offshore powerboat racing, Todd Swafford, is making his way over there, and Joey, will get to Todd here in a moment, but man, once we got going again at 12:30, the racing has been fast and furious.
I'm surprised we're even getting to start right now. We stopped right now in the middle of all this, you know, but hey, got to get the guys
well,
who are doing double duty.
You know what they got to do is the helicopters got to go back and get gassed up again.
That too,
yeah.
And they got to get guys that, like they were saying right before, the guys that are doing double duty got to get out of the boats they were in just racing and into the next boats that they're racing in right now. So it's not just something you just jump in the water and just jump right back out, you know. So few management things that need to get done, like you said, gassing everybody up, making sure safety's back in line, and let's get back on the course. I mean, it's been a, like you said, very, very fast-paced afternoon here. The 222, they seemed like they were just racing a moment ago, and they've been already off for a whole race. So it's been bang, 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 bang for sure.
Right. We got race number 2 underway at 12:30, Class 1. That we saw one of the great runs of the day, Joey. How about that Australian Navy team?
Yeah,
I mean,
222 was beautiful. That was a great boat right there. Yeah, they're the class champs for a reason. They're the world champs already for a reason. You know, that first start that came out, we saw before the incident down there in turn 3, you know, MCON got a great start. And as great as MCON looked today, and they got back on the podium fighting their way back up there, I don't think they were going to be able to withstand that Navy boat, that Australian Navy 222 is. Man, that thing was dialed in today, and it was just pure speed.
Yeah, because, and you mentioned MCON and Monster Energy, we got off to a great start, but remember, we had another incident at turn 3 where the X-Insurance number 11 boat turned over there, so they restarted that race, and then the Australian Navy came out big time. Are we ready to go there? All right, as Todd Swafford is over at the podium, and we'll be handing out the next coconuts and the awards for the first, second, and third place finishers here for our races that we've just concluded from Class 1, Mod V, Stock 450, Extreme, and VX. So as soon as we've got Todd ready to go, we will send you over to the podium. So already, I mean, just a lot of racing. Not only did Offshore Australia look good out there in the Mod V class. How about Sunprint, Joey? Great run.
Doing it again, man. There's no secret of what they have. We know they're very much a veteran team. There's no surprise there at all. They came out, and our buddy Scott Porter put a great bottom on them, and they were just smooth the whole way through. You know, early on you had the Hurricane of Awesomeness right on their tail, but again, turn 3, nothing major, just a breakdown in turn 3 there. So we had a lot of it looks a lot more rough.
Turn 3 has been the real bugaboo here
so far.
On our first day of racing. And that turn 3, by the way, is down by the hotels here in the harbor, and that's where Hurricane of Awesomeness had broke down. And then, of course, we just concluded the Stock 450, the Extreme, and the XV classes. And in that Stock 450, it was CG Racing that came in first, the 151 Express in second, and TS Motorsports MTI came in third. In the Extreme classification, this is interesting to note, you had 3 boats racing there. Joey, race winning brands, Team 25 and Farnsworth Hancock, they all broke down.
At some point,
nobody finished today.
Well, at some point they all broke down. When the race ended, it is fair to note that the Farnsworth Hancock boat was up and running. So that was a big part of that. But, yeah, they are the winners because they were the last boat running today.
Yeah, and we have them slotted Farnsworth Hancock in first, Team 25 in second, and race-winning brands in third. It is the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races. We are at the Porte Products Performance Broadcast Center. This is the Lichty Marina Marathon halftime report. We are waiting for Todd Swafford to go over at the podium, which is one of the great additions to the race week and each race day. The podium, the guys will get off the boats just inside the mole, and the podium is very close to our broadcast center here as you work your way up the mole towards the VIP section, and it faces the inside of the mole. You can't you can't miss it there when you go by. So after the races are done, you might want, if you're up here on the outer mole, to go over and cheer on the racers as they'll get their checkered flags and awards for each race day. So we are on standby waiting for that to happen right now. So as soon as Todd is ready, we will send it over there. We still have plenty of racing to go here as we've got coming up here our next race that'll come your way. We start seeing the big boats, real big boats here, Joey.
Well, we've seen the Class 1. Those were the real
Class
big boats.
1,
You're probably not going to see anything faster than the Navy. That 222 Navy boat is probably the fastest we're going to see of the day, of the week. But this is when the racing becomes really tight and really interesting with the stocks and the Super Cats coming up, because those are the ones that are all spec class. You got to fall into the regulations in order to be on the water, and it's all about the throttle man and the driver and who can get around the course the best.
Right. Our next race is the Super Stocks. And that has, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 boats going that are going to take the field in this next race, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, what is it, 64, 74 boats here today in general?
74
29
registered
this morning.
boats, yes, exactly.
29 this morning was amazing to see the 25 boats in the bracket class. That was just action all over the place, and it's, like I said, it's really not stopped. The Class 1s did not disappoint. We had the one incident down there, but it was 6 boats, so now we're probably down to 4 for the rest of the week. But still, those 4 boats were very impressive. That, I give my hats off to the MTI, who we've seen dominated the class of 450 for the last few years. All of a sudden today come out with trouble, started at 6th place, fought all the way back to 3rd place. So that 3rd place was a very impressive 3rd place. Hanks had a great run. The 450s were a lot of fun. And even the extremes, despite every one of them breaking down somewhere along the way, to see them out on the course trying to get things to work back up and whatever you can to get around. I mean, the Winning Brands, teams were already going around their second lap, and Winning Brands was just getting started on that backstretch way, and they all of a sudden were back in the race there. So
it's about resiliency.
It really has been. It really has been.
And having to fix things on the fly after you think maybe you got everything working perfectly. And in powerboat racing, you could, what's the old adage? A 10-cent nut could come off, and then you got to figure out how to get that going. And you saw the resiliency out there. The final race of the day will be the Super Cats, and that also will have 11 boats in that field, Joey. So in the next 2 races that you're going to see in the Super Cats, which is the last race, and the next race in the Super Stocks, they'll all be racing each other. There's no other starts in those races.
Right.
So what you'll see when that start and that whole race is everybody out on the field is racing for that same checkered flag.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And that's why they built that class to be the premier one that ends the day. It is truly the best racing with the biggest high horsepower.
Todd is ready over at the podium. Take it away, Todd Swafford.
Class 1 here today. Big round of applause for all of the teams here. Let's do our podium for Class 1 World Championship Racing here in Key West for the first day of 3 days of racing for the Performance Boat Center Key West World Championships. Finishing in 3rd place today in UIM Class 1, Monster Energy, Tyler Miller, Myra Coyle, 438 skater with those Mercury Racing 1100 horsepower engines. And all winners of the Truman Waterfront Cup get refreshing coconut milk from the official drink of the RWO World Championships, produced by the Coconut Man. Welcome to all of our friends watching globally on our Race World Offshore live stream. 3rd place here today. The Monster Energy team. 2nd place today in Class 1. DeFalco, the Outer Limits. Mike Falco and Billy Moore, big day today. 2nd on the podium, the first day of racing for the Key West World Championships. Drink that refreshing coconut milk from the Coconut Man. 2nd place, DeFalco. In 1st place today for the Truman Waterfront Cup in Class 1. They come into this RWO World Championship as your reigning World Series champion in Class 1. And they win here today again. Flag to flag, 222 offshore. Giovanni Carpatella, Darren Nicholson. Careful, those are very delicate hands that Darren has. I don't know, missing with that blade. The Coconut Man, the official coconut of the RWO World Championships. And there is your Class 1 podium for the World Championship. 222 Offshore, DeFalco, Monster Energy. Thank you. Thank you very much, Darren, Giovanni. Darren, just a couple of quick comments. How was it out there today? You guys look really nice.
Yeah, look, it was great. That's the first time Giovanni and I have been to Key West on the water, so first few laps were a little bit ragged trying to figure out where we were going, but boat was good. All the crew did a great job giving us a nice boat, and we went out and didn't bust it, so it was good.
Thank you. That's Darren Nicholson. Giovanni, how is it to win in Key West? I know you've heard about the legend. How was it out there?
Yeah, I never racing here. It's the first time for me. I'm really happy because I never saw the circuit. So we start and we have to decide where we have to go. In the morning we have to decide the setup we have to use, so it's not easy. But it was nice. I'm very happy about it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Giovanni Carpitello, 222 Offshore. Let's move on to our factory 450R stock class for the Truman Waterfront Cup. Taking third place today in the stock 450R class was TS Motorsports, the MTI team. Taylor Sism, John Tomlinson today. All competitors are drinking refreshing coconut milk from the Coconut Man. TS Motorsports, third place today on the podium. Winners of the APBA National High Points Championship in TS Motorsports Marine Technologies Incorporated. Second place today in the factory 450R stock class 151 Express. Nick and Prussia, Ian Morgan, the rookies. Second for the Truman Waterfront Cup. Victory tastes great. And the winner today in factory stock 450R. What a day today for GC Racing. Gary Cabeza, Sean Tarenti. All MTI finish on the podium, on the Monster Energy podium here for the Truman Waterfront Cup. Victory is sweet today in factory 450R for GC Racing. Well worth the price of admission. And it looks better from this side of the stage. Thank you, the Coconut Man. And here is your champion podium with the Monster Energy team. Factory 450R, GC Racing, 151 Express, and TS Motorsports, Marine Technologies.
All right. We may have another podium presentation coming up as well. That is an awesome sight. Again, the podium here on the outer mole, where is the best place to watch the races, is near towards the end of the mole. Just keep walking down. It'll be on your right-hand side before you get to the VIP area as the boaters come in and the race crews come in after their race to get their awards, and it's a great sight, and to see the race teams on the podium. Here we go. Let's go back to Todd Swafford once again as we got more.
Finishing in third place today in Mod V, Team Laddercrete. Team Laddercrete to the podium. Third place today in the modified V category. All competitors that hit the podium get refreshing fresh coconut milk from the Coconut Man, the official coconut of the RWO World Championships. Laticrete, third place here in Mod V. Second place in Mod V, BoatFloater.com. Back to the podium for the Killdolls. BoatFloater.com, second place today. For the Truman Waterfront Cup and the Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center. And now to the top of the podium, first place today in Mod V. They were your APBA National High Points champions. Back to the top of the podium for Stephen Furman and Steve Miklos in the Sunprint El Bandito Tequila team. Steve looks familiar at opening the El Bandito Tequila. Yes. That might taste good in a freshly opened coconut from the Coconut Man. Oh. Wow. There he is. Victory Taste Sweet. Sunprint El Bandito Tequila, your winner. That's your podium. Number one, Sunprint Hooters El Bandito Tequila, Boat Floater, and Laticrete.
Well, all our winners need to be careful. A lot of coconut shrapnel over there as they're stepping off the podium. Oh, what a great sight. The podium here at the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races on the Zone 97.7 WAVK, brought to you by Porte Performance, Lichty Marina Marathon, Keys Auto Center, X Insurance, Fast Boats, Boots and Boats Concert, Florida Powerboat Club, Two Friends Patio Restaurant, We've Got the Keys, Pepe's Cafe, Key West Adventures and more, El Mesón de Pepe, Beach Weekend Key West, Bourbon Street Pub, and Fair Villa Sexy Things. Let's go back one more time. Got another podium presentation with the voice of Offshore Powerboat Racing, Todd Swafford.
Race-winning brands. Race-winning brands. You guys here? Second place, Team 25. Team 25. There they are. Second place, Team 25. And first place today in VX, Team Farnsworth Hancock Claims. There's your podium. Team Hancock Farnsworth first. Team 25 second. VX Extreme. Let's move right along. We have one boat racing today in the Extreme class. Truman Waterfront Cup goes first place to JBS Racing. JBS. There they are, a big MTI with the 1116 power in. Earlier today, they were unable to be with us in Class 200. They're your APBA National High Points champions. They were winners today again. It's the Stallman Predator team from Class 200 earlier today. Yes. First place, Stallman, that's all they do. First place again. Preston 41 Apache of the Stallman Motor Group. Class 200 winners from earlier today, that's Predator. And thank you to the world famous Coconut Man, refreshing our competitors today. And thank you to the Monster Energy team. More awards coming up for the Truman Waterfront Cup. Racing is ready to resume. Thank you very much.
All right, Todd, thank you. Great job over there at the podium as the awards are being handed out. We got more to do. We've got the Super Stock class coming up, followed by the Super Cats. It's the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races here on the Zone. This has been the Lichty Marine of Marathon Halftime Report. Lichty Marine of Marathon carries boats like Bulls Bay, Sundance, Spider, and more. Lichty Marine, 9200 Overseas Highway and Marathon. More coming your way from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center right after this here on your home of the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races, The Zone, 97.7 WAVK.
Hey Key West, Danny Hughes here from Two Friends Patio. I love live music all day, every day. And that's exactly what we have. Breakfast, lunch, happy hour, and dinner just seem better. An Eggs Benedict or Key West shrimp is more pimp. Beer tastes more cheery. You ameliorate a steak. And you're eating...
This is your intimacy and wellness resource. Plus, they have the sexiest lingerie, the best party supplies, and all your bedroom necessities. Sure to keep you revved up and ready for action. For store locations and online shopping, Fairvilla.com. In Key West, every day can be a winner for you at Fairvilla Sexy Things.
The sound of performance, that's what drives us. When Scott Porte set out to build the most technologically advanced hydraulic transom lift system, he pulled out all the stops. The Porte R-Series high-performance hydraulic transom bracket is the world's most advanced outboard transom bracket. After Scott won another world championship, the race governing body declared the Porte R-Series an unfair advantage. The Porte R-Series cockpit-controlled hydraulic transom bracket has the same DNA as our industrial commercial series. Maximum horsepower 750 per engine. Maximum weight capacity 900 pounds per engine. Maximum number of engines unlimited. Besides numerous national, world, and sanctioning body championships, the Porte R-Series just won Top Gun status by setting the open cockpit outboard powered catamaran class at the 2022 Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. The unfair advantage keeps on winning everywhere it goes. Let us design one for you. Visit us online at PorteProducts.com.
And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
Yeah.
It's Randy, I'm not getting any. Okay.
Back, everybody, thank you, Randy, to the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races. We are getting ready. We got another race. We actually got two more races for you as we have returned here to the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. Go to PorteProducts.com to see all that Porte Performance can do. Eric Colby back with me, as well as J.W. Cook. And, guys, 2 more big races coming our way here in just moments. Eric, the super stocks are going to take the field.
11 of them.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting watching turn 2. once we get them in and out of turn 1 and turn 2, then hopefully they'll spread out a little bit by the time they come into the harbor. But it's still pretty calm. I don't think it's going to get too windy and blow anyone around, so that's good.
Doesn't it seem like the conditions, Joey, have seemed pretty basically the same all day? Hang on a second, Joe. Let's get Joey Cook back on with us here. He's on mic 5 down at the end. Are you there, Joe?
I'm here. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
it hasn't. Yeah. It is laid down every time. It's been just enough in between every race for things to not get too crazy, too choppy. And it's said the conditions have not changed much at all. It's been a very, as you would say, Rick, Chamber of Commerce day. And you know what? For all those people that are thinking about getting out of work here shortly, you still have time to get down here and watch these races today. You know, typically we're talking about the 2:30 being the end of it. Not today. We still got 2 races left. The big boys, 11 boats in these ones go. So there's a lot of excitement to go on still down here. So if you're thinking, I don't have time, you still have time to get down here today.
You're exactly right. 2 more races to go here. Eric, what are we looking for in the super stocks? What are you paying close attention to here?
Super stock, what I'm going to look at is Allied Construction with their brand new boat, and the fact that Torrente was just out on the course.
So he's got a feel for it. Yeah.
And then you've got the same thing with Myrick Coyle in Performance Boat Center, because he was just out on the course, and when he was over there at the podium waiting to get his Class 1 podium, he was like, I got to get in the boat, I got to get in the boat. So he just wants to go sit in his boat, get locked in a little bit, and, transition from driving a 43-foot boat to a 32-foot light outboard-powered boat. But they're going to have the advantage of being experienced with what's out here. Did they come in and say, hey, maybe we should go to a little bit shorter or taller prop? Maybe we should move some weight around because it's either bumpier or less bumpy than I thought it was. So I think that gives them an edge.
Well, they're all getting ready to go. The super stocks take the field next. 11 teams will be out on the course. And in this race, everybody that starts, they're all racing together. So this should be a lot of fun. Plenty more from the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center, coming your way right after this here on your home of the World Championship Powerboat Races, The Zone, 97.7 WAVK.
A lot of boat rental places in town, but none of them compare to the brand new Beach Weekend. With over 50 brand new boats at the best rate around, Beach Weekend promises to deliver a boating experience like never before. Been thinking about buying a boat? Don't. Just join the Beach Weekend Boat Club. For a small monthly fee, you'll never have to worry about the hassle of owning one. You'll just get to experience all the fun. Membership is limited, so visit beachweekendkeywest.com for more info.
Catch all the action of the powerboat races at El Maison de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Quench your thirst with one of their homemade mojito specials. Grab a Cuban mix or one of their delicious specials for lunch. Later on, watch the sunset and have dinner and dancing to the tunes of Caribe. No matter what, you'll be right in the middle of it all in the magic, beauty, and charm of Old Havana right here at El Maison de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Preserving Key West Cuban conch history since 1997.
Take a walk down to 724 Duval Street to Bourbon Street Pub, Key West original Nolans-themed video bar featuring the Men of Bourbon Nightly, live VJs, live shows, 5 bars, the world-famous garden bar by the pool. Check out bourbonstpub.com for all the happenings. Also, check out the Nolans House right next door. It's the total entertainment package at Bourbon Street Pub. Play where you stay.
We've Got the Keys, your local expert for celebration and event planning, specializing in creative incentive travel and one-of-a-kind events. We love Key West and proudly produce some of your favorite annual festivals, including Fantasy Fest, Taste of Key West, the Key West Songwriters Festival, and the Key Lime Festival. We've Got the Keys takes pride in gathering people together, creating fun and unforgettable events that showcase all that Key West has to offer. Go to we'vegotthekeys.com. Cheers to your next Key West event.
And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
And our live stream at the Race World Offshore Facebook page is brought to you by Maximum Inflation, presenting sponsor. Maximum inflation brand CO2 cartridges, gas for everything, inflatable. Todd Swanford back here with you. We're getting set to super stock boats are getting ready to roll out. We just finished with the Truman Waterfront Cup podium for several different classes. Joined back by Eric Colby of Speed on the Water. Steve Miklos is going to join us here in a moment. Joey Cook still with us from the Citizen. Let's get these boats and their positions on the pole lined up for everybody, Eric.
All right, we've got 11 of them, and on the inside lane is Team Bermuda. At 32, Doug Wright with David Sully driving and Stephen Bridges, and they are from Bermuda. Lane 2 is LPC with Anthony Smith from Horsepower Mafia driving, and Lauren Peters is on throttles. Lane 3 is Coco's Monkey with AJ Bogino, 32, Doug Wright, and Scott Porte is going to be on the throttles. Oh, we've got a start.
Yep, green flag is up. The race is on. Ale Vite. And we see our pole position boats. We'll have a better line heading down towards turn number 1. This is going to get congested with 11 boats in this class. Jackhammer is on the far outside.
And Coco's got a bad start. They're way back.
Yep, but Jackhammer is looking real well, but remember, they are on the outside. They were as far out as you could be.
Jackhammer's in lane 11.
There comes the S2 boat.
Allied.
Yeah, that's the new Allied construction, the new hull from Sean Torrente and Sean Connor. Team Bermuda had the inside line, and they look good heading out towards turn number 1. Steve Miklos joins us. What kind of conditions did you see out there, Steve?
You know, it was pretty good. It was relatively predictable going to turn 1. Turn 1 to turn 2 was actually very unpredictable, and out of 2 towards the mole, it was rough at first, but it calmed down. It got predictable, but there was a little bit of everything out there.
Yeah, we're seeing a little more outgoing tide now going up against the wind as it goes out into the harbor. Team Bermuda makes that turn pretty well, and we'll see how it sorts out on that leg out there. That looks like a Doug Wright hole potentially out there.
Yep.
It sure does, but again,
but that looks like Allied right behind there with that lower profile.
It sure does. And obviously, they've got through the turn. That's the hardest, most important thing when you have 11 boats going through that turn out there at the wall. So the lead boats are coming down on the eastbound leg towards Fort Zachary Taylor. They're passing the Fury. A little bit of air there.
I talked to Sean Torrente about the new boat this morning. He's just so excited about the potential.
Yeah, that definitely looks like Jackhammer running pretty well on the outside. A little bit of hops there going on for several of the boats as they almost come in together. Okay, here come your lead boats down the chute in front of the fans into the Monster Energy fan zone in front of us here at the Truman Annex Outer Mole.
Yeah, when they're in the air, there's not much control in them, right, Steve?
Yeah.
No, there isn't.
I'm surprised there was no collisions actually
down
there. There's many different directions they were coming through.
That's Jackhammer, folks.
This is Jackhammer in first.
Jackhammer in first after lap number 1.
Bermuda's in second.
And LPC in third. Performance Boat Center in fourth. Celsius in fifth. LPC, Allied, and Team Allen Lawn Care almost running on the backside of Allied. Pretty much all of your boats back around. Coco's Monkey has come up and taken the rear, but made up some of that.
Where's Big East?
I did not see Big East.
They could.
How about North Wing?
I did not see either one of those two come through, but there was so much wash coming through. It's hard to tell.
We'll have to watch them when they head back around the harbor turn. They made.
Or Curry.
Curry came through. I saw Curry for sure.
Curry came in. They were maybe the top 6 or 7.
But Big East is so with that bright neon colors. It's almost hard to miss.
There
that
they
one.
are. I see them down in the far turn.
Yeah, they sure are. We're there. They were on the backside of that wash.
I talked to Gary Ballou. He said the boat was running great. They started so well last year, despite all of the tumultuous weather, especially on that first race day on Friday. But boy, Jackhammer's got it going on.
Yeah, Julian is.
Julia Maldonado on throttles.
Maldonado
do
not mess around.
Driving that boat. A dominant boat on the National Series up until.
There's North Wing and Big East.
Yeah, they were in there, so all of our boats have come around.
But Jackhammer's moved out to the early lead.
Good shot of Jackhammer. That's a 32-foot victory hull.
Yep.
With the twin 300 horsepower Mercury racing engines. Now those Mercury racing engines have a 20-inch midsection. They run about 5 inches higher than the old XS's. They've caused some issues for these boats with the center of gravity, especially in a really choppy, confused sea, but I don't think they're going to have trouble today. And if there is one boat that can super well handle those high-profile engines, it's that big tank of a boat, the Victory Hull.
It is a taller profile. And let's see what happens with Curry with the only 300 XSs left in the class, because they have the shorter midsection, and two-strokes have always been known for being torquey. So
yep, they unfortunately blew a powerhead yesterday in testing, and they did get that boat back together last night late with the help of some local friends, and they are out there and they were running pretty well. Billy Allen blew a drive shaft, found some motor mounts that were busted. They were working into the night in the defending Superstock World Championship
Now this looks
team.
like North Wing coming up on the inside here. The S77. And
that
that's
is
the
Superstock racing right there at its best.
That's the old Hulk boat that loved it down here.
Oh, we see Jackhammer coming around in front of the fans at Fort Zachary Taylor, soon to approach the Monster Energy fan zone here at the Truman Waterfront. Little bounce is what you usually get right there. That's difficult to confuse water, Steve. Out there
absolutely.
in front of the fort.
Yes. It's never the same twice.
Now, what are the rebounds like coming off the wall?
You know, it depends on who's in front of you and the displacement of their hull. In this case, they're pretty similar. So the guys out front, though, have an absolute advantage compared to everyone in the back.
Now, how weird was it running with the Class 1 boats on the course at the same time for you in a Mod V?
They were super professional and did us, you know, we all respected each other.
There's Celsius up in the third.
Yep,
and
Team Bermuda in second.
And that's
LPC
Jay
in
Muller.
fourth. Big East in fifth.
Coco's Monkeys also come from the very back to mid-pack in one lap.
Ally Construction has fallen back behind Team Allen Lawn Care and Performance Boat Center.
But big, you know, that's what Celsius was looking for by putting Jay Muller in the boat, was being up towards the front, and he's already looking like I think he's top three.
Yeah, I have Celsius sitting at third, yes.
And Casey Boaz is now in North Wing with Darren Kittredge. And Casey's no slouch when it comes to stock world title runs.
So there's Chris Hopgood with Jay Muller. That's the old Tyler excavating boat that won the world championship with
Jay Muller throttling
in 2015.
That was Kyler Talbot excavating, right?
Talbot excavating.
They were very close friends, and unfortunately we lost Kyler at a young age. But
the Talbot excavating boat won 2015. Jackhammer, there's your overall leader heading back out to turn number 1. They averaged 88 miles an hour on the last lap. And they seem to be pulling away from Team Bermuda. Now Celsius is moving up and challenging for second with Team Bermuda. I think they've edged out, but Team Bermuda has the inside line.
North Wing looks like it's inside of Bermuda right there. Let's see what happens when they come by. No need to argue.
Yeah, well, Celsius was in third when they passed here. In front of LPC Racing and Big East Construction and North Wing. So
Coco's Monkey got to LPC, which I
did they on the way out?
Maybe LPC had a moment and went back to Coco's Monkey, or Coco's Monkey is really making some steam. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, the Bogino boat that is sponsored here locally by Coco's Monkey Apparel Company. They are out here on the mall at the outer mall and in the Rap Beats Race Village, selling apparel with the boat on it. And that boat, its bottom is designed by the man who designed yours, Steve Miklos, and Scott Porte.
Yes, that's probably why I'm paying such close attention to him.
And you could just tell that Scott Porte was ready to race today. He was excited. Yes. So that was good to see him get back in and want to be out there.
Yeah, he does.
Seems to have made up some speed. He says that is the fastest boat out here. And of course, the proof is on the water here in this 3-race world championship in Key West. There's Jackhammer, your overall leader, coming back around lap number 3.
And they're running 7 laps today, correct?
7 laps, correct.
Today and Friday. And then 10 on Sunday. So here's Jackhammer. Yeah, I don't see a for sale sign on there. I guess Reese's wife said you can't sell it, and they're not.
Oh.
Everything's for sale,
That's a good wife.
at some point.
Yes, it is.
But, all right, that is
North Wing.
You were correct.
Up to 2.
Way to go, Eric Colby. Team Bermuda in third. It's a photo finish for third. Celsius right there as well.
Big East is up to 5th.
Yeah, Gary's definitely picked up a little bit.
Gary's cagey. LPC is 6th, and looks like Coco's is 7th. Little surprised to see Performance Boat Center a little off, but Myrick might just be getting dialed into the stock boat after being in the Class 1 boat.
And limping by here is the S2 hull of Sean Tarente, Sean Connor. They're your reigning world champion, but they raced that 32 MTI that they bought from Team Abu Dhabi over from XCAT, and that thing won the world championship. This is the boat they'll be campaigning next year. They had some success in it in testing and wanted to bring here and debut it in front of the world at the
Looks to me like they're pulling off.
And now
we'll
it seems to be maybe pulling into the infield. As we watch Jackhammer continuing to lead. Interesting story about Jackhammer. Up until Clearwater, they had finished on a podium in double-digit finishes, but hit that buoy in Clearwater and it knocked them out of the national championship punt.
Here's North Wing pulling away a little bit from Bermuda.
Now, North Wing is the old Hulk boat. It was the first carbon fiber boat to come out of a mold from Doug Wright. Completely rebuilt and redesigned by Grant Bruggeman at Grant's Custom Rigging.
Still not sure about the whole idea of white Mercury outboards, but I'll have to get over it. I'm an old guy.
What do you think of Chartreuse boats with the Big East construction? Comments? None?
Well,
move on.
Are the engines green?
And yeah, I think they are, but we'll have to double check. I like it. I like it because I'm an old guy and it's easy to see.
Yeah.
You know, in the spray.
That's like the Performance Boat Center red outboards.
That's right.
But here we just have a shadow because we're in that glare that we get down here every year.
Yeah, 4 laps to go. We're already halfway through it as we'll watch the lead boats again coming down on that, what they call the wall, but today it's pretty tame. Although maybe get a little bit extra chop with this outgoing tide. Just doesn't seem like the wind's going to kick up and cause any trouble here today, but that's still to be determined. Friday may be very similar with similar tidal conditions, but there is a chance that a front will come in and stir things up on Sunday. We'll keep our eyes on that.
Now, Steve, as a competitor, do you want it to bump up? Do you like it bumpier?
We know it separates certain people from the front of the pack, but we also know it's a lot harder race. Whenever Britt's here, it's always very difficult.
There's
Jackhammer continuing to lead in super stock class.
But you hear some throttlemen say that a flat calm race is tougher on the equipment just because you're wringing everything's neck so hard.
It is. And you oddly enough, you take more chances in
Here's
a calm
North
race.
Wing in second.
Yep.
And that McLaren Boston logo you see on the side of that boat. Celsius is taking third. Bermuda's in fourth. Big East still fifth.
Big East made a little time on that lap.
Yeah. And LPC is sixth. Performance Boat Center up to 7.
Yeah, past Coco's Monkey.
And Coco's is 8th. Team Allen 9. But that McLaren decal you see is because Danny DeSantis, an offshore racing veteran from years back, is friends with Darren Kittredge, and they're both from Massachusetts.
Oh.
So he gets the McLaren Boston logo on there and probably gets to go for a pretty cool ride in some cars sometimes.
So we get to see Team Bermuda running side by side with Celsius. Great to see Team Bermuda here again. Quite a big contingent they have here from the island to watch David Sully and Stephen Bridges. And the boat has been fast a couple of times, getting up early to an early lead, but has yet to finish up in a podium.
And just back of these two fighting side by side, Big East is now up to 4th.
Those guys fighting for third. Third place is a big battle between Team Bermuda and Chris Hopgood with his first chance, number 1. And now just 2.5 laps left to go here in the super stock class. They're riding that boat pretty well. They're keeping it pretty level and flat, keeping that bow down.
I did get a chance to talk to Michael Stancombe during the when you were doing the awards in the last break, and he's a little sore, but he was in one of the 2 boats that was in the Bracket 500 incident and down in the harbor. But you're not going to keep him out of a boat. And
I saw some of the in-boat footage from that, and it was a very violent accident.
Tell us about how hard that turn is to navigate in the harbor there. It's so sharp. There isn't a sharper turn anywhere in racing.
No, it's an increasing radius. So you go in there and you you could either try to go in slow and come out fast, or you just put it in there and bleed the speed off, which is faster, but it's also harder to get right.
Here comes Jackhammer, your overall leader in Superstock class. It has been their day all the way, start to finish.
Yeah,
They're still seeking their first world championship here in Key West.
Yeah, speaking of getting it right, those guys are...
Yeah, amazing. Particularly with Gary having a similar boat, and Gary's, obviously a huge talent.
And here comes North Wing, still running in second place.
They ran very well last year here with Grant Bruggeman in the boat. Missed the podium, but came very close. Celsius now has a commanding position in third. And Team Bermuda now back in fourth.
Big East in fifth.
Big East continuing to chase closely in fifth. And LPC in sixth. Performance Boat Center holding on to 7. Coco's Monkey Apparel in 8th.
And Team Allen in 9th.
In 9th. Billy Allen, long night for him. And good to see the Curry Refrigeration team as we look over to Celsius. Ryan Beckley coming out of that boat and campaigning his the old Allied Marine boat.
That's the Atlas.
The Atlas boat, I apologize.
That Tanner Lewis ran a few races with Billy Moore. He's leasing it from him, so Tanner still owns the boat. But Jackhammer right now is putting a hurting on this fleet.
They've got that boat dialed in just right.
Now, Steve, when you've got this commanding lead like they have, like you had,
right?
Is there a mindset of, okay, this is only Wednesday, we don't have, but you're just in a rhythm and it's just kind of going right, so you just kind of keep it there, correct?
It's different in Key West because first time I won a world championship in 2002, it came down to time. So if you have the ability to get time, you got to make it when it's there. So we had that very discussion in the boat today on the last lap. And I'm like, when you have the ability to make time in Key West, you make it because you might need it Sunday.
That's right.
Oh, that's true.
It comes into the tiebreaker. Joey Cook was talking about that's exactly the case. And
it's like when people say a college team is running up the score, but if you want to get to the national playoff,
when you're looking at 11 boats in these fleets like this, anything can happen. You can finish first, second, and then all of a sudden you're coming back with an 11th. You're out.
Absolutely.
You're dropping hard. Again, a third is as good as anything, as long as if you don't have a lot of repeat winners. And at that point, again, time is huge. Distance traveled is huge in those tiebreakers. So and that with an 11 boat fleet, or even your 450, you got 6 boats running in there. You got to be thinking, hey, I got to be worried about all this stuff because at 6th place, that last day, double points can be a huge crush.
Yeah, Sunday is a killer.
All right,
absolutely.
Beautiful shot down there in front of the Fort Zachary Taylor. This is some tricky water, changing bottom.
Yep.
And a little bow got a little bit up there. They steadied it down.
A little prop walk.
And as they head in front to the Monster Energy fan zone here at the Truman Waterfront, Jackhammer. 1 lap to go after this one. They'll take the checkered flag. They've still got 1 lap to go. It'll be the longest lap of the day for them. As they take it on in. Now the battle comes for third.
Let's
and
see,
fourth.
Let's see where North went.
This is such a great shot as you watch these boats come down. North Wing continuing to hold on to second, just passes in front of us off the camera. We're looking at 3rd place and 4th and
Celsius
5th.
Is in good shape in 3rd.
Celsius continuing to hold there, 3rd place. And then off the camera behind them, Team Bermuda still holding on to 4th.
Big East 5th.
And now 4 seconds behind Big East. You'll see.
But you know what? With what you were talking about, I think Gary probably thinks he's sitting okay if he holds that spot.
I think he'd like to get that next spotter ahead of him, but he's not willing to take a big chance to get it on Wednesday. I think Friday and Sunday he'll get more aggressive.
Yeah.
Very smart racer, Gary Ballou.
Yeah. So behind those leaders, we had Big East in 5th. LPC 6th, Performance Boat Center 7th, Coco's Monkey 8th, and then Team Allen Lawn Care 9th. Curry Refrigeration just came back through. They're holding up 10th. We've had 1 boat retired, the Allied construction team, the S2 hull that Sean Terenzi, Sean Connor debuted here, had to head back into the pits. By the way, great to see Ryan Beckley back into the boat, the Superstock class representative, grew up here in Key West. campaigned that boat again. We just mentioned all of his local sponsors just right back up. Curry Refrigeration back on the boat, and he's back racing in his home waters of Key West. All right, the Superstock boats are out for the last lap of the day. We got one race left. Boy, it's been interesting here today for the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center.
We got to get Richie.
Yeah, go ahead. And we're going to drop. Steve's got to step away for a second.
Yeah, he was getting a phone call from the chief referee, so.
All right. Question, you better take that. Richie Densison giving him a call. There's Jackhammer. They're coming around for the final time around turn number 2. As we look back out towards the southbound.
LPC.
Yeah, LPC has been a fine day for them. They have fallen back a couple of spots. They've had some really big days. They were on the podium last year out of Performance Boat Center.
They also were part of the infamous side-by-side trip in the sky
that's
with
right,
Team Allen Lawn
Team
Care.
Allen Lawn Care. And here we go.
But Jackhammer,
they're handling some of that out, a little bit of disturbance to the water going out as the tide moves out.
The team from Manatee Marine has made a big impression in offshore racing in the last few years.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. He and his partner, Ricky Maldonado. Now he's got Julian Sun as the throttleman, and they are going to take the checkered flag here today in Super Stock class. There's your winner, Reese Langheim and Julia Maldonado in Jackhammer, a 32-foot victory hull with those twin 300 horsepower Mercury Racing 4-strokes. And taking second here today, Casey Boaz and Darren Kittredge in North Wing. So second place.
They're going to be happy.
Boaz is a 2-time Superstock World Champion in CR Racing with his good bud Rob Understall. Here comes third. Celsius on the podium with Chris Hopgood and Jay Muller.
Chris has to be happy. That's their best finish.
Team Bermuda will take fourth.
Yep.
And they'll hold off Big East Construction. Big East Construction takes fifth. LPC, sixth.
Seventh goes to Coco's. They moved up one.
Yeah, they got by Performance Boat Center, as did Team Allen Lawn Care. They take eighth, and Performance Boat Center falls back to ninth.
And Curry Refrigeration rounds out the field.
The entire field, for exception of one, comes around all within about 30, 35 seconds of the leader and your winner, Jackhammer, here today.
All right, that was a nice prelim. Now the fun starts.
Super Cat coming up next.
Now we get Super Cat.
Super Cat, 11 boats racing here today. A big difference in the sound you'll hear from those big naturally aspirated Super Cat engines from different independent manufacturers.
Yeah, that's what's getting. You got Sterling, you got Cassie, HRE,
Scorpion.
Scorpion, yeah, they're in Vinny Diorio's boat.
That's right.
And
then you got the Mercury Racing.
Horsepower Mafia runs their own.
That's right, that's true.
And Liquor Split with Johnny O'Loughlin instead of John Paul Edmond is driving today. And they have the 860 fuel-injected Mercury Racing engine. So let's see how it shakes out.
So taking the checkered flag, there they are, victorious today up on the deck of that victory hull. It's got some miles on it, but let me tell you what, it's got a championship pedigree.
Now, Steve, what is the feeling of standing on the deck with a checkered flag in Key West?
It's really cool. It's I don't video a lot of things and put it on Facebook, but I videoed that and put it on Facebook right away. And those guys are having a blast, and I'm really enjoying the fact that they left the boat in gear and neither of them are driving it, and they're just up there having, enjoying what just happened. That's very cool.
Now, will you go to Englewood?
I really like Englewood, but it'll be hard, and now the boat's damaged.
Yeah.
So as soon as I get done here, the boat's got to get fixed for Friday. Yeah, we're raceable right now, but we got some things to fix. We got hit pretty hard, evidently.
Where do you have to send it back to?
No, we're gonna. It's not totally cosmetic, but it's close.
Yep. Okay.
And it'll do it.
Now, will Britt help you with that, or?
I think so.
Yeah.
I believe he will. He's busy. He's got to run a Supercat here in a minute. But,
Yes.
Aside from that, I believe he will. Seeing that boat, it really makes you wonder. Sean Torrente is obviously super smart. And
yes.
I couldn't help but think of being here many years ago racing, and In Excess was the boat, right? That everybody was in, right? And then you look at Sean's boat, and it's so neat and tidy, and there's nothing, everything on it's so minimized. I'm like, that's no excess.
Yes.
Complete opposite.
But, knowing Sean, he's going to make it work.
And he was absolutely confident. I spoke to him, and I said, boy, it has got to be hard to take a boat that dominated the APBA series and won the national championship, and that boat was very good.
And park it.
And he put a ton of work into it.
Oh, he did. He did. But, that's believing in your ideas.
That's exactly what he said.
Yeah.
And he said, we feel great about this, and we know that it's the future.
Well, it's not bad when you can pick up the phone and call Aki Mannerfeld and say, design me a boat.
That's
the guy's pretty
correct.
sharp. Yeah.
And he designed the victory hull that we're watching right there.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, absolutely. And the Silver Line.
The Silver Hook.
The Silver Hook boat that the Lucas Oil team ran for so many years.
Absolutely.
He's the genius designer. Now, and
he's got a lot of small single outboard designs that run very well over in Europe in UIM classes, too.
Yep. So there, Jackhammer's your winner. Yeah. So again, you have to speak to his conviction, and I think that Sean Connor is a huge part of that. Sean Connor is also another brilliant businessman, and they know that it will work for them, and they believe so much in it that we're going to go ahead and put it out there, despite having put so much work and effort and had a tried and true tested hull that worked for them this year. So kudos to them, really.
In my other job, at Soundings Trade Only, which is a trade magazine for the boating industry, as soon as I saw the name of the company, I was like, S2. S2 Yachts was the founder of Tiara Yachts.
Oh, really?
And I was like, I talked to Sean Connor about it. He's like, I was out at Tiara last week. They don't have a problem with it. Because I was like, are they going to get mad at you? And he said, no, they were fine. So, yeah, he's a very knowledgeable broker of all kinds of very nice luxury yachts.
All right, gentlemen. Well, that one's in the books. That was a great race. Again, every team except for one coming back through on the same lap, and really in a nice finish overall for Superstock. But a big win for Jackhammer. Jackhammer with the first place finish, start to finish. Second to North Wing, and Celsius takes third. Team Bermuda fourth, and in fifth, Big East Construction. We're going to take a break. More coming up here on the Race World Offshore live stream, brought to you by Maximum Inflation. Maximum Inflation brand CO2 cartridges, gas for everything inflatable. We also would like to thank the Tourist Development Council. The Tourist Development Council for their invaluable support of Race World Offshore's championship. With their dedication to the community, this event, not just a thrilling spectacle, also a celebration of the Florida Keys. The Monroe County Tourist Development Council. We'll be back with more from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center right after this on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
Center is your hometown car dealership. Now with 2 locations at 1618 and 3500 North Roosevelt Boulevard in Key West. Same great staff with over 80 local employees ready to serve you. Keys Auto Center has every brand you can imagine. Chevys, Buicks, GMC trucks, Cadillacs, Corvettes, Nissans, Ford, Chryslers, Dodge, Jeep, Rams, and Toyotas. Go to KeysAutoCenter.com to see all that Keys Auto Center can do for you.
Key West Adventures, Jeep Rentals, and more at 3424 North Roosevelt Boulevard. You're probably wondering what the more is all about. Well, the more now includes boats. Beautiful Bennington 22 Tritoons provided brand new by Polaris, located at Real Impact Marina on Summerland Key. Rent them for as little as a half day or as long as a month. Key West Adventures will even deliver your boat wherever you need it. Go to KeyWestAdventures.com to take a look for yourself and check out the frequently asked questions for more details. Book your next adventure online at KeyWestAdventures.com.
Historic Pepe's Cafe in Key West, founded in 1909, still does things the old way. Diachronic, if you will. How about fresh squeezed juices? Think how good that margarita or greyhound will taste. Blue Point oysters chucked to order because oysters work better that way. Fresh breads and outstanding specials in an eatery that opened the same year Ole Evinrude invented the first outboard motor. And get a jump on someone's birthday and check out our retail offerings for some great gift ideas. Pepe's Cafe, Old Town Key West, of course.
If you love powerboats, Key West is the place to be all this week as the Florida Powerboat Club returns with the 31st annual Key West Poker Run, presented by Mercury Racing. See the latest powerboats from the leading performance manufacturers on display at the Conch Republic Seafood Company Poker Run Village and at FPC Marina partners including A&B Marina and Key West Bight Marina in the historic Seaport, plus the Perry Marina and Ocean's Edge Resort on Stock Island. Help us celebrate 50 years of wide open with Mercury Racing.
And now we return to the 42nd annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
And welcome back. Live coverage here of the World Championships for the 42nd year. And it's brought to you here locally by Performance Boat Center. I'd like to also thank our live stream sponsor, Maximum Inflation, and a bunch of other sponsors, including Sunoco, as they are here with a significant contribution as the fuel sponsor for the Race World Offshore Key West World Championship event, and providing high-quality fuel services to our participants and attendees. And we value their sponsorship, as well as the Keys Collection for their role as the host hotel for the Race World Offshore Key West World Championship event, as they've been a welcoming and comfortable home away from home for our participants and attendees. Thank you very much. You've been truly remarkable. You're greatly valued. Also like to thank the Hyatt Centric, the Marriott Beachside Resort, Margaritaville Resort, Doubletree, Opal, Key West Resort and Marina, Sunbelt, Waste Management, Maximum Inflation, 2 Conch Sports Fishing, Airport Authority, Signs Unlimited, Detsu Republic, and 4 Star Rentals. The TDC, of course, is hugely important here in Monroe County, putting on great events up and down the Keys. This is one of the marquee events, of course, but Key West is an event-rich community, and they do so much to help our tourism business here, and especially this thrilling spectacle of powerboat racing, which is the oldest event in Key West, dating all the way back to 1964. 1977, it was the very first time that the APBA and UIM designated a single site world championship. And where did they choose to race? Key West. Thank the Monroe County Tourist Development Council for their participation. Yes,
Bob
your
Norskog
old boss.
Driving force behind that.
Yeah, he was. It was his idea. He was Bob Norskog of Powerboat Magazine. Was the he was the editor. He was also the APBA offshore commissioner. And I mean, at that time, they were racing all over the world, and it was a big problem because you could qualify in Europe or you can qualify in South America, but guys were having to travel all over the world. And instead of spending all that money, they regionalized it. And if you qualified in your continent, you were a continental champion, then you automatically got an X number of bids to show up, and they would pick the one site that you would go to. So you just planned to go to one site. And Key West was every other year for a very long time, but quite an honor indeed. And we thank the Monroe County Tourist Development Council for helping us to continue that tradition here in Key West of the World Championships. Now presented by Race World Offshore. Boy, we got a big week in front of us still tomorrow night. Looking forward to helping out with the Speed on the Water's annual fundraiser for Samuel's House, the auction that has raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for Samuel's House, helping our community. Matt Trulio and Jason Johnson put together some great auction items. The entire offshore community and high performance community comes out, helps raise money. Then we've got the street fair, street party, excuse me, with all the boats down Duval Street in conjunction with the Conch Republic Seafood Company's Race Village from the Florida Powerboat Club. That's Friday night. You got the Boots and Boats concert on Saturday afternoon, racing on Friday afternoon.
and racing to conclude the World Championship on Sunday. Go to raceworldoffshore.com for the full schedule of events. We got Eric Colby from Speed on the Water, along with Steve Miklos of the Sunprint El Bandito Tequila team, and Joey Cook from the Key West Citizen. Super Cat boats are coming up in our final race of the day. 11 boats here racing for the World Championship, Eric.
Yep, we've got, you want me to rattle off the lane assignments?
Let's
okay.
get the lane assignments.
Lane 1, the 38 skater from Lake of the Ozarks, HP Mafia. They build their own engines. That's a father and son team, Anthony Smith and Anthony Smith. Lane 2, also Lake of the Ozarks, MCon Monster. Tyler Miller on the throttles, owns the boat. Myrick Coyle, driver. Lane 3 is Liquor Split, 38 skater, the only one with the Mercury 860s. Johnny O'Laughlin on the wheels, Jimmy McIntyre from Long Island on the throttles. Another Long Island-based team, WHM. Owner Billy Moff on the wheel. Jay Muller, who just had a great run in Celsius on the throttles. A new team in Lane 5 is the Hancock Claims Consultants, 40 MTI, that used to run as Broadco. Christian McCauley is driving, and Anthony Smith from Was Up Racing in New Jersey is on the throttles. Now, Dirty Money is Britt Lilly is driving this boat. It's a 388 skater. Formerly ran as Clovar and Dependable, and Bill Pyburn is on the throttles. CR Racing, Casey Boaz, Rob Understall, also a 38 skater. And they have Sterling engines. And then in lane 8, we have, all right, SV Offshore.
SV Offshore.
Oh, wait a minute. Where's Graydell? I didn't have their lane. But Graydell is a 38 skater. Chris Grant from Toronto owns the boat. Billy Moore is on the throttles. And the Outer Limits is Roland Transport with Vinny Diorio, Matt Jaminski, and that boat has brand new Scorpion engines in it.
Yeah, Vinny was very excited to get those Scorpion engines, and Steve Miklos, you run the Scorpion engines, so you're a big fan, big proponent of them as well.
Yeah, Frank's a great guy. Small shop, kind of a boutique shop, but really builds good, reliable power, you know, and he's a fixture on the circuit.
So Graydell, I think, is in the 5 slot, and WHM is in the 4 slot.
So I missed a lane, that's all.
That's all, yeah.
Okay.
So that's where Graydell, then the number 3 boat, the Dirty Money, is in the 6th spot. So NZ11 draws the outside lane.
Yeah.
It's been a hard luck deal for Wayne Valder of Valder Yachts Pro Floors.
Yeah, this has been an uncharacteristic campaign for them. They've had weird mechanical issues just this year.
Yes.
Now, do you know the story of how Bob Nordskog came to own Powerboat Magazine?
No, I have no idea about that.
He was a boat racer, and he made his money building airline galley equipment. And one time he was at an inboard class race in California. He won the race, and they couldn't pay him, so they gave him the magazine. And then he just kept using the magazine to cover performance boat racing and to develop probably the best testing program called the Performance Trials that really helped improve the quality of all performance boats from Cigarette, Scarab, Fountain. And I'm proud to say I was the last editor that Bob Nordskog personally hired.
Well, we can thank Bob Nordskog for having the concept of creating a single-site world championship back in 1997, and we're still seeing the benefits of gathering together every year to end the season, and now it's become just something much more grand, much more different classes running, and also you have this huge poker run that brings hundreds of boats as well into our community, and it's a great event. And what I love the most about the Powerboat Race Week, it's an event for the community, for the families, to bring their children out here to see the boats. And Steve, the teams love the interaction with the fans and getting to see the kids and coming into you'll never get any closer to a power sport than you will right here, especially not only in the dry pits, but watching this thing out here at the Outer Mole.
And given everything that we've been through today,
yep,
to have the Super Cats on the boat, on the water at 310, it's still pretty darn good.
Yep, no doubt about it. So Super Cats are out to the milling area. I expect we're going to get going quite quickly. We've got these starts up and running real fast here in the afternoon when we had to move the Class 1 and Mod Vs
back to the 12:30 start, and we rolled them out pretty rapidly. Immediately following this will be the Truman Waterfront Cup podium here behind us.
And that'll be Super Stock and Super Cat, correct?
Yeah, so Super Stock and Super Cat will be running. The boats are waiting for orange smoke, and boats are still waiting on WHM, and there they come out of the crane area. How frustrating, Steve, was it, or what did you have to do to prepare for the big wait? They just left you guys over on the seawall, but were there any concerns having to wait all that time?
No, well, we kind of figured it out quick because we knew the harbor had to close because we've come here quite a bit. So we were pretty aware of that. It's nerve-wracking, but not as bad as a restart. The restarts are terrible. We had the lead going into turn 1, and we saw that red flag, and that's a real deflator.
Now we're looking at the Super Cats, and I remember I talked to you a couple of years ago when you were very close to having a Super Cat.
Yeah, we looked real hard at the steel boat when it was for sale. It was a great boat. Frank knew the boat in and out. Just so much more infrastructure. We needed a new building, different type of truck drivers. We're a volunteer team.
Yep.
So the actual purchase was the easiest part of that.
And that's the stuff people don't think about. Like you said, you have to have a driver with a different class license.
Yes, several sometimes.
And then you even have to get all the permits, and you got to have a tilt trailer, and so all those things add up pretty quickly.
Well, yeah.
Not to mention 2 times the engines, 2 times the drives, a number 6 instead of a Bravo.
The budget was doable. It was logistics.
Yeah,
is much harder, particularly for we don't have paid crew. So it was going to be very hard to do right. I'm super happy to see Britt in a Super Cat again, though.
And the thing is you don't seem like the type who's going to put something out there if it's not right. I mean, you're investing quite a bit in a single-engine Mod V boat.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if we're going to go to win, So it's better to do something where you can understand it and you have the resources to do it all without burning up your friends and who are nice enough to be part of the, come along for this ride.
Yeah, Steve Mikolos of the Sunprint team, the El Bandito team winner today in Mod V. You just said something to me, and I know, he's your competitor and he's your chief competitor, and you always tell me that, Britt's the guy that, if he's got the inside line on you, he's going to be tough to beat. But you're so happy for him. You've helped him with his business. You helped provide him the molds to get his business going, and you're still tight with him, even though on the race course you guys are fierce competitors. You're so happy for him because look at it, to be a young man and to be called to race Class 1, to drive a Class 1 boat. And when Billy Moff says, the only guy that's driving my boat is Britt Lilly, that's a hell of a compliment.
Yes.
And then Bo Renfro, they bring him in to do the Dirty Money team. He's living the life.
Yeah, you know what? The funny thing is I raced against his father. In the early 90s in B class, and barely knew Art, but met Britt, and he's kind of hard not to like, and he's a real hard worker, and he's got a great attitude about things. A nice young family, and
all right, he's good. They say we've got to go.
So time for Super Cat racing. These are your big catamarans, 38 to 40 feet. With the naturally aspirated Super Cat engines from independent builders. There is one team running the Mercury 860s, that's Liquor Split, but we've got Sterling engines, Kase, HRE, Scorpion engines out there. Highly competitive. These boats are a little more difficult to drive, but you have some great competition, some great teams here, and we say this a lot, but anybody can win this thing, and there's some teams that are hungry for a win in Super Cat class in the World Championship. Imcon is your reigning world champion in that 388 skater with Myrick Coyle and Tyler Miller on board. They've, Myrick's been in 2 races already today. Tyler has been in 1 with him. They finished on the podium in Class 1, the Monster Energy team. But the NZ11 Pro Floors, these guys are waiting for their first World Championship. It's a bucket list thing for Wayne Wilder. Grant Bruggeman has won a World Championship previously in 2014 and another MTI Broadco. But you got, I look at Vinny Diorio,
all the heart and soul that Vinny has poured into that outer limits and that boat.
And not to mention the presence he has in the pits. Those trucks are beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. His rolling transport, the SV Offshore team. And they were on the podium last year in the championship series. What about WHM? We keep forgetting about WHM. It is the winningest boat in the Super Cat reset era from 2012. So, I mean.
And they're building a new boat.
And CR Racing, you can't forget about those guys. Graydell. What am I forgetting? Graydell. They've been in the top 3 in the National High Points champion. And Billy Moore's got that boat running on flat water a lot better. It was the rough water boat last year. They almost wrapped up a national championship. CR Racing, Rob Understall and Casey Boaz. Those guys have won the Superstock World Championship a couple of times. And, Dirty Money,
here we go.
That's a complete reset with the Clovar boat. But that boat, before breaking up in the Midwest, those guys were highly competitive.
Flag.
So it's time for racing in Super Cat LA Vite. Let's go fast, boys. Super Cat Racing here for the 2023 Key West World Championship races.
And that was a good call to get these guys out early so that they got plenty of time to sort out before turn 1, hopefully. But right now it's looking like Graydell and MCon are side by side. No, that's not Graydell and MCon. That's Graydell and Roland Transport.
Roland Transport. They kind of got that look there at the front of the MCon
Scorpions.
team.
Scorpion Power.
And HRE on the inside.
Oh no, that's Dirty Money. That's alongside.
Yeah. Okay. Dirty. That is Dirty Money. There's MCon.
MCon
and
is now coming up the inside.
Yeah, both.
And here's Horsepower Mafia in lane 1. So let's see how everything sorts out through that first turn.
Yeah, some time ago, HP Mafia turned over at turn number 1 on the first lap of the race. So they had the inside line, but they're back of the leaders at this point. Everybody's got to maintain their lane into lap number 1. Looks like we've gotten through cleanly around the Malia at turn number 1. And our lead boat is keeping the bow down and running up just a little bit, little of a bump there. Super Cat Racing, final race of the day for the RWO Key West World Championship races presented by Race World Offshore.
Want to give a shout out to a Hall of Famer from the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout who's watching, Carrie Sixkiller, multi-time winner in her class at that event. This looks to me like does this look like MCon to you?
It's
that profile.
It's a 388 skater. The glare is killing us as always here. Looks like WHM on the inside. So, I mean, this could be Graydell, could be MCon, could be Dirty Money.
Let's just wait and see.
It's MCon.
Yep.
It sure is.
MCon.
So MCon has the early lead here in Super Cat class.
But who's right there with him? Is that... Okay, there's MCon. That's Horsepower Mafia. Wow.
And X Insurance, Nick Graydell and Liquor Split. NZ11 and Dirty Money, WHM, and Rolling Transport. 388 skaters up top. I think actually the top 4 boats were 388 skaters. So MCon.
And here's Wicked, the Muller boys. That's the motion. The only motion in the fleet, a 40. That's Jay's old boat.
So we'll get a look at these boats as they come back around. There's your leader, Tyler Miller, and Myra Coyle in MCon with the Sterling Power, the two Super Cat 750 engines, the 388 skater. They've been hard to beat. They're your 3-time APBA national champion.
But Horsepower Mafia running second place.
Yep, those Horsepower Mafia engines on board. CR Racing, X Insurance running in third, followed by Graydell in fourth. And it looks like
Liquor Split's actually moving forward.
Graydell's fourth, Liquor Split fifth.
I think they made a move.
We'll see when they come back around. Definitely Liquor Split is up in there with WHM Motorsports. Dirty Money, they're all right there, so they're within reach of getting to the podium, all of the boats on the back end there. As we watch Wicked leave the harbor.
Now that's the boat that I cannot believe, but I remember a few months ago they said someone stole the drives off it.
Yeah, I saw that actually.
In Jay Muller's yard in Lake Hopatcong.
Yeah, the sons of Jay Muller on board of
Chase and
Wicked.
Jax.
That's
Yep.
right. Well, great to see them back here in Key West. Here comes your overall leader.
I like the sound of that boat with the single pipes. It almost sounds like the old Ilmores when they were running the V10s down here.
Boy, they got that boat trimmed nice as it comes in. Of course, there's always, you got to watch for a little bump there as you come around Fort Zachary Taylor, changing bottom as they come into the outgoing tide. Looks like HP Mafia has held on to second place. Imcan coming through into the Monster Energy fan zone here in front of everyone at the start-finish line. Average 100 miles an hour on that lap. HP Mafia holding on to second.
CR Racing in third.
CR Racing third.
Liquor split up to fourth. CJ Grant fifth. Pro Floors, or Balder Yacht sixth. Dirty Money seventh. WHF eighth.
SV Racing right behind them.
Yep.
In ninth. So all of those boats probably within 40 seconds of Imcan. There we see the boat that'll campaign next year, the Hancock Claims. That's the old Broadcoat boat we mentioned previously. The Grant Bruggeman was aboard.
And Anthony Smith's just going to get his feet wet in that. Anthony Smith did real well in the AMH boat.
So all 11 boats running here. Hancock Claims 10, Wicked 11. Well, I'm not. Did we see Hancock Claims come around the first time? I'm not sure.
Yes.
We did. So all 11 boats out on the same lap. Here comes Wayne Valder as Gradell has gotten by Liquor Split in the turn, and Valder Yachts is making a move on Liquor Split now.
As well.
Yep, exactly. Look at our lead boats coming through and heading back out on the southbound leg towards turn number 1. As we are now into our third lap of 10 here in the final race of today. The 2023 RWO Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center. Imcan has taken the lead after they got around turn number 1 and have held it to this point. There goes Wicked. We talked about Jay Muller's boys racing at some select sites around the
they were originally talking about building a stock boat, but Jay said it was actually less expensive to just get this one running.
Jackson Chase in a 40-foot motion. And here comes Imcan. He is your leader. Gets a little bit of air there, gets it settled back down. Myra Coyle on the wheel with Tyler Miller, a great throttle man with Imcan Racing, continuing the lead after lap number 3 here today. Imcan and Super Cat, your APBA National High Point champion. Turned that lap at an identical 100 miles an hour.
HB Mafia still in second. The boat looks good.
Boat looks real good.
CR Racing Insurance in third.
Fourth now for Bradell. Fifth Liquor Split. Balder Yachts is coming right up though.
As is Gradell. Gradell picked up a little that lap too.
See WHM continuing to cruise as well as SV Offshore as we catch up.
I'm a little surprised to see WHM.
He's not made a move yet
in that position.
Yeah, he's sitting right back there, not made quite a move yet. And you got that battle for 4th and 5th. The only real change right now is between the Gradell and the Liquor Split.
Yeah, the new MTI Hancock Claims. Chuck Broadus' his old boat.
Yep.
Broadco, and again another look at Team Wicked.
CR is going to looks like they're trying to make a move on HP Mafia.
Yeah, we'll watch if we could switch to the outgoing leg as we watch Wicked come through. This is where the action is for 3rd to 5th right now. NZ
floors. Looks like they've gotten around Liquor Split off the live stream feed.
Yep. Now, Steve, how was it with these? Are these buoys that are meant to keep you off the wall new this year? The two of them.
They're a little further out.
Yep.
And it makes you turn it and go straighter into the harbor.
You kind of funnel down into a narrower chute, don't you?
Yes. I think it's, though, for the safety of where we're sitting, for
Yes.
example. You don't need a boat going 30 feet from here. I always wondered why it bothered you guys. Now that I sit here, I think I understand.
Yeah, it's well, you get real close. We did see some instances when there were a lot of boats coming through at the same time that someone did get pinched and had to go to the inside of it.
Yep.
I'm sure
Yeah.
that's going to be discussed at the drivers' meeting. But this is further off than I've ever seen it in nearly 40 years. So it's definitely a safety concern and well within the good idea to do that here in this race.
It did not negatively affect our perception of the course at all.
That's good.
And coming through that area right now into the Monster Energy fan zone is MCON continuing the lead after lap number 4. Slowed down a couple of miles on that lap, down to 98 miles an hour. Here comes HP Mafia, boy, the Smith boys just got to be super happy, and as well as Boaz and Understall.
Yep.
Gradell running in 4th.
Third and fourth are definitely closing up on.
And now Pro Force is up to 5th. Liquor Split's back to 6th, so.
Billy gets some speed there.
SV Offshore has gotten around WHM.
Oh, they did?
Yes, they did.
Yep.
Now into 7th, WHM in 8th.
No,
they did.
Offshore, they did not. It was WHM making a move, actually, on Dirty Money.
On Dirty Money,
yeah,
apologize.
WHM starting to find that groove. Maybe he lost just amount of gas, so he's getting a little bit lighter and he's able to go now.
WHM.
Well, they're the bigger boat. They're 40
right,
feet.
Right, I'm saying you lose a little gas, maybe you get that right setup there, what you're looking for.
Yeah, we're not even halfway through yet.
Right,
they're running 10 laps.
So they've got plenty of time to... You know, Billy and Jay have this planned out. They know they lose the gas. You gotta have a certain amount of gas. You get light, you get to go.
Hancock Claims, good to see them. I thought maybe they'd do a couple of laps, but boy, they're running in 10th right now and on the same lap as the leaders.
Yeah, I don't think Anthony Smith's going to come down here from New Jersey.
That gap's been going back and forth a little bit.
It looks like Dirty's reeling in Liquor Split, though.
I think they might be both of them right behind him. We're reeling in Liquor Split there. Liquor Split's definitely not running as fast as they were early in the race.
Well, the Muller boys making Dad Jay proud. Wicket. That motion.
You know, this is Britt's first race in the Dirty Money boat, so you can feel he's probably, you know, in there and they're getting their confidence up and trying to figure out what they can do. But meanwhile, they got Billy chasing them, so
yeah,
they better get
no
with
time
the
to get
program.
confidence when you got WHM sitting behind you. The big yellow boat, kind of hard to miss back there.
Yeah, and Britt's raced with Jay quite a bit, so
right?
He knows what's going on in there, and he knows the consequences.
Despite that uneven bottom and the win against the tide there, it's not substantial, not enough to knock them off. They got good balance, and MCON here today as they continue to lead. We're halfway into this race in Super Cat class. All 11 of the Super Cat boats still out and competing. The 388 Skater with Sterling engines. Continuing to lead, MCON.
And like you mentioned, especially with 11 boats, the time element coming into play, they're not going to let up.
No, they can make some time without taking a lot out of the boat, using the boat up. They're going to do it.
CR Racing behind HP Mafia running in 3rd.
And Gradell, I think, is starting to make a move on CR.
I would,
CR Racing. Yachts right behind Gradell, and then Liquor Split, followed by Dirty Money. They're at 7th.
WHM in 8th.
Well, Billy and Britt are both very aggressive in turn 3, so it'll be interesting to see what they do against Liquor Split on the next lap out.
SV Offshore, Rolling Transport, running in 9th.
I can't remember who was doing the live stream one year, but Billy was inside of inside of Johnny and Myrick in the Performance Boat Center in Supercat. And someone said Billy was going to push Myrick out to Cuba.
Perhaps.
Hancock claims they'll be competing next year in that 40-foot MTI.
Valder Yachts is slowing, guys. Looks like one of the Case engines is slowed.
Valder Yachts is slowed on the coming out of the Key West Harbor turn.
Billy's going up the inside too. He's looking. He's looking at Dirty Money and Liquor Split, trying to set up for turn 1.
And Britt knows.
Oh yeah.
He's getting stalked right now.
Well, and as you go to 1, it builds. And if your boat's small, the corner can't come soon enough. But if your boat's big, you wish that buoy was like another mile out. And Billy's got the big boat.
Yep.
Yeah. Pro Floors is off.
Yep, we've seen Valder Yachts moving to the middle of the infield. We saw them coming off plane after they turned in the harbor. And now we look back on the live stream to Wicked's coming in front of the fans of the Monster Energy fan zone. Wicked continuing to run out here in 11th, and they have not been lapped, but it might happen on this lap as Imcon.
But Billy's building another 40.
That's what
the new boat's going to be another 40 because Britt says they have some. Jay says that they have some stuff they want to try. So
approaching the Monster Energy fan zone once again, Imcon. Bit of bow up in the air by HP Mafia, but get it under control and continuing to hold on to second.
That sounded like they were popping the limiters there when that
they
just went by.
Might be. They could be burning up fuel there.
CR Racing in 3rd. X Insurance, Gradell in 4th.
Now Gradell's not making a lot of time on CR.
But I think they're both making time on their second place boat there, the HP Mafia.
Yeah,
I believe you're right.
And Liquor Split's coming up. They're in 5th now.
And they're spreading the distance between them and Liquor Split.
Oh, that's because Valder Yachts came down, so everyone moved up a spot.
Right. So Liquor Split 6, Dirty Money 7.
Yep.
And WHM 8.
No, Liquor Split's 5th. Dirty Money 6, WHM 7.
Okay, apologies.
And here's Rolling Transport's 8. So that'll give Hancock 9 when they come by and Wicked 10. But
it's at the point in this race now where it's go time for these guys. If someone runs out of prop, you got a chance of getting them. If you're a little big on prop, your prop's coming in. But no matter what, if you've got something, it's time to do it. It's Wednesday in Key West, but you don't want to get a 5th or a 6th if you can avoid it.
Right. Yeah,
Hancock
now,
claims.
if you're Billy Moore, are you putting on a hard run to try to get 3rd?
Billy always, yes.
Well, I mean strategically.
Well, yeah.
That was Hancock claims again. Just one. Here's WHM trying to make up ground on Dirty Money, but I think Britt is getting Bill Piper, and they're getting to turn that boat better because Billy's not catching them quite as much as we thought they might.
Well, I mean, they got 2 seasoned veterans chasing them in WHM. The fact that it's Holden Station says that
now here comes. But now it looks to me like from this vantage point that WHM is going inside of Dirty Money.
That could be the bigger boat starting to work as the fuel burns down.
And lapping Wicked here is Imcon. So they come back around after lap 7 of 10. Led all the way. Imcon and Wicked side by side. 1st to 10th. Getting lapped here in Key West Harbor.
Myrick's really, he's just got that boat. Just master class level.
Yeah.
3 laps to go for Imcon. Can they hold on, keep it together?
Oh, wait a minute.
We may have seen a boat drop back. I don't see HP Mafia. CR Racing, X Insurance. Now in second. Gradell in 3rd.
Wait a minute. There's a helicopter hovering out between 1 and 2. It's not moving. See that?
Yeah, it does look like there's something going on in one, either a slow-moving boat or hopefully...
Liquor Split is up to 4th. Dirty Money's 5th. Yep. WHM 6th.
That is the quarter where HP Mafia dumped it a long time ago, too. Hopefully they're okay and just having a mechanical, whatever's got them off pace.
Yeah, we're not hearing anything from race control at the moment.
This is Roland Transport, so they're up to 7th.
Did we see WHM come by?
Yes, they did.
We did,
Yep.
okay. Yeah, they were 6. I apologize.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, so the chopper has kind of moved off that area. You also have our Mammal Watch team that's out there.
But they're just going up the back stretch. That's that little Robinson that's going above the big yachts before. See that?
Yes.
That's the
okay, that's the Mammal Watch.
Yeah.
All right.
And right now, here comes Hancock Claims.
Yeah, Hancock Claims.
Win Farnsworth's boat, and you know they're going to invest in it and get it right.
Anthony's a great guy to shake it down. He's run a lot of boats. He knows what he's doing. It comes from a racing family. They're going to get a lot of feedback out of running this boat.
I would have liked to have seen him have more time when in the skater that used to be Steel when it was AMH, because that was a good boat.
It was a very good boat and became a very successful boat there afterwards, too.
HP Mafia, we get word that they are on fire out there.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, wow.
Shoot. Excuse me. I almost said a bad thing.
Yeah, I see.
Here comes Here comes the 388 skater of IMCON, finishing up a lap 8.
Yeah, they're sending the safety boats out to 2 there.
They're sending them out there.
Yep.
Looks like 2 rescue boats headed that way.
IMCON continuing the balance right between 98, 99 miles an hour. We got a duel going on for second place here right now.
Here comes
into the Monster Energy fan zone.
Here comes CR, and it looks like Gradell's going to take the inside.
I think you got your Billy answer, Eric.
Yeah.
Side by side.
Oh, yeah.
X Insurance, CR Racing, and CJ Grant Gradell. A battle for second.
It's heating up. Real nice here at the end.
Curious to see how they come
Look
out.
at this. WHM made the move around Liquor Splits.
Yeah.
They're up to 4th place all of a sudden. And Dirty Money there, too. Yes.
Yeah, WHM's on the move, and Gradell's on the move for sure.
Dirty Money to 6th. Liquor Split to 5th. Looks like SV Offshore going to be 7th.
Yep.
Yeah, Dirty Money
Fire's
lost
under
the place.
control out there.
But let's see.
All right,
okay,
report
now,
from Race Control. Fire's under control. It was
now
HP
this looks
Mafia.
like this isn't on camera, but it looks like Gradell
big gap
got around him in the turn, so Gradell's up to 2nd.
Yeah.
And Billy's gonna probably pull him here because this is the little boat.
Yeah, that's the Wicked boat.
Yeah.
Where did Billy
here
made
on the monitor
turn.
right here?
Look, Billy
CR.
lost the turn there, and he came back. Or is that Wicked there? Okay, that's Billy coming behind Wicked.
Yeah, we're watching. CR's in the spray.
Gradell is here on the monitor, and CR's right in their spray.
Yes,
Oh,
so
gotcha.
CR's got 3rd
Wow.
heading out to turn number 1 there. There's a better shot of Gradell.
So Dirty Money lost this boat to WHM, but picked one off Liquor Split. So they kind of netted the same.
Right, Liquor Split definitely lost it there, and that's WHM and Dirty Money. Imagine going around that turn.
Yeah.
You know, only imagine what Billy and Jay saw and how to get around that turn.
As the Hancock Claims.
Now, when MCON comes back in, they should get the white flag. Correct?
That's right.
I got 2 left.
Yeah, so they'll get the white flag. There's 2 laps
Right.
left. Yeah. Got them averaging, again, the 99 miles an hour. They pretty much held it right there at 100 to 98, 99 all day. It's been on cruise control for them this afternoon after taking the lead after they got around turn number 1.
Now, what boat is?
Here comes IMCON again. There'll be 1 lap left to finish up the first race of the Truman Waterfront Cup Championship with IMCON here today.
I think the only boat that could beat MCon right now is MCon.
Well, there's a boat down under its own power in the infield. I don't know if that's the Horsepower Mafia boat, but
here comes Gradell, CJ Grant Racing, Billy Moore. What a
up to second.
They're too much. HRE engines, a 388 skater. CR Racing X Insurance third.
Sterling horsepower recently freshened by HP Mafia in the CR boat.
Here comes our fourth place boat.
That's WHM.
Yes, sir.
Wow. He was, what, 7th, 3 laps ago?
Yeah, well, he started off 8th for the first 5 laps.
They really moved up the pack.
These are,
but you're right. 3 laps ago, he was in 7th, and he's about what every
Dirty Money now in 5th.
Yep. KG veterans are
taking control of 5th place.
Liquor Split is 6th.
So Pyburn and Lilly get around them and move another position up.
I mean, you want a great finishing position, but you definitely want to be top 5 in a fleet this size.
And the rolling transport, Vinny Diorio, Matt Jaminski in the outer limits with the Scorpion Power in 7th.
Yeah, that's HP Mafia right there in the infield, just with the hatches up, so whatever fire there was, they got it under control. So that's good news.
Good. Indeed it is.
You'd hate to see it burn down.
Yeah, you had a couple of nice boats out there. The HP Mafia and the Pro Floors were both running great. To see them break down is really disappointing because they both were right on top of it. At least seemed they had it really nailed, the selections of everything.
Yeah, I talked to Tom Barry Cotter from Maritimo at the Fort Lauderdale Boat Show, and he said they did get an inquiry about their 40 molds. Because Wayne said at Clearwater, he jokingly said, "Don't tell my wife, but I'm looking at a new boat for next year." So
Hancock Claims holding 8th.
Still on the lead lap for them.
They are.
A good showing.
And here comes your winner today for the Truman Waterfront Cup in Super Cat class, your APBA National High Point champion, reigning world champion, Tyler Miller, and my recoil, Team MCon. Big win for Super Cat World Champs, APBA National Champions.
Well, when Myrick was waiting for the podiums for the Class 1, he was just like, all he was thinking about was going over to race the super stock boat.
Okay, here comes Gradell. They'll take second here today.
Great job by Billy getting that up.
Yep. 388 skaters, 1-2.
Oh, CR got back. Yep.
Yeah, and another 388 skater takes third. CR Racing.
The former Performance Boat Center Jimmy John's ride.
Here's the battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th, though. This was the battle in this race all day here is the 4th, 5th, and 6th between Liquor Splits, Dirty Money, and WHM.
And WHM, as you guys mentioned, came all the way up from 8.
WHM.
And he's got to like that position. Know that he's still in the hunt. WHM, Jay Muller.
He's right in position. Are you kidding me? That's right where Billy and Jay want to be right now.
40-foot skater with Sterling engines. WHM. Dirty Money will take.
That's a nice showing for them.
Absolutely. Dirty Money will take 5th.
Let's see if Liquor Split keeps it going.
Wow, they fell well off. They're
But,
cruising it now.
That's Wicked coming around as well. Liquor Split will take 6th here today. With their Mercury Racing 860 engines. They have to carry extra weight.
Yeah, and Johnny O hasn't had a lot of time in the boat.
X Insurance here.
And then we'll see the rolling transport.
Rolling transport is 7th. So it'll end up being a Hancock Claims 8th and the Wicked, the Muller boys 9th.
So, you know, if the Muller boys have learned from their father, they might actually do that one lap they're down just in case someone gets a penalty, you know?
Let's see if they count it or not. Might as well. Hey, well, it's up to RW to count it or not.
If someone missed the buoys, you know,
you never know.
You can
but
get that
it's
position.
It's a matter of the flag being flown out there,
that's
right?
true.
So it's a matter of RWO counts it or not if they run it. But you might as well. I would be not against it. Run it. Go for it.
End of the day.
All you can do is ask for forgiveness later, right?
Absolutely.
Our Super Cat race is in the books. All of the racing is done today. It's been
been a topsy-turvy day with a couple of accidents, a couple of red flags. Pushed our second start past the intermission till 12:30, and then we had to get 4 races in multiple classes in after 12:30. But a great job by the team here at Race World Offshore to get that done. Here comes Hancock Claims.
We do want to send our thoughts out to the Stallman family.
Yes, absolutely.
And just let them know we're thinking about them.
The accident that occurred earlier today in the Class 500 with Freebird and X Insurance, as we'll continue to pray for them here today, and hopefully as things progress, it's more good news coming out of Key West here. So Super Cat racing is done. Congratulations to Team MCON. They take a podium finish. First place, second place goes to the Grade L team, CJ Grant Racing, and third place goes to X Insurance CR Racing. Those are your top 3 boats.
Hats off to Myrick and Tyler for sure, but now look at who you've got chasing you on Friday and Sunday. Billy Moore, Billy Moff, Jay Muller.
Yep, and the X Insurance boys, Boaz and Understall.
Yep,
I mean,
you can't count them out.
Yeah,
No.
you mentioned the pedigree of that boat and 3 world championships in I think like the last 8 years. So,
and now we have the dark horses again. You got Pro Flores sitting as the dark horses, once again set up to ruin some dreams, shatter some championships come Sunday. They are in place to do that once again. Because, you know, we know they're a good team. We know what they can do. And despite pulling 11th place today, they might be out of the point hunt, but they ain't out of the heart. They're in a race because they're here from New Zealand. They're here to race.
Well, last year on Sunday, Myrick was yelling at Tyler. He's like, don't take the bait. Grant is going to try to make you. He's like, don't chase the jackrabbit. And it took about 3 laps for him to get through to him, he said.
And there's the boys. Myrick Coyle holding up the checkered flag from the Truman Waterfront Cup today here, along with Tyler Miller for the 2023 Key West World Championship races presented by Performance Boat Center. Thank you so much for coming by and chatting with us, Steve Miklos.
Thanks for having me. It was great to see, Tyler and Myrick put on the show they did. They really ran that boat perfectly today.
They certainly did.
We hope your repairs go well tonight.
Thank you.
Tomorrow.
Yes, I might want to go look at that.
You might want to forego the El Bandito for a little while until you assess the damage.
Yes. The crew has been texting feverishly in my pocket. So.
Well, thank you very much.
What's the prognosis? Good or?
We'll be out there.
All right, that's the most important thing.
Yes, thank you very much, Steve Miklos.
Thank you.
All right, Steve Miklos of the Sunprint El Bandito Tequila Team, winner today in Mod V. All right, we're going to take a break from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. Come back with more action for you also at the Race World Offshore Facebook page, which is brought to you by Maximum Inflation. And come back to wrap up our broadcast here. Still podiums to come, as well as the Superstock and Supercat teams will come to us on the live stream as well here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio, hopefully, as the awards for the Truman Waterfront Cup are still coming up. More to come this afternoon from Key West, Florida.
It's the Fast Boats and Boots concert presented by X Insurance, featuring some of Key West's best local musical talent: Cliff Cody, Key West Kings, Rob Benton, K-Rush, and Wolf Love Band. Happening Saturday, November the 11th at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater. Join X Insurance for their 2nd annual official Race World Offshore Fast Boats and Boots concert. Get your tickets online now at fastboatsandboots.com. That's fastboatsandboots.com.
Hey Keys family, Lichty Marina Marathon is proud to be the Keys' largest Suzuki repower dealer. Suzuki engines deliver unmatched reliability and performance. This week's boat of the week is the super sweet Pioneer 180 Islander. The 180 Islander is the perfect boat for family fun with its 6-person capacity. This center console is the perfect boat to pull up to the sandbars and enjoy the outdoors with friends and family. Come see us at 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon, or check us out online at marathonsuzuki.com.
It's the Fast Boats and Boots concert presented by X Insurance, featuring some of Key West's best local musical talent: Cliff Cody, Key West Kings, Rob Benton, K-Rush, and Wolf Love Band. Happening Saturday, November the 11th at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater. Join X Insurance for their second annual official Race World Offshore Fast Boats and Boots concert. Get your tickets online now at fastboatsandboots.com. That's fastboatsandboots.com.
Hey Key West, Danny Hughes here from Two Friends Patio. I love live music all day, every day. And that's exactly what we have. Breakfast, lunch, happy hour, and dinner just seem better. An Eggs Benedict or Key West shrimp is more pimp. Beer tastes more cheery. You ameliorate a steak. And you're eating that food, drinking that drink, enjoying the music, and you're sitting in Old Town Key West, the best damn place in the world. So meet your friends or make your friends at Two Friends, 512 Front Street in Old Town Key West, or twofriends.com.
After the roar of your boat motor has subsided, but you want to keep your engine running, stop by Fairvilla's Sexy Things Key West, 524 Front Street. Why not keep that excitement in your day? Fairvilla's Sexy Things is your intimacy and wellness resource. Plus, they have the sexiest lingerie, the best party supplies, and all your bedroom necessities, sure to keep you revved up and ready for action. For store locations and online shopping, Fairvilla.com. In Key West, every day can be a winner for you at Fairvilla Sexy Things.
And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
What a day here at the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races, as day one has come to a conclusion and just finished off with the Super Cats, and an exciting race will break all that down. Welcome back, everybody, here to the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance has over 30 years of pioneering advancements in outboard propulsion and positioning systems. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. Good to have you along for the ride here. It's been a long first day here today, a day that started with a pretty significant accident. We'll talk about that here in the post-game show, and had a couple other things that went down as well. Had a delay the start of race number 2, but we got them all in, and we will have some more podium presentations for you here in just a moment. Rick Lopez back with Joey Cook from the Keys Citizen joining us here. And Joey, day one is in the books, and it was a pretty eventful day here today.
Yeah, turn 3 definitely gave us plenty of action down there. A lot of stuff going on there. Mm-hmm. And, the racing was solid. We had some really good battles in the middle, and it's just Wednesday, so you're not going to see people going all out to try to win it,
Mm-hmm.
but there was definitely battles in the middle of the pack not to fall so far out in points. And you saw with those 11-team fleets there, the last 2 races, the Super Stocks and the Super Cats, the middle of the pack had some really good racing because there were some real important positions to be picked up in there.
Yeah, I look at that at the Super Stock there, and you're talking about the middle of the pack. Celsius and Team Bermuda were battling for that third place spot. It was Celsius in the end that picked that up, and that's important, Joey, as we move along here when you look at the points and the 3 days combined. So all this positioning, very important. The other thing that was interesting to me in the last 2 races in the Super Stock and the Super Cat was Jackhammer and MCon Monster Team. Got off the great starts, got in the clean water, and if you looked at the very first turn at turn 1, in the Superstock class, remember it got kind of hairy down there at turn 1, but it was Jackhammer who got through all that and broke out in front, and they just cruised. And for MCon, same thing, in front, and both those teams went wire to wire.
Yeah, I mean, getting the lead was very important today, but we also saw, the battles for first. When it came down to battles, we saw that 500 class in the very first incident of the day with the 2 boats that went into each other, the Freebird and that X Insurance. They were battling for first place. So to get out and get the lead today was absolutely super huge because the waters were so calm in front, and you could really make up and not have to worry about lap traffic, which was big in some of those early races, or just finding the chop. You could run your own lane, and MCon seemed to just be able to run his own lane the whole time and never had any problem in that Super Cat class at the last race.
Right, and we're gonna see them on the podium here in just a minute here. Let's go back to the the race prior to that, Super Stock, Joey, we mentioned Jackhammer and the great run. And then you look and you see North Wing come in second. And then you had Celsius, as we mentioned, in that battle for third. They held on and got that over Team Bermuda, who finished in fourth. So some interesting lineup here in the Super Stock class as we head to Friday.
With 23 boats, anything can happen, and they're still fighting for half points come Friday. So it's going to be real interesting to see who gets out where and who is fighting for what come these next few days, because some of these teams down at the bottom, your Coco's Monkeys that sat 7th, that ran a really good race. Your Team Allen Lawn Care, which has won a world championship before here, you know what I mean? And even the Performance Boat Center, which was a perennial favorite for so many years in that Super Stock class, to see them drop down all the way to 9th. Right. There's a lot of work to be done, and you know what? They're the type of team that can come back and win the next 2 races and really make it interesting on the standings. Same with that Pro Floors team. Look, we've seen what they can do. We've seen the Aussies or the New Zealand guys, the Kiwis, come out here and really win a couple of races. And last year they spoiled the World Championships and put a monkey wrench in a lot of people's plans. So there's a lot, with 11 boats still out there per those last 2 classes, a lot of different things that can happen. A lot of you fall off here in the next race, your first place means nothing at this point. So yeah, you've got to come back on Friday, ready to do it again, at least take a top 5 finisher. If your team's like MCon or a team like, who was the first place winner? Oh, Jackhammer, of course, yeah. How do I forget about that great run they had?
They had a terrific run. More drama in the last race today, Super Cat. We had HP Mafia after 6 laps down there by the wall down there. The boat caught on fire, Joe.
That was one of the few that actually had trouble on that side of the course. There was a few on the wall. Normally the wall is much more, you're going to see much more happening out there because of all the chaos that can go out there with the different types of waters. Today, it was not the wall, but it was the hairpin turn down here when everything kind of got flat, and the way the wind was coming
down in the harbor,
straight through the harbor, that where it caused a lot of chaos down there on that side. So we've talked about it all the time, how there's 3 different courses out on this one loop they do. You know what I mean? It's not the same going around all the way. It's never going to be the same. So it was real interesting to see how the teams were affected by the wind coming in at turn 3 and not as much out there on turn 1 and turn 2 as it typically can be hitting that wall, that choppy stuff.
Right. So the day started with a pretty serious accident, Joey. And when we go back to the 10 a.m. race, bracket 500 at turn 3, which we were just talking about, that involved the X Insurance Golfing Gator 501 boat and the Freebird boat.
Yeah,
that was
all guys were ejected from the boat.
Right.
X Insurance never left the site. They were all okay. We have, from my understanding, a broken clavicle with one of the guys that was in the Freebird, and the other gentleman was unconscious and inundated. That's the last update I have heard when he was being lifted out. So we're still waiting and hoping. Again, thoughts. Everybody, best thoughts you can give out right now is what we're looking for that Freebird team.
For that Freebird team, and he is in Miami. Up at Jackson, he was airlifted there. So, and as soon as we know something more, of course, we will let you know. But it has been a day of high drama, the first day of racing here, and it's been pretty gosh darn exciting. And it's been a full day here, and that's the thing that you're going to have, Joey, here this year with this fleet, the number of boats. Every
amazing.
Classification has so many boats going. Tons and tons
even
of
the very
action.
first day of racing. Normally we've seen the bracket classes a little bit more split up. First, let's start with the fact there's 25 boats racing in the very first bracket class races. That's an amazing number. And then of those, the smallest fleet of any of those is 5 in the 400. But still, that's a lot of boats racing for that title. So it's really exciting, starting with the bracket classes, then with everything going right, in the morning, before you even get the break and you go to look for lunch, you're already going to have the Class 1s go. And you know what? That Navy 222 today was impressive. That boat, You know, out of everything we saw in some good racing, that Navy is going to stick out in my mind for sure going forward because that's a sweet boat right there.
What a race they ran.
Oof,
the Australian Navy could handle the waters of Key West.
They sure could.
They came
that
out
was
here
no problem at all. And they were, what a beautiful boat. What a great run by them. And then going back to the boats that I just caught my attention to start the day, I'll admit, in that very, very first day, that Batman boat is pretty dang cool looking. You got to give them little props with their little wings coming off the bat. Again, I've seen it on videos, but I've never actually got to see it in person. So to see it in person, it is as fun to watch it go around as any boat out there because it's that extra flair they got.
That was
there.
fun. That was that's a cool looking boat.
And you know what?
Sure.
And next week, and next come Friday, the Justice League and Batman are be battling it back out, trying to come back and see if they can take off the Predator. So we got a bunch of movies going on there: Predator, Batman, Justice League, a lot of fun stuff. But hey, it was a great 200 battle here today. Justice League look really strong. If they can get everything fixed right, they're going to be right in the mix with that. We'll have to see what the breakouts are. From our understanding, there was tons of boats that went over the regulated speed, so it'll be real interesting to see how this all plays out come and where we're all standing on Friday.
Yeah, so on all those bracketed classes by Friday, we'll know who broke out, what happened, and all that, and of course, we will have that for you. It is the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races here on the official radio station of the championships. That's us, The Zone, 97.7 WAVK. And our coverage has been brought to you by Porte Performance, Lichty Marina Marathon, Keys Auto Center, X Insurance, Fast Boats, Boots and Boats Concert, Florida Powerboat Club, Two Friends Patio Restaurant, We've Got the Keys, Pepe's Cafe, Key West Adventures and more, El Mesón de Pepe, Beach Weekend Key West, Bourbon Street Pub, and Fair Villa Sexy Things. Joey, we're waiting to head back to the podium because we got a bunch more awards to hand out once again. And if you weren't listening earlier, you're just with us now, we're ready to go. Todd Swafford is standing by at the podium right behind us here on the mole.
Up here for the 2023 Key West World Championship races presented by Performance Boat Center. So let's start with Super Stock Class today. 11 boats out there. Great racing. All 11 boats finishing for the exception of one. Here on the podium for the Truman Waterfront Cup. Third place, Team Celsius. Chris Hopgood, Jay Muller. Jay Muller doing double duty in the WHM. Big finish for Team Celsius. And all other winners here today get the juggling coconut from the Coconut Man. Now you got to get a fresh coconut. He spilled most of it. It's all right. Even professionals can juggle. There they are. Team Celsius, Chris Hopgood. Third place today in Super Stock Class. Second place up on the podium, Team Northwing. Darren Getridge, Casey Boaz, making double duty here this afternoon. Truman Waterfront Cup podium. Looked good driving today right through Key West Harbor, finishing second place today in Super Stock Class. And welcome to the podium. It's not an unfamiliar place for them. Little hiccup in the last race because they did nothing but finish on podiums. And welcome back. Finishing first today in the Truman Waterfront Cup, Team Jackhammer. Reese Langheim and Julia Maldonado. Victory in the Victory Hall. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your podium for Super Stock Class, the Truman Waterfront Cup. We'll do it all over again on Friday and again on Sunday. It's a three-race world championship. First place, Jackhammer. Second place, Northwing. And Celsius in third. Nice refreshing drink from the coconuts, provided by our official coconut master, Masher, the Coconut Man. Your podium, Super Stock winners in the Truman Waterfront Cup. Oh, that was cold. That was cold. Ladies and gentlemen, our final race of the day was a great one. Super Cat Racing at its best here in Key West for the Truman Waterfront Cup. Third place, welcome back to the podium, one of our CR Racing teams, the X Insurance team, Casey Boaz, Rob Understall. Third place today in Super Cat Racing. Super Cat podium. Third place, CR Racing. Second place here today in the World Championship races. Truman Waterfront Cup, our second place team from Canada. CJ Grant Racing, Gray Dell. CJ Grant, Billy Moore. .388 skaters both here. A couple of .388 skater teams up on the podium. And now up to the podium, another .388 skater. Winner today in your APBA National High Point Champions again. And your defending world champions. But still got 2 races to go. This one's not settled yet, but today a big day for Imcon Racing. Tyler Miller, Myrick Coyle to the top of the podium. Big day for Imcon Racing. All .388 skaters here, ladies and gentlemen. All drinking refreshingly. Just opened coconuts here from Key West. From the Coconut Man. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for your podium of the Truman Waterfront Cup. Imcon, Graydell, CR Racing, X Insurance for the Truman Waterfront Cup. Tyler and Myrick, a word with the fans real quick. This is going out on the Race World Offshore live stream. Tyler, Myrick, come on up. Congratulations. Myrick, a nice day for you. 3 rides in the boat. Another podium for you here right now. How was it out there in comparison to your other win today, or your other podium finish today?
Well, to be honest, it bumped up a little bit in this race. It was a little windier. Super stock class, definitely the hardest for me to drive. And then the Class 1, good start on the first one, and then just not as good on the second one. And we'll be up there by the time the weekend's over. Same in the Performance Boat Center boat, too. We're going to be up there and just taking everything in that you can and try to put the boats on the podium. That's what we're here for.
You're here to defend your world championship. You guys ran flawlessly today, but that competition behind you was really good. You got your hands full coming into these next 2 races.
Absolutely. You know, to see 11 Super Cats at the start, you know, what a great experience for offshore racing. Race World Offshore, Monster Energy, just couldn't be more proud of the outcome with this team, our sponsor. You know, it's an amazing day. And again, you got to be here on Sunday to win Key West. So that was our goal for today. Get on the podium if we could, and you know, charge along again on Friday. But you got to be here on Sunday to win this thing, and that's what we're looking forward to now. So some testing tomorrow, back on the water on Friday, and hopefully we can be up here again, Todd.
Tyler Miller, Myrick Coyle, Imcon, your winner in Super Cat. Thanks for joining us.
All right. It's the podium is such a neat thing to see. And by the way, not just listening here on the radio, but you can see all of that by going to Race World Offshore's website and view the live stream of the coverage. It's pretty great stuff, and excellent job. Love the podium, love the coconuts and all that, and you can see how excited the teams are. Joey Cook, after getting through day one and getting on that podium.
I think they're just excited because they didn't get hit with any coconut shrapnel. Is that you were calling it?
Coconut shrapnel.
Yep. That's why they're excited, because they survived that. That was much more harrowing than being out on the water racing at triple-digit speeds or just shy of that, surviving the podium. Come on now. No, but it's a lot of fun. The coconut guy is a great twist towards what is Key West. Absolutely,
very uniquely Key West. And exciting stuff. All right, our day one is in the books. We're going to take one more break. When we come back, we'll wrap up our coverage of day one of the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races here on the Zone 97.7 WAVK. And Randy, if you can hit that for me, that'd be great.
Sound of performance. That's what drives us. When Scott Porte set out to build the most